It is sunny here at Wormsley. We're minutes away from getting underway this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match between the Southern Vipers and Lancashire Thunder. That bizarre introduction was us just testing the commentary on the live picture feed. If you're listening to us on the BBC Sport website, then that's great news as well. So there are two ways that you can pick us up. The news of the toss is that the Vipers won it and are going to bowl first. Your commentary team today, a little later, the Hursley Park Ladies cricket manager Phil Green, but it's myself, Kevin James, and Vipers injured off-spinner Charlotte Taylor. We've been saying that for weeks.
I can't wait
Charlotte.
for you to stop saying that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure when it's going to be, but yes, currently still injured, hence why you can hear my voice this morning.
Well, we're very lucky on commentary that you're with us. Of course, we wish you a speedy recovery.
I thought you were going to break into "We wish you a Merry Christmas." Then
Well,
I was a bit worried for everyone involved. Then that you're going to start.
Yes, that's a little distant in the future. Oh, there's a big creepy crawly thing just on my tabletop, which I've flicked away. Right, so Vipers have won the toss and electing to bowl first. Now the teams, there are changes on both sides from their previous match. I'll very quickly go through the Lancashire Thunder game. This is changes from the last time that they lost to Western Storm at Old Trafford. There is no Emma Lamb, no Sophie Eccleston, no Kate Cross and no Mahika Gower. They're all linked up with England. Apparently they're up in the Lake District preparing for the upcoming international series. I think Pakistan, I think I'm right in saying. So they are Thunder: Seren Smale, Katie Mack, Sachi Pai, Daniel Collins, Tara Norris, Olivia Bell. This is not in batting order actually. I'll go through the four that are coming in. Sachi Pai, Daniel Collins, Tara Norris, the former Viper, and Olivia Bell. They're the four people coming in. The rest of the Thunder are Seren Smale, Katie Mack, Fee Morris, Ellie Threlcold, the wicketkeeper and captain, Naomi Datani, Phoebe Graham and Hannah Jones. And
for the Vipers today, 4 changes again, 4 players with England. In come Abby Norgrove, the opening batter. Georgia Elwes comes back in from a rest. Nancy Harmon and Alice Monaghan, and the rest of them are as follows: Ella McCacken, Charlie Knott, the overseas, Captain Georgia Adams, Emily Windsor, wicketkeeper Rihanna Southby, Lindsay Smith and Mary Taylor.
It's going to be Mary Taylor. Brilliantly introduced, probably better than I ever could by the guy on the mic here at Wormsley. Very enthusiastic. We didn't have that last week here when the Vipers played against Central Sparks. They won that game. They're looking for a double here in the space of a week. So Mary Taylor from the... Which end is that now?
Dibley.
The Dibley end.
Can't believe you've forgotten that.
I've forgotten. It's only a week, but it was enough. Here's Mary Taylor then, right arm over to Sachi Pai, who pushes forward, out on the onside, and we're underway. It's a most beautiful day, unlike last week, where it was, oh, look, he's very enthusiastic, that man on the mic. Is he going to keep that up all day?
Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Does he strike you as being that sort of gentleman?
I'll tell you in 3 hours when he's peaked.
Here's Mary Taylor then, right to left as we look, because we're at deep extra cover here. Pai drives out into the covers, where it's fielded by Abby Norgrove, one of the 4 changes in the Vipers side. 4 changes for each side because of the upcoming... It is Pakistan, isn't it?
It is Pakistan, and then New Zealand after the 100 at the back end of the summer.
Yeah.
Actually, I might have lied. It might be before the 100. No, it can't be, because the 100's a bit earlier this year, so it must be afterwards.
It is, about 3rd week of July this year, isn't it, really? Taylor bowls, Pai leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and that's taken by Rihanna Southby. Vipers in their familiar orange tops, dark, I think they're dark blue trousers, or they might even be black.
They are black trousers.
They're black, thank you. You should know because you wear them. And Thunder in their familiar, well, it's not red, but it's a little darker shade of red, which I'm not sure exactly what the colour is. As Pai works that away on the leg side. She's away, and the Thunder innings is away, and it's at 1 without loss. So the Thunder have lost 2 of 3 matches played this season. The Vipers have won 2 of 3. The Thunder have never beaten the Vipers in this competition.
And the last 2 occasion ones was, I remember, a very enticing tie. Is it tie or a draw? Tie, I suppose.
Tie, yeah. Last year.
Southport.
It was, yeah. July last year. 262 for 8. Played 262 for 8. The Thunder chasing. Taylor bowls and bowls to... Oh, she's playing a missing outside the off stump there, Smale.
Great carry, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just? I haven't got too many seam bowlers in the Vipers lineup. Is Georgia Elwes, she's back in the side, is she bowling today?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen her warm up, so that sort of tells you one thing. She hasn't bowled yet, and it was sort of not an unwritten rule that she'd be protecting her back.
She has been struggling with that recently. Here's Taylor again, then bowls. Beautiful push drive up to mid-off by Smale. Well stopped it to mid-off.
Looks like a good batting wicket, doesn't it?
Her bat looked all right there. It does look a good batting wicket already. If that's anything to go by. Lovely shot for no runs. 1 over completed here at Wormsley. Thunder losing the toss, batting first, 1 without loss.
Yeah, brilliant start by the Southern Vipers. Mary Taylor. She took a brilliant catch on Saturday. She's been working hard on her fielding, and it was diving full stretch to her left, low to the floor, and everyone just went mad. So happy for her that she'd, worked on something, and then it's paid off.
Yeah.
Lindsay Smith then from the Deer Park end. Familiar Lindsay Smith to open the bowling. Was a little bit expensive on Saturday for her standards. Went for 47, I think, in her 10. Which is a little bit expensive compared to normal. Did take 2 wickets. 56. Oh.
Even more expensive.
On her standards, a little bit too, so she'll be wanting to put that right today. She comes round the wicket to Pye, who's driving and trying to clip it off her legs, and was unsuccessful as it hits her on the pad. Nancy Harmon does the fielding, another change for the Vipers, playing her first game in this year's competition.
Leg spinner.
Smith in again, round the wicket, hits high again on the pads and balloons up into the offside, and there is no run. That's what I love commentating from this position. You can see the bounce and the carry really, really well. Side on to the wicket.
Yeah, we're good for run-outs.
Driving again is Pye. Doesn't follow through with the shot, just a defensive push back to Smith.
We promised a bit of rain later, aren't we, unfortunately, later on this afternoon?
Yeah, about 5 o'clock, apparently. Driving again this time is Pye, back to Lindsay Smith, the bowler. I wonder how many times I'll say that today. She bowls a nice tight line, and when she gets it on middle and leg, which quite often she does, is she pulls it back into the right-hander, then all they can do is push it back to her. It's quite a common occurrence. Good length delivery, hits her on the pad. They've all gone up, the Vipers. Umpire Pen Peveril is unmoved.
Hey, she looks a long way forward.
Yeah, she just planted her front foot, didn't she? It's her first game. Sachi Pye coming in for Emma Lamb, who's away at the Lake Districts. So she'll be a little bit nervous, I would imagine. She's a long way forward again in defence, and again hit on the pad by Lindsay Smith, but no run. That's a maiden. At the end of that one, 2 gone, 1 for no loss. Other Thunder.
I remember her playing for Lightning against the Vipers in the past.
Now obviously the Blaze. Name changes, there'll probably be some more name changes around the country next year as the Tier 1 counties come into it and have their say on what their teams would want to be named.
Do you think some of the counties might adopt, like, Nottinghamshire Blaze or
I don't know.
Hampshire Vipers?
What, for their T20, like their Blast name?
Just their team name.
It's a great
I suppose
question.
Hampshire, wouldn't it? It could be just Hampshire, wouldn't it? Here's Taylor bowls, and that's nicely worked by Smale out on the onside.
I think there's 2 sides to it. So for Hampshire, as an example, is that you want it to be, well, I as a player would want it to be one team. So just being Hampshire, you come under the bracket of Hampshire when it's advertised it's just Hampshire, then you have a men's and women's come off of that.
Taylor right to left as we look. Bowls. Driving in the air, just short of Lindsay Smith, diving to her left. It's gone out to backward a point. I think that's, who's that? That's Emily Windsor out there at fairly squarish third. Just a single in the end, 2 without loss.
But then the other side of the coin is that you don't really want to lose the Vipers' legacy that the girls have spent so long building over the last 4 years and beyond, back into KSL days as well. So it's really quite difficult.
Yeah, it is. Here's Taylor again on the back foot. Pye works that behind square on the leg side. They'll just take a single 3 without loss. Our esteemed colleague Alex, away to our right, one of the local reporters, says it's now Lancashire Thunder here. I'm just wondering if they're preparing for next year. They might be just Lancashire Thunder, the women's team, aren't they?
Yeah. I think, well, if they've got, hold on, what are the Lancashire, they're the Lancashire Lightning, aren't they?
Lancashire
the men
Lightning.
in the T20 Blast.
Yeah.
The Lancashire Lightning.
Yep. Taylor again bowls. A lovely drive by Smale up to mid-on. Just 19 years of age, Sarah Smale. So yes, there's going to be all sorts of toing and froing with names, then of course contracts we were talking about last week. It's going to be a lot happening in the next few months in the women's game.
Yeah, it'll be quite exciting, and I think you see a lot of changes actually in personnel and names and locations and all the rest of it.
Change of shirts probably. Shirt colours. There's another nice looking drive up to mid-off, but for no run. She's looking pretty out there, that's for sure.
She's got a very solid technique, Sarah Smale.
Yeah, playing a 17th match in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint competition. High score of 94.
Yeah, she was in just before this competition got underway in the winter. She was away with England A and didn't make too many contributions on that tour.
Taylor bowls, just flick away to mid-wicket. It's half stopped. They'll pick up a single. I have to say, she looks very strong off the front foot, Sarah Smale.
Yeah, high score of 22 when she was away. So she'll be wanting to put that right.
4 without loss, 3 overs gone.
Steady
Steady.
Yeah.
Looks a good wicket, you're right, it does look a good wicket. We're on the live picture feed via the Southern Vipers Twitter feed. I guess that's going back to Lancashire Thunder's website as well. And we're also on the BBC Sport website and app.
What a treat for everyone.
Plenty of ways.
Smith then to continue. She's going to be bowling to Smale, who nicked the strike from the last over. Smith round the wicket then to Smale, clips it off her hips, and Nat Harmon's going to come around and do the fielding, get through for 1 just about. Good running in the end. I think it was a well judged single actually. I sort of was panicking, but actually I think I'd be pretty disappointed if you didn't get home from that, as it goes to the right of Harmon, but she's have to run away from her to come round and collect the ball. And get through for 1 more. 5 the score. Deep square in place. Emily Windsor stood just in front of us here in front of the hill. Nice solid defence again from Pye. That's a little bit better from her. A bit more confident.
Yeah. Yeah, Smale looks the confident one out there at the moment. Do you feel there's some runs here for somebody? This looks an even better wicket than last week.
You cash in. Smith again on the back foot this time as Pye hit on the pads. By the way that they've all gone up makes me feel like it's maybe outside off stump. See a replay on the picture feed. I think I've just missed it actually. Pye going backwards to that one, probably a little bit too full to go back. She waits again for Smith. Forward this time, solid in defence, back to the bowler. I was just trying to watch it again, but not having any technical luck. Expansive drive this time from Pye, finds Nancy Harmon at mid-wicket. Quick return throw into wicketkeeper Renna Southgate to jump miles in the air to grab it above her head. Only little. The thing with Smith is that she just rattles for her overs and you don't realise she's bowled.
She does, doesn't she? And so straight.
Yeah. Nice solid defensive shot again from Pye. Ends that one, the end of the 4th. 5 for no loss to Thunder.
Well, it's accurate bowling. There's some pretty drives off the front foot, which aren't actually piercing the field. And a fairly quiet start from Thunder here. This is Pye's 6th game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy for Thunder. High score of 41. She played 6 games for Lightning.
Yeah, she's been in and out of the sides that she's been involved in. Never a sort of a regular spot for her, which obviously creates its own problems in that you don't feel settled in a side. Therefore, every time you do get an opportunity, you're playing for your place, and that, you know, brings nerves and pressure on yourself if no one else.
Here's Taylor starting you over number 5. 5 without loss, Thunder. Whipped down to fine leg by Smale for a single. And she moves on to 3. Well, she's on 4, I think. Yeah, 4. 6 without loss. Well, there wasn't too much of a crowd here last week, because it was last year. Well, we were here last year as well, of course. But it was a little cold last week, and you can quite understand, but it's much, much better today. But still not too many people. A few dotted around as I look to the left, mainly to the left. Taylor bowls, almost a Yorker there to Pye, does well digging that one out. Plays that back to the bowler, but the scene in front of us is just wonderful. With it really does fit. You do feel like you're in the middle of nowhere here, and yet we're not that far. We're in the home counties. We're in. I forget how big the estate was. It was told to me. The Wormsley estate is huge, and we're right in the middle of it. In a little valley, right in the middle. Pye works that to mid-wicket. No run there, but the rising hills at the far end of the ground is a wonderful backdrop. A few sheep in the fields, a few lambs driving down the driveway from the gate.
So lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, very
I was going to say,
peaceful.
you know how vast it is when you enter the estate and then still 6 minutes to arrive at your destination.
Yes. Yes. Taylor almost an edge outside the off stump, pushing forward there. Pye just signalling that perhaps that ball just nipped away a fraction on her. Good carry from Taylor.
Still searching for a first wicket in this competition, Mary Taylor. Hasn't yet to find one in the first 3 games, which will be a new challenge for her. How you deal with that pressure of searching for a wicket. Don't go searching too hard.
Comes in again and bowls, and Pye cuts that one nicely into the gap. That should be 4. Coming up towards us. Little wide, little short there from Taylor, and a confident looking shot there from Pye.
Yeah, when it's short and wide like that, on a good batting wicket, you've got to cash in. She definitely did that, kept it all the way along the floor. And it raced across the outfield towards us here. We're almost, from this end, from the Dibley end, we're almost at like a deep cover position.
So 10 without loss in the 5th. Yeah, Mary Taylor, none for 62 from 10 in the first game against the South East Stars. That was at Beckenham. Pye works that back to the bowler. None for 52 from 10 in the win here against Central Sparks last week. And he bowled the 4 overs, which you would have seen, Charlotte, at the weekend in the win over the Northern Diamonds. Duckworth Lewis win that one. 4 overs, none for 30.
Yeah, but that good catch she took, which sometimes is the game-changing moment. And I think it was, in a sense, because it did get rid of the inform Erin Burns for the Northern Diamonds. So she had a part to play. She'll just want to be releasing some of the pressure on herself with just 1 wicket. I think she'll take 1 at this stage.
One, yeah.
As
Anything.
a bowler, you just want to take 1, don't you?
Yeah. You always jokingly say, yeah, anything, you know, off the back and hit somebody on the back and then ricochets to somebody else. Smith
to continue hits Sarah Smale on the back leg. Half an appeal from the Vipers fielders, but not a lot of interest from Smith herself. No run.
How is Smale viewed in the women's game? Because I have to say, what I've seen in the first few overs, and you said, you know, she played for England A in the winter, only 19.
Smith in again, and Smale clips that off her legs back to the bowler. I don't know where she sits, like herself, Rihanna Southby, and did they take 1 more keeper? Can't remember now. But those 2 were the main England A keepers. There's obviously next. There's obviously Bess Heath under Amy Jones, and then the 2 of them. Smith then again round the wicket to Smale, pushes quite delightfully up to Ella McCacken at mid-on. So I suppose she's in their thoughts. If you compare the 2 that are on us, you know, in front of us now,
Yeah.
Sarah Smale more of a batter-keeper, and Rihanna Southby more of a keeper-batter. Sarah Smale goes back this time, pushes to extra cover. No run is taken again. George Elwes does the fielding. So I suppose they're 2 different sort of options. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Options. Smith, and again off her legs this time. Smale. 1 run taken up to Emily Windsor at deep square leg. 11 the total. Another 1 to Smale. She moves to 5.
Yep.
But yeah, it does hit the ball hard, Sarah Smale. That's one thing you will get from a positive cricketer. Gosh, beats the bat on this occasion. Lindsay Smith. Roundabout Southby had the bails off in a flash. But a dot ball to end that one. 11 for no loss.
Well, there are other games going on in this competition today. full round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches. Central Sparks are 1 for 2 against the Sunrisers. Oh, the Sunrisers going to win again. It's early days, of course. 3 overs gone there. The Northern Diamonds are 13 without loss in the 4th against the Blaze. And there's a delayed start between Western Storm and the South East Stars. I guess that's down in the West Country, is it?
Yeah, that's in Taunton.
In Taunton, yeah.
So we're saying that I'm just slightly concerned that rain is coming for us at some stage.
Well, it is forecast for about 4 o'clock, isn't it? Already got a bowling change at the Dibley end. It's going to be Captain Georgia Adams with her off spin. We love the Dibley end.
Yeah, just like the way it sounds.
Charlotte Taylor always has a little smile every time we say the Dibley end.
It's probably just me being an absolute child.
Yeah.
Not because it's even remotely funny.
Well, it is in a way, because the series was funny, of course. Adams bowls, Smale works out on the leg side, a big gap there around the square leg area. She moves on to 6, it's 12 without loss. Just to repeat, we've mentioned it many times, especially last week, but we'll mention it again if you're just joining us. It's called the Dibley end because the Vicar of Dibley was filmed just down the valley, away to our right. So and the other side is the Deer Park end. Now, there was no deer there last week as Adams bowls. Pye pushes forward. Again, Southby has the bails off. But I was shown a picture by Andrew here, who's sort of in charge of everything around here. And he showed me a picture of the deer, obviously once, that were around that particular area. He said it's very difficult to spot them because it's such a vast area that to actually see them half the time is hard, even if you work here. But he showed me a lovely picture of them all gathered. Again, she's pushing forward there, Pye. It's beating the outside edge. So they do exist. It's not just a made-up end.
Yeah, we don't know what to call it. We'll make up. There's surely some deer at some point to the left of us.
So we'll call it a deer. Not made up like kangaroo end or something, where we know that there isn't any. Here's Adams again. Pye pushes forward towards mid-wicket. Who's that in? Nancy Harmon?
Yeah, quick as a flash.
Like a tiger.
Or a kangaroo. No, I'm just kidding.
Hopefully there's no tigers around here, otherwise I don't think we'd be out in the open. 12 without loss then, Thunder having been put into bat. Pye's forward again, playing in missing. Well, Adams should be turning the ball into the right-hander, so I'm not quite sure what line.
I think it's just holding its line.
Must be. Just watching the live picture feed, sometimes it does just sort of hang out there, doesn't it, really? Quite easy for the batter to play inside the line. Certainly Pye's finding that. Again, she's doing exactly the same there. And again, it's going into the gloves of Rihanna Southby. I don't think there'll be much of the holes left of the stumps if she keeps taking the bails off like that all the time and moving those stumps around in that hole on the ground. So 7 overs gone, 12 without loss.
Yeah, it's just holding its line. But I don't think Sachi Pye is actually playing the correct line.
No.
So she probably needs to get a little bit further across to off stump to cover that. Because Georgia Adams isn't a big turner of the ball. So you can almost bank on getting a little bit further across. Maybe taking a middle and off stump guard. Lindsay Smith then to continue for her 4th. Forward is Smale and drops that into the leg side. Southby comes out from behind the stumps to collect the ball. Smith in again, round the wicket then, she so often does. On the back foot is Smale, she whips that off her hips. She can get through for 1, they're coming back for 2, no they're not. Good decision in the end. Smale sent Pye back, and they get 1 more to their total, the Thunder. Smale moves to 7, score's now 13. I thought there was going to be a little bit of a run up there, a bit of confusion, but they stayed away from each other. Backwards goes Pye and works it off her legs to deep square, sorry. Emily Windsor does the fielding out there. 1 more to the total, 14 now at the score. 7 for each of the batters, both Pye and Smale.
It's interesting opening up with Pye, isn't it? Because the next batter's coming in. The next 3 or 4 batters are very strong, aren't they, for the Thunder?
They are. It's their power in their middle order. Forward in defence again is Smale. Back to the bowler, Lindsay Smith.
Katie Mack, who already has 100 in this competition this year.
Yeah, she's a real danger when she comes in. Scores quickly as well. Driving, this time is Smale up to middle, and that's a lovely looking shot. McCacken comes round to her left and does the fielding. No run.
Plays very straight, doesn't she?
Yeah, you've got to. against Smith. You don't want to go across the line, she'll skid it onto you. So she's being watchful. Only conceded 3 runs, Lindsay Smith. Driving again is Smale. A little bit early this time, and again finds Lindsay in her follow through. 14 the score after 8.
So Mary Taylor bowled her 3 overs for 9. Georgia Adams' first over went for 1. Charlotte Taylor's given you Lindsay Smith's figures so far, so a quiet start here from the visitors. 14 without loss. 4 changes in both sides, just to repeat, if you're just joining us. Basically all the England players have been ripped, all the potential England players have been ripped from both sides, 4 apiece, so it's fairly even, so I don't think anybody can complain. Here's Adams, right to left as we look. Pye again's playing in the inside there. I think she needs to just adjust her line of sight a little bit.
Just wondering whether our partner Smale could just say to her, come down the other end and just say, look, you're playing inside it all the time.
Yeah.
If you get any closer to it, you might get a nick on it.
There is a slip in. Pye is pulling that away on the leg side. 1 bounce. Oh, it's gone through Nancy Harman at mid-wicket. Ella McGackin at mid-ons having to sweep up behind her. Just a single there for Pye. A little shorter this time from Adams. 15 without loss.
Yeah, for half a second then, I think Harman probably thought that she was in with a catching opportunity, so held her ground rather than sort of going on the defence to stop the single. But then quickly realised it was dipping on her.
Smale facing. She's on 7. Adams bowl, she's on the back foot there and hits that hard out to Smith at cover. Beautifully manicured outfield here. Lovely. Those dark and light strips.
Wish my garden looked like that.
Oh, it'd be lovely to have grass like that, wouldn't it? Just freshly mown. It's obviously been mown this morning, that's for sure. Worked away on the leg side by Smale behind square. That'll be a single. Is that Alice Monaghan coming in off the boundary?
Yep.
It is. Those 4 changes. No Boucher, no Dean. No Freya Davis, or Freya Davis is away, of course, playing. Sorry, she's at uni, so she doesn't play midweek. But no Kemp, no Dean, no Boucher. So 3 out of the 4 changes are through England. That's worked off the back foot into the covers. It's just the Thunder have lost 4 to England. Eccleston, Mahika Gar, Emma Lamb, Kate Cross. She might have enjoyed bowling here today, but nice carry.
Definitely.
Pye again's playing inside the line. Well, it's quite interesting. If you're watching the live picture feed, you're probably just picking something up a little bit. I mean, it's really just going on with the arm. I mean, she's got quite a low arm, Georgia Adams, anyway. So, I mean, to say that she's actually steering it across the batter would be probably being a little bit over the top. I think she's just continually playing inside the line.
You've got to look at that as a batter and think, what can I do to counteract that? And I would suggest just moving, maybe starting from, if you're, you know, I don't know where she's taking her stance from, but if she's starting on middle, maybe shuffling across to middle and off, trying to cover that a little bit more, getting a little bit closer to the ball.
Because he's doing nothing off the pitch, really.
No, just going on. Smith then to continue over number 5 for her, driving nicely as Smale and beats Georgia Elwes at extra cover, but doesn't beat Mary Taylor at mid-off. No runners taken, another good-looking drive. She's 8 from 23, Smale. She's taking her time. Off the legs this time. Great fielding from Nancy Harman. They come through for 1. Is it going to be a run out? Poor throw. Poor free from Nancy. She did well to cover the ground. Got the throw away quickly, but it was miles away from the wicketkeeper Rihanna Southby, who couldn't gather. That was a missed run out opportunity, and they do get home for 1. 17 the score. Smale thought she'd beaten her, Nancy Harman at mid-wicket.
Just looked like the batters, once they decided to go, they were just going anyway, but yeah, should have been run out by 3 or 4 yards.
But she just needed to control that throw, maybe take it. She could have probably taken an extra half a second longer. On the back foot this time, Pye. He finds Georgia Elwes at extra cover. There is no run taken. Definitely being watchful, these two. Especially to Smith. Driving into the gap, Pye, but who's that? That's Charlie Knott there at cover. So I don't recognise her sometimes. See lots of these players a lot because she's quite new. I don't get a single there. In the Big Bash, she plays with a double plat.
Oh, does she?
So now I don't recognise her. Oh, swiping across the line this time, Pye. Smith was straight as an arrow, went through everything. And Pye's got to go. I think she just suffered there from the build-up of pressure. Just tried the expansive shot. Went across the line, which is always dangerous to Lindsay Smith because she just gets that angle back into middle and leg stump. But she had to go. She falls for 8 from 35 deliveries. And Katie Mack's going to come out to the middle.
Somebody's alarm. I hope it's not mine. That's not. It doesn't feel the sort of place that somebody's trying to break in a car. I'm not sure it's that type of grounds. We have to say that's a poor shot.
Yeah.
A poor shot. Both batters have been playing very straight, and that's the first time we've seen somebody heave across the line. It was completely out of context of what we've been seeing. There hasn't really been much effort to work balls into gaps. Maybe just to push the scoring rate along that way. That was just a heave across the line, which I think when she looks back on that one,
she'll be disappointed, that's for sure.
That's yeah, not a very good shot at all. So 17 for 1.
New batter will be Katie Mack, overseas player from, I think she plays her club, or her state cricket, sorry, at ACT, which is in Canberra.
Yeah, Australian
their
Capital
main batter for
Territories.
there. It's quite common knowledge that if she doesn't make runs, they do struggle in that competition. So she'll be a key wicket here for the Vipers to take. Smith bowls to her then. She's driving this time, and nice long lunge forward towards the bowler. And can't get a run first ball. 17 from 9, the Thunder for 1. For the loss of 1 wicket, that wicket just fell. Sachi Pye.
Actually played 3 games for Essex back in 2012, Katie Mack.
Did she?
So it's not her first taste.
Did not know that. She must have been young back then. How old is she now?
She's 30. So that she would have been
8 years ago, 22.
Yeah.
She's in the 30 club.
Yeah.
Recently joined the 30 club.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh right.
In February.
Congrats.
I don't know if it's a congrats situation, is it?
Is it not? I don't know. I can't
Everyone
remember
just
that
tells
far
you you're
back.
over the hill, and I'm like, well, depends how big the hill is.
It's as big as you want to make it, Charlotte.
Well, I'm just going to sit on top of it for a while and admire the view, I think.
Here's Adams bowls, and Smale gets an edge there. It goes past first slip. It's just trickling past the 25-yard circle, and Smale will pick up a single. And the total for the Thunder moves on to 18, and Smale's into double figures. We're in the 11th over here. Thunder asked to bat first. Katie Mack will have her. Well, it won't be her first look at Georgia Adams, because I guess she would have played against her in the women's national competition out in Australia. But her first look at her here at Wormsley. Mack works that to mid-wicket. That's a good stop. And there's no run. The sun is out. There is no wind. It is.
It's quite glorious, actually.
It is. It's the sort of day we've been hoping for, watching cricket for a few weeks. Down the wicket, nice looking drive up to mid-off. Lovely couple of steps down the wicket from Katie Mack.
She is positive in the last 3 games. She made 19 in her first game against the Diamonds. A brilliant 100 against the Sunrisers. That's Sale Cricket Club.
She's the one to watch, that's for sure. Cuts that away into the gap on the offside. Windsor comes in off the boundary and Mack's off the mark. 19 for 1 in the 11th. Throw from Windsor as Rihanna Southby jumping high, couldn't quite take it.
And she made 28 against the Storm in Manchester on Saturday. So 2 starts and a big 100.
Yeah, she is a very good player. So Smale, nice looking shot off the back foot, straight to Lindsay Smith at extra cover though. This might be an interesting partnership, should the Vipers not get either of these two out fairly early. These two are very strong players as Adams bowls. Smale cuts that one into the same gap. Windsor again off the boundary, and that's 20 up for Thunder. Remember, the Thunder have never beaten the Vipers in this competition. There was that tie that Charlotte mentioned earlier last year at Southport, but other than that, the Vipers have won the 3 other games that these two have played against each other in this competition. Thank you, Charlotte. She'll be back shortly. Phil Green from the Hursley Park Ladies Club, cricket manager there, will be alongside me for the next half an hour. 20 for 1 then, 11 gone. And Lindsay Smith will continue. Oh, I've got to turn you around the other way, I think, Phil. Do that way. That's it. Smith, left arm round, bowls, and that's a nice drive by Smale up to mid-off. And there's no run. Morning, Phil.
Morning, Kev. Morning, everyone. As you say, much nicer weather today than we had last Wednesday here.
Beautiful, isn't it? Smith bowls again. Smells on the back foot. Can't find the gap as it goes out to Charlie, not in the covers.
One thing we say about how quickly the Vipers bowl, normally we do this half hour on commentary shift, and normally it's 8 or 9 overs, but already into the 12th.
Yes, they have raced through it. Smell works out on the leg side and quickly in there. Is that Nancy Harmon?
It is, yeah.
One of the 4 changes. Abby Norgrove, Nancy Harmon, Georgia Elwes, and Alice Monaghan. The changes in for the Vipers. It's a drive up to mid-on by Smale. I just detected a little bit of frustration there, a bit of bottom hand in that shot as it went up to Ella McGacken.
Yeah, frustration's already cost them 1 wicket, hasn't it?
Certainly has, yeah. Not a great shot from Sachi Pai, heaving across the line to Lindsay Smith in her previous over. Comes in again, Smith. She's just so accurate. Smale can't find a gap as she nudges that away behind square on the offside. There's no run there. That's gone to Abby Norgrove. Abby Norgrove's playing a 6th match in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today for the Vipers. On the back foot, and she can't quite find a gap there. She wants a single, even though it wasn't picked up cleanly by Georgia Elwes. Throws the ball back to Rihanna Southby. You can see the frustration now creeping in, certainly into Sarah Smale's game. She's looked pretty out there, there's no doubt about it. The ball's been hit in the middle of the bat. She can't pierce the field.
No, and the score's only 20 off 13, which is why they're obviously looking a little bit, I'd say desperate is probably an overstatement, but they're certainly looking anxious, or the tea openers have looked anxious. And I think it's partly, as just saying again, because they get through the overs so quickly, it just puts that much more pressure on. I mean, we're into the 13th over already, and we've seen we've only just started. You know, a lot of the innings already gone. So that's the sort of Vipers tactic with a lot of spinners, obviously, and they all bowl their overs really quickly. So it's Georgia Adams in from the Dibley end. And this one's just played out by Mac to mid-on. Another dot ball. Georgia Elwes fielding on that drive position on the onside. Adams in again, quickly in again. And that one's trying to turn away on the leg side, Mac, and it got that sort of outside edge. Sort of turned around a little bit. And once again, they seem to be beating the bat on the outside rather than the inside. The off spinner, Adams in again, down the wicket, Mac, but just plays it into mid wicket to Nancy Harmon once she got there. So good tight control here from Vipers. Now sending mid on back, having seen Mac come down the wicket there. So mid on going back to long on for the rest of this over, or certainly for this ball at least. Adams in again, and that's just turned away by Mac, and they look for a single, but it's not there. Tight fielders there. They're not on the circle. They're like Nancy Harmon and Lindsay Smith this side, good 7 or 8 yards in from the circle rather than on it. So they're stopping that one. Adams in again. Mac down the wicket again. This time does find the gap on the offside. That's a nice shot, and that's going to run away for a much needed boundary for the Thunder. She used her feet well then and got it wide to the left hand side of Mary Taylor at mid off. And as Kev was saying earlier, the outfield here is immaculate, so once it gets through there, it's going to run away. So that's 4. Welcome 4 to Thunder. Mac goes up to 5. The score moves up to 24. We're in the 13th over. Adams in again. Mac down the wicket again, but Adams pulls it back a little bit this time, seeing her coming. And Mac gets there, but then just defends. At the end of the over, it's 24 for 1.
She's not frightened to use her feet.
No, she came down almost the first ball she faced, didn't she?
Yeah. You can see she's a good player. No doubt about that. 100 already in this competition, as we mentioned. She's played a lot of matches for the ACT, the Australian Capital Territories, back in their national women's competition. 82 matches. She averages 37. That's a high score of 140 not out in there, so she is used to big scores.
Yeah, and plays in the Women's Big Bash as well.
Yep.
We've got bowling change now.
So we've got Charlie Knott, I think they said.
Yep.
The off spinner, the Aussie off spinner, the Vipers overseas import. Plays her cricket for Queensland, so she would have played a bit against Katie Mack.
Yep.
And, she's proved a big hit already with the Vipers, both with the ball and with the bat.
Yeah, scored over 40 in all 3 games she's played.
She has.
So far.
She's been tight with her bowling as well. She's not gone for more than 35. That was in the first game at the Stars. And she's going to be bowling to Sarah Smale. She's bowling in a cap. bowls, and Smale's on the back foot, works that into the gap on the leg side. Smale moves on to 12, 25 for 1. Sachi Pai, the one wicket that's fallen in the 10th over, heaving across the line to Lindsay Smith. She was out for 8. 17 for 1 the score there.
Just thinking back, you say about bowling with the cap. Georgia Adams didn't bowl with the cap this time, did she? Which, come back to that.
It's not bowls. And again, that's worked square on the leg side where there's a gap. And Mac picks up 1, moves on to 6, 26 for 1.
Yeah, Georgia Adams has been bowling in the cap in the other games, and the fact that she isn't today, according to Charlotte, suggests that her finger's okay. Because the reason she was bowling in the cap is that she couldn't actually take it off easily with her finger injury. So that suggests that her finger's healing up and she can bowl without one.
Yeah, that's good news. Smale drives pleasantly again, once more up to mid-on this time. She's regularly hitting mid-on and mid-off, and they're back a little bit. They're almost on the 25-yard circle, and she's hitting it well. She's hitting it too well.
Yeah. If she just played that gently, there probably is a single to them, but she's saying it too well.
This is a good move, because they're now blocking that gap square on the leg side. The girl on the 45, that's Georgia Adams, is now coming just in front of square, where the Thunder batters were just able to push for a single. There they do.
Just there.
Now they can't, because Adams is there. Good move. Nothing's really gone fine. The tight line the Vipers have bowled, there hasn't really been anything that's gone behind square on the leg side. Not too much anyway.
Got a deep backward square as sort of cover as well.
Yeah. We haven't seen any sweeping as yet from any of the batters against the spinners. Now that actually is worked on the leg side, but with Windsor going slightly finer at deep backward square leg, they do pick up 2. So that's a good move from Smale. Actually hit it where Adams would have been.
Yeah, as you say, they're not giving much width, so the ball isn't coming this direction very often.
28 for 1 in the 14th. It's Charlie Knott from the deer end. Fly tiered. Smale pushes that back to the bowler, and that's the end of another over. You're right, they are getting through these overs quite quickly. That's 14 overs, and I'm looking at my clock, and we are about 40 minutes in.
Yep. And you normally sort of say in the modern game 17 overs an hour, but we're looking more like, well, 20 odd. We're going to have another bowling change. It's still spin though, because Nancy Harmon is coming on to bowl her leg breaks from the Dipley end. So a short spell for Georgia Adams. Obviously keen to get Harmon making her first appearance of the season, keen to get her into the action.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably sort of playing as the extra spinner instead of Charlie Dean today in the balance on the side. A leg spinner rather than an off spinner. So the Vipers have got all 3 of the traditional spin options: left arm spinner, off spinner, leg spinner. Just haven't got a left arm googly bowler. That's what they're lacking, really.
You've not got one at Hursley?
No, unfortunately not. Actually, we have got a young under-16 girl who bowls that option, but she's probably a bit off this level just yet. So Nancy Harmon, we've got a deep square out there, and a deep long on and a deep cover in front of us. Those 3 fielders out, and she comes in, and that's a bit short and back foot from Mac, but she can't get it past cover. But that was a little bit short from first up from Nancy Harmon, bowling in sunglasses. And again, just 3 or 4 paces. And again, that's short. And again, it's off the back foot. And this time she does get past the infield, Mac, but it's only going to be a single. As Windsor, as always on the boundary, one of the boundary riders, and she makes a lot of ground to the right, keeps them down to 1. So just needs to get a little bit fuller here, Nancy Harmon. She is in again. That one is fuller. That's a much better ball. Turned away by Smale into mid-wicket. A little bit quicker, that one as well, I think. As we always say, being side on, you can judge the pace of delivery better, even though it's not best commentary position for other reasons, the line, but certainly from pace it's good. So Harmon in again. This time Smale's on the back foot, and she manages to work it onto the leg side for a single. Monaghan in off the boundary. Not a very good throw to the keeper. So a little bit untidy there. But No danger of an overthrow. Mac back on strike. It's interesting to see if she uses her feet to the leg spinner, turning away from her. And she does, is the answer. She comes straight down, meets it on the full toss, and drives it down to long on for a single. So happy to come down the track even to the ball turning away. So I say, got it on the full that time. Harman in again. And Smale also down the wicket, but only pushes it back. Harman fields off her own bowling. So just 3 off Nancy Harman's first over and scores 31 at the end of the 15th, 31 for 1.
Yeah, if you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll see there's not really any turn there for Harman. There hasn't really been any turn for any of the spinners.
No.
Last week was a little different. Charlie Dean got a little bit.
Well, last week it seemed to turn at the start, and then as the day went on, it didn't so much.
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Seems as though there's anything there at the moment.
But Lindsay Smith, of course, is more like she more beats the inside edge of the bat, doesn't she, with the arm ball?
Yeah.
And more often than not.
She rolls it out rather than swings it,
Yeah.
doesn't she, really? Charlie Knott with her off spin to continue from the deer end, left to right as we watch. She's bowling to Katie Mack, who again uses her feet, but just works that to mid-wicket. And there's no runs. So just to repeat the bowling figures for the Vipers so far. Mary Taylor with her seamers, 3 overs, none for 9. 6 overs, 1 for 5, Lindsay Smith. Mack works that on the leg side. They're going to take a single. They've gone back to the fielder on the leg side behind square this time. Ella McGacken fields, throws at the bowler's end. Mack picks up a single, moves on to 9, 32 for 1. Georgia Adams, 4 overs, none for 10. Charlie Knott's first over went for 4. She's into her second. And as Phil says, Nancy Harman's first over went for 3. Here's Charlie Knott. Ooh, low full toss, hammered away by Smale on the leg side, and I don't think Nancy Harman's getting there. She's not quite. First real bad ball we've seen from the Vipers.
Gift, wasn't it? Yeah.
Sure, that slipped out of Charlie Knott's fingers somewhat. We're not used to seeing her in the short time we've seen her at the Vipers bowl balls like that. Smale taking full advantage. 19 she moves to, 36 for 1 in the 16th.
Good from Smale though, because when you've been tied down, sometimes you get a loose ball and you're not ready for it almost, but she latched onto it straight away.
Yeah. Well, it's just coming a little easier at the moment for the Thunder as that's worked up to mid-on again. A bit quieter this time. From Smale, there's a digger behind us. Digging up the road, are they? It's not that sort of place. With a car alarm go off, a digger. Sort of 2 noises I wouldn't have expected to hear here. There it goes again. That's cut away by Smale. This could be more runs, backward a point. Running away down to the far side of the ground. 2 to Smale. Takes her on to 21 and the Thunder total on to 38 for 1.
Yeah, when the car alarm was going off just now, my first reaction was, oh no, that's not mine again, is it? Because that happened to me the other night at home.
Did it?
And then I remember that my car's in Eastleigh because I came out with you, so I realised it obviously wasn't mine. But my first thought was, oh no. Yeah.
You're always looking around, aren't you? Thinking, sounds like we're on a building site here. It couldn't be further away from a scene like that than here. That's worked out to deep cover where Alice Monaghan is fielding at the far side of the ground. That feels quite a long way away from here. End of the over. That is 16 gone here. 39 for 1. It's so out of character, that sound for here. It's unbelievable. If I'd had a bet, if somebody said you'll hear a digger at Wormsley, I would have said no, you wouldn't. There's 100 quid. It says you wouldn't, and there it is.
We're getting ready for the opera.
Yeah.
You say Lindsay Smith figures 6 overs for 5.
Was it 6 overs, 1 for 5? Yeah.
I mean, last week here, she set the record for the least conceded for a Vipers spell. She did 20 off 10, so she's at the moment she's got a chance of beating herself. Yeah? Harman in again. It's flighted up, driven down the ground by Smale, but fielded at mid-off by Mary Taylor. But a bit more flight that time from Harman. She's tossing the ball in her hand, spinning it as she walks back to her very short run. In again, full toss this time, and that is picked up well by Smale, but she's not going to get more than 1. She gets it down to...
Got away with that. Got away with that.
She did get away with that one.
There's that digger again. What is going on? Are they digging up the, was it the opera arena?
Well, they're getting ready for the opera next week or something, I think. Yeah, open air opera. This one's down the wicket again, Mac, and she gets it. Looks like she had to stretch a little bit from when she got there, but she got it through to the cover boundary. Emily Windsor out there. And another single to Mac, so she's up to 10 into double figures. 41 for 1 on the board for Thunder, Lancashire Thunder. Harmon in again, and Smale down the wicket. They down to long on for a single. They obviously worked out that they're going to play Nancy Harmon from outside the crease. It's one of those occasions where the wicket-keeper's getting very excited. It's an option every ball almost. Harmon in again down the wicket. Mac, and again nicely driven, but straight to Mary Taylor at mid-off. She's busy in that position today. As Charlotte was saying earlier, took a really good catch on Saturday at the Utility Bowl. Harmon in again. This time the back foot. She looked like she's coming down the wicket, changed her mind, and just played it on the offside. So that's a good over for the Vipers. And the score has moved on from 17 overs to 42 for 1.
And we have had less than 15 minutes of play, and we've had 17 overs. They're going to get 20 overs in an hour easily here, the way things are going.
Yeah, it's well, it's good for, it's certainly good for the bowling side, because like we keep saying, the batters almost don't realise how many are getting clocked up. I mean, they surely do realise, but you haven't got time to sort of think and consolidate your position, have you? You've played one ball, and the next over's back on you again. So it's good pressure situation from the Vipers.
Charlie Knott with a off spin to continue from the deer end, left to right as we are looking. She's bowling to Sarah Smale, who's on 24, and Smale's on the back foot, steers that to square leg where Ella McGacken is being positioned. I'm just wondering if McGacken then is square for Smale and maybe slightly finer for Mac. We'll keep an eye on that one as the Vipers just look to try and cut that channel off, which early on was an easy source of a single. As down the wicket comes Smale, works that up to mid-on again where Georgia Adams fields. Well, I don't think the crowd is much different than last week. Last week it was cold, there was a few people on their, well, not deck chairs, they're not deck chairs, are they? More like director's chairs and one or two things like that, but not too many more today, even though it's much more pleasant. There's another pleasant drive up to mid-on from Smale, but again, she can't pierce the field.
I think there's probably a few more here.
Do you think so?
Also, last week the crowd was swelled at one point because there was like a corporate lunch, wasn't there? Poured in.
Yes, there was, yeah.
Poured out again. But I think there's probably a few more.
Yeah, big tented sort of semi-permanent marquee to our left as that's cut away by Smale out to deep point. Again, where's Alice Monaghan, who's all on her own down at the far end of the ground by the little scoreboard, the thatched scoreboard down there.
Tend to have Monaghan one side and Windsor the other. That's the theme
They do.
normally for Vipers, isn't it?
They do. Not in again to Mac. Mac's on the back foot, cuts, misses. Taken by Rhiannon Southby. Rather surprising, he doesn't take the bails off this time. Often that happens, but I suppose she's on the back foot, you can't. Georgia Adams is pushing herself out to deep mid-on here for Katie Mack as we get towards the later stages of Charlie Knott's over. Comes in again and bowls. Mac uses her feet, tries to find that gap, and she just about finds it, although it's to Georgia Elwis's right at mid-wicket rather than left, and I think Elwis may just have been wrong-footed with that one.
Yeah, she did. She just lost her footing a little bit.
End of the over, 18 gone, and the Thunder having been put into bat here of 44 for 1 with Smale on 25. Katie Mack has 11. Sachi Pai, the one wicket that's fallen, she made 8.
One thing we're lacking this week compared to last week, Kev, is we haven't seen any the kites.
Not yet.
Kites yet. They caused quite a lot of amusement last week. Well, not always amusement.
They were huge, and they were swooping, and on a couple of occasions they did actually swoop into people's food who were sitting around the pavilion. Do you want to get some water, Phil? I'll carry on.
Just seem to bring on a bit of a cough when I get on commentary. So Nancy Harmon from the Dibley end. And Max down the wicket, makes that into a full toss. Gets it through to mid-wicket on a sort of half sweep shot on the full for a single. So singles ticking along, but boundaries in rare supply for Thunder at the moment. Harmon in again. Smale down the wicket, gets a bit of a leading edge to extra cover. No run. Harman again, quickly and again. Down the wicket, Smale, that's a good straight drive, but again it's only going to be a single. Field's set well here.
Gives it plenty of air, Nancy Harman. Gives it a chance to spin, but it actually isn't. Phil, go and get some water. He's going off to get some water. As Phil will just take over for the moment as Harman comes in again. Mac works that away on the leg side. Again, Alice Monaghan's in play down there at the far end of the ground. And Mac moves on to 13. 47 for 1 here at the Thunder. Hasn't been too many boundaries. These two trying to put together a partnership and get some momentum in the Thunder innings. Harman again, right to left as we look, and bowls. Pulling away on the leg side is Smale. That could be a boundary. Little too short there. Nobody at deep mid wicket. Not for that shot. And that is the 50 up for Thunder. 51 for 1 in the 19th over. Oh,
I think that's only the third boundary that I can remember. I think there was a, oh no, fourth. There was Pye hit one through the offside. There was a full toss hit over here by Smale, and I think that's the fourth boundary in total.
I'll try. Yeah, I think you're right, actually, Phil. I'll double check that in a minute.
There was an extra cover drive from Mac. Smales hit 2 through mid wicket, and I think Pye hit one off the back foot.
Exactly right.
Yeah. So only 4 boundaries in the 19th over. On what we think is a pretty decent batting track. So they'll be, well, they'll certainly be needing a score, you'd have thought, sort of in the 250 range. They'd be looking for. Harman in again. And this time Smale chips it in the air and he just eludes the fielder mid wicket there, which is Charlie Knott, I think. Just diving to her left, but it was aerial, but didn't go to hand. So they managed to come through for a single. So Smale now up to 31 and Thunder up to 52.
Yeah, Central Sparks here last week, 172 for 9.
And it wasn't enough.
173 for 3. The Vipers in the 39th. It was never enough, was it really? So, yeah, 200 plus.
But they had to rebuild having lost wickets at the start, whereas here they haven't lost wickets. Well, they've lost the 1, but just haven't really been able to move the score along at any pace as yet. But still 31 overs to go. But you'd think they'd have to be looking at 250, Kev, wouldn't you, really?
Yeah, definitely. Charlie Knott to continue from the deer end on the left-hand side as we look. We're just to the right of the pavilion, which also has a thatch roof here. As that's cut away by Smale, out in the deep. Alice Monaghan again. Coming in 53 for 1. I reckon we'll probably get another 2 overs in before we've had an hour's play, which means the Vipers will have bowled 21 overs in the first hour.
That's impressive.
The 20th now. And we're about 25 past 11. Here's Charlie Knott again. Mac uses her feet, works that to George Relwis at mid-wicket.
Because you get penalised, of course, if you don't bowl your overs in a certain time. I don't think there's much danger of happening to the Vipers today.
Yeah, I think we'll be in the car early today, the way things are. Even if we get all 100 overs in as Knott bowls. And Mac just works it away. Very fine down to third. It was a full delivery from Charlie Knott. Quite well played by Mac. Just opened the face and eased it into the gap.
It's gone very fine, but I think it's off the middle of the bat. I think she's just run that down there. As you say, it's an unusual shot because it was a full delivery, and she just let it hit the bat, really, didn't she?
She did.
It was a well executed shot.
Moves on to 17, 57 for 1. The Thunder lost by 9 wickets to the Northern Diamonds at Riverside in their opening Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game this season. As Knott bowls, Mac again uses her feet, but it's only gone as far as mid-on. They won by 142 runs against the Sunrisers at Old Trafford. Mac got 100 in that game. Fee Morris, who's due in next, got 89. And they lost by 66 runs to the Western Storm at Old Trafford. I think that result was a surprise.
Yeah.
Storm making 252 for 6 in that game at the weekend as Mac works that into the gap square on the leg side. Takes the total on to 58 for 1. The Thunder were bowled out for 186.
Yeah, Mac and Morris put on 191 in that game, partnership. They gave me a Sunrise there, sorry. Yeah. So obviously they're a key pair for this team this season at the moment.
So Charlie Knott again then, flights that one. Smale works that just to the left of Magaku's thrown at the bowler's end, but Smale's easily home. 59 for one, starting to run well between the wickets, these two. Also started to find the boundary a little bit more often, and that is 20 overs done.
Yep, up to virtually 3 and over now. So at one point it was around about 1.5, so they are accelerating as you'd expect in this middle phase. But Viper's already used five bowlers, of course. And still got Alice Monaghan as a seam option. And not sure about Georgia Elvis as a bowling option or not. We think probably not still. Saving her back injury. Playing just as a batter at the moment. So Nancy Harmon's going to bowl again from the Dibley end.
Hasn't actually bowled in this competition this year, although she missed the last game.
Yeah. Smale down the wicket, but almost Yorks herself. I think her on the foot, the way she's jumped away there. Or she's hit herself on the foot with the bat, I think.
That'll hurt.
She's hopping around in the crease there. I think she just actually hit it. She turned it into a Yorker by coming down the wicket, but actually hit her foot with the bat, I think. But anyway, there's no run. Harmon in again. And this time, Smale defensively just plays it up to Charlie Knott, who's in that sort of straightish mid-wicket position, saving one. You've got her on that side, and Georgia Elvis on this side doing the similar job, trying to cut off that drive down the ground. Harmon in again. Smale just on the back foot this time, trying to run it down on the leg side. And interesting, there was a bit of a delay, and then Rhys Southby took the bails off, and there's quite an animated appeal to the umpire at square leg, almost as if Smale moved afterwards, I think. It was all very delayed, but Southby seemed quite excited about that one. I know she takes the bails off a lot, but she actually seemed pretty keen on it. But anyway, it's not out, but just a little bit of a delayed reaction. Harmon in again. Back foot again from Smale, but she pulls it hard. Oof. But Charlie Knott falling to her left at mid-on, or straight mid-wicket, prevents any run. So Smale looking this over to get on the back foot more than coming down the wicket. She's sort of rocked back 3 times in a row now on these deliveries. And again she's on the back foot and pulling it away to Monaghan, a deep square. So I think maybe they just had a look at Nancy Harmon here and thought the length she's bowling, we're better off sitting back and waiting rather than running at it, because that seems to be, certainly in case of Smale, that's what she's been doing this over. But now she's gone to Katie Mack, so let's see what she's going to do. Slight adjustment in the field here for Mack. They've pushed the offside a little bit deeper. Harmon in. And Mack is down the wicket, down the leg side. This time there's again an appeal for stumping. Good work from Southby. It will be a wide, because it was down. I don't know if Harmon saw her coming, but she came down the wicket and she threw it down the leg side. And Southby, as always, got the bails off quickly, but Mack managed to get back. But you have to give the benefit to the bowler there. I think it was good bowling if she saw her coming, but of course she does concede the wide because of it. This time Mack is on the back foot and just plays it back to Harmon. So that's a good over from Harmon. The batter's doing something different that time, and we're up to 61 for 1 for the Thunder. Sashi Pai was the wicket to fall. We're going to have a commentary change now with Kev going off for a well-earned rest, and Charlotte Taylor is returning. And there's a drinks being brought on for the batters, so there's a little delay in play. We're still a few overs from the official break, but the batters are getting a drink. It is a bit warmer today, not exactly tropical heat, but a lot more pleasant than they've been playing in most of this year. Welcome back, Charlotte.
Thank you, Phil. Slow going still here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's picked up a little bit in your absence. They've accelerated somewhat, but still really Vipers very much controlling the situation. It's going to be a bowling change now, back to seam with Mary Taylor bowling from the Deer Park end.
And just seeming to switch it up every now and again. Just to keep the batter on their toes.
Yeah, well, that's one of the ways of keeping the pressure on, isn't it? Just keep switching it around, keep the batters thinking. And they certainly do that, the Vipers. Bowlers bowl a lot of short spells.
Mary Taylor in to Smale, who's driving nicely to Captain George Adams, mid-on. No runners taken. She plays very well straight, doesn't she, Smale?
She does.
Strong.
Mid-on and mid-off have been very busy at both ends to her. But she hits it too hard to get a single, doesn't she? We were saying those fielders are right back on the ring.
Well, you've got to go straight away.
Yeah.
Taylor in again then, full toss, low full toss. Smale drives, this time to Elwes at mid-off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one because you've got the two fielders sort of cutting off the drive, so it's not really a single by pushing it to mid-on, mid-off. So mid-on and mid-off can go back that a little bit deeper. So it's good, as long as you bowl straight, that's a good field setting.
Taylor in again on the pads of Smale, tries to whip that through the leg side and is unsuccessful in doing so. Another dot. Taylor still searching for a first wicket in this competition. We said it earlier.
That's this season.
Yeah,
not wickets last.
Yeah,
certainly got wickets
just
in the
this year.
past.
We only care about this year, Phil.
Okay.
You're only as good as your last game. Taylor in again. Driving again as Smale to mid-wicket this time. Charlie not there, does the fielding. Another dot, she's building the pressure here.
As you were saying, Mary Taylor's a great catch on Saturday, which, as well as being an important catch because it was one of their leading players she cut out, it was good for her because she struggled a bit with the ball.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need that to give you confidence, a little bit of a lift.
And that might be what's driving her confidence in this game as she builds momentum here. Almost a Yorker length delivery that again Smale is driving but can only find Elwes at mid-off.
I think we said at the time on Saturday that will give her confidence for when she comes back onto bowl, but of course because of the rain she never did come back. But
but you can take it into the next game.
Yeah, you
can't
can, and it just gives. I think all the fielders were so pleased for her when she took that catch.
Especially because she works so hard on her fielding.
Yeah.
As all the girls do. He's in again, past the umpire and on the back foot this time is Smale and finds the fielder at deep cover, should I say. One more to the total. She moves to 35, 62 for one at the end of the 21st.
I know the Vipers backroom team keep a lot of stats, Charlotte, and you know more about this, but it'd be interesting to see how many over a season, how many balls Alice Monaghan and Emily Windsor on either side actually field.
Yeah.
On commentary it seems we're either saying those two are fielding at the boundary or it's being cut off at mid-off. It used to be Schofield and Bouchier, didn't it? Always in those positions. Today it's Elwes and Knott, but those fielders seem to be. There's a lot of fielders that don't seem to get a lot of the ball, and there's 3 or 4 that seem to field a lot high percentage.
That's generally what you do, isn't it? You put your best fielders in the hot spots,
exactly, where
and
you think,
well suited to the position. So
and where they're used to fielding.
And Monaghan and Windsor, for example, are extremely quick across the grounds. Therefore, using that pace laterally is beneficial.
Ideal boundary fielders. Nancy Harmon in again from the Dibley end, and this time Smale is down the wicket because there's a slight misfield from Knott at mid-on. They're able to come through. Ball. She's fielding that position where one of the used wickets is just in front of her, and a couple of times the ball's bounced a little bit awkwardly out of the ends.
Yeah, it becomes difficult, doesn't it, when it does that?
So twice I think that's caused a slight fumble from Charlie Knott.
I think they're going to have a slip in.
They're going to put a slip in now, yeah, which is interesting. So that's possibly because Mac was tending to play. Well, she went on the back foot most of the last over, but she has gone into slip, George Adams. And Mac's down the wicket again. This time turns it into mid-wicket. Gets a single. Nancy Harmon, hands on her head then as if she thought she might have got through. And obviously Rihanna Southby behind the stumps is going to be very alert here with the batters down the wicket all the time. It's just what a keeper wants to see, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Entice them into the drive.
So Harmon in again. Down the wicket again. This time that's Smale. And this time it's out to a deep mid-wicket that's now been posted.
That's so Charlie not out there.
Yeah, so just a single.
She's not all the way on the rope though, she's about
20 yards in. The same as last week we noticed that over that far side. Again down the wicket. This time Max turned it fine. She's going to. Southby's after it, but they're going to get 2. There's no fielder back there on the circle, and Southby's chased it to beyond the 25-yard circle, and they're able to come back for 2. They realised straight away there was 2.
Harman's bowled well since she's come on, hasn't she?
She has. First over she was a bit short, but
I've seen only one sort of genuine drag down.
Yeah. Just seeing our first red kite of the day. I'll have to report. We had a few comments last week about the red kites who were quite active. Harman in again. Short run. Tosses that one up. Mac drives it. It's down to long on for a single. Yeah, she has bowled well here, Nancy Harman. First appearance of the season for the Vipers.
And when you're in and out, I was saying to Kev at the beginning of the broadcast that when you're in and out of a side like that, it does make it difficult, especially for a leg spinner, which is one of the hardest skills in the game.
You've got to make that impact straight away.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's in again, and this time off the back foot Smale. That's a good shot. She punches that away on the offside. She's going to come back for 2 because it's wide enough of Emily Windsor. That ball hit down towards us. That's off the back foot, and Smale in the last 2 overs from Nancy Harman has opted to go on the back foot rather than at the start she was coming down to her, and now she's playing off the back foot, whereas Mac is coming down the wicket. So from a bowler's point of view, constant sort of thought process, different they're both right-handers, but they're totally different approaches to how they're playing her at the moment.
Absolutely. And sometimes with Nancy Harman is that she bowls quicker, she's a quicker leg spinner, so you can use your feet and go backwards and get into a good position, strong base, and hit from there. It's a good option, especially on a good wicket like this where the ball comes on. You're not going to get the one, or hopefully not going to get the one, touch wood. It scoots along.
Skids through, yeah. Skids through down the ground.
Taylor then to continue then from the Deer Park end. She's going to start her 5th. She's only gone for 10 so far. But she, as I've said before, she'll be dying to take that first wicket of her campaign this year. She's bowling to Mac, who's pressing forward. And off her legs this time, Southby comes out from behind the stumps and collects from just inside the circle.
Leg by.
Collects 1 leg by, yep. 71 the score now for the Thunder. Almost through halfway here. So they'll be happy to keep a lid on things, the Vipers. Don't let anything get away. Both batters being very watchful. Taylor in again, strong action, defending into the offside this time as Smale. Good length delivery.
I was saying earlier, Charlotte, I know teams always look at what's a good target they're going to set here, but you'd think they must be looking 250 sort of minimum here, isn't it? I'd have thought.
Yeah, I would think so, especially on a good batting wicket.
Yeah.
And knowing that potentially there's rain later and the DLS comes into it as it did on Saturday. Taylor in again, full length delivery on the legs of Smale. She almost thinks about 1, but Taylor's forward and her follow through and collects the ball.
It's a very distinctive way of playing that shot on the leg side, doesn't she, Smale? It's sort of a high back lift and a really high sort of pick up follow through. It's almost like the way a lot of the Indian players play, sort of wristy leg shot. Sort of you can imagine Dhoni playing like that, for instance, in the men's game. But it's quite a distinctive way of playing.
Taylor in again, full delivery and driving to mid-on is Smale. Can't collect a single on that occasion. She's holding her bat in one hand now, almost a little bit frustrated that she can't get those. They are almost genuine half volleys from Mary Taylor on a couple of occasions, and just only managing to find the fielders straight.
That's the frustration, isn't it? She's actually timing it quite well, but hitting the fielders.
But she can't let herself get too frustrated, because that's what we saw happen to Pai. A little build up of pressure and she played a rash shot. That's a better shot. Forward on the front foot, slap through the offside. That'll be 4. A bit of width on offer from Mary Taylor. She hangs her head in shame almost, doesn't she? Disappointed with that one. She'd built a lot of pressure and then released it all in one go.
And Emily Windsor's just sprinted all the way from the boundary to have a word with Georgia Adams. Emily, of course, the vice-captain of this side. She's obviously spotted something, I think, because as that ball was going to the boundary on the far side, she was straight over to Georgia Adams to offer some words of wisdom. I would imagine that's what it is, rather than discussing what they're going to have for lunch.
Yeah. Taylor in again. See what she can come back with here. That's a better length delivery, turned on the legs of Smale into the leg side. Charlie Knott comes round, does the fielding to her right hand side, and they collect 1 more, so a Decent over for the Thunder. 76. We're through 23 overs. Is that now, Phil? Can't
24, I think
24 now.
Yeah.
Yep, it's just clicked over. 24 overs gone, 76 for 1.
So we're over 3 and over. We're watching that run rate. It's sort of around about 1.5, 1 3/4 for a while, but it's just up over 3 now. And again, rotating the bowler. Georgia Adams back on for a second spell from the Deer Park. And I was saying when you were off air, Charlotte, the fact that Georgia Adams is not bowling in a cap suggests her finger's all right, doesn't it, from what you told us?
Yeah.
So obviously that's improved.
And she's carded to come in at 4 again today, so I guess it's feeling a little bit better.
Excellent. So Adams in. This is off the back foot from Smale and out to Emily Windsor and the cover boundary for another single. So Smale edging towards a half century here.
Edging is the word, isn't it? Slowly but surely.
45 now she is, and 77 for 1. Adams in again. Mac just waits on that one and just plays it away, places it behind square on the offside for a single. Poor throw there from
Norgrove.
Norgrove, yeah. Eluded Rihanna Southby, but there wasn't any chance for overthrow. Adams in again. Smale just forces that down to the onside. Was going to long on, but Charlie not very energetic running round to cut it off going to long on.
More energetic than us, Phil, yeah.
Certainly more energetic than me.
I was going to say, if we put both our top speeds together, will we still get there? I'm not sure.
Adams in again, and that's turned away by Mac. Just wide enough of the mid-wicket fielder, Nancy Harmon, for a single. So dealing in singles as their currency this over. The Thunder.
In her first spell, Adams bowled 4 overs for 10.
Yeah, and no one's really got after, obviously, from those figures. I don't think she's conceded a boundary yet. Just back of a length and Smale again. Down the ground. McCacken there at long on. Another single. Throw comes in on one bounce to the bowler. Smale up to 47 and total up to 81.
I'm just waiting for something to happen now, Phil. I'm saying, is the big shot coming? There's a wicket coming? You just feel like something's building.
Yeah, this time Mac just plays it into mid, a little bit uppish, mid-wicket, but to Nancy Harmon. Yeah, you're right, you get this phase in 50 over games, don't you, in the middle, that middle phase where sometimes, we're going to the interval now, the drinks interval at 25, 81 for 1. But sometimes it's like both sides are happy with how it's going. Like the fielding side are happy to concede a singular ball, the batting side are happy to score a singular ball, and there's almost like a stalemate for 10 overs. You get that in the game. But I think you're right, in this one, it's not quite that situation because the Thunder need to actually accelerate a bit more than that. You know, one ball isn't really good enough from right now.
Especially on such a good wicket.
Yeah, just quick outfield.
Yeah, and you just feel like you want to cash in as much as possible. Let's just check in on the other scores round the grounds while we're having this drinks interval. The score here 81 for 1 after 25. Of course, 3 other fixtures going on in this competition today. Where are Central Sparks and Sunrisers? They are at Kidderminster. Sparks through 56 for 2. Eve Jones fell first ball of the game. Both wickets to Kate Kopak. Jones and Brewer the wickets to fall, both for no score. Freeborn and the overseas Courtney Webb are rebuilding there. Diamonds are playing at Scarborough, and they are 56 for 4 there. Armitage again not making any. Winfield Hill fell for 8 as well, so they're struggling there. 2 wickets for Kirsty Gordon.
Scarbados, the locals call that, don't they?
Only if it's above 6 degrees or something, probably.
Only if you live there, you call it. I mean.
And the last game in this fixture has just started, actually, because they were delayed, I assume, for a rain delay or a wet pitch down at Taunton. They've just started. The South East Stars, they did they win the toss? No, they lost the toss, but have been put into bat, and they're 1 for no loss at the minute. So just early.
Has that reduced overs game then, presumably?
Yeah, it says 43.3 overs remaining, so a 44 over game.
Yeah.
They lost a bit of time. The other scores in this competition. And here, 81 for 1. Where are you seeing it then, Phil? We said 250 would be a good score. Do you think they're going to stand any chance of getting there?
Well, I think that's
where
what
they are now.
They're having a discussion now. Obviously, I think that's what they're still looking to get. You don't know what. They often say the batters are the ones who sort of say what the wicket's like and tell you what a good score is. The batters are actually out there, but I just think that's sort of what you need here.
So hold on, if they scored at a run a ball, 150 plus 81.
231.
231, yeah.
So
that's there or thereabouts with a little kick on at the end.
Yeah.
You'd like to think they'd still get there.
They've got wickets in hand.
Absolutely.
So, you know,
the only wicket to fall so far today, Sachi Pai, bowled a bit of a heave across the line, bowled by Lindsay Smith.
And the difference between this and last week with the Sparks was at this stage they were probably slightly less than this total, but they were wickets down. They were 4 or 5 down, so they had to rebuild. Katie George and a couple of different partners had to rebuild, whereas the platform,
you can just look to accelerate a little bit.
The platform's there, isn't it? You know, you've got 2 batters who've been in for a while. They've put on 60. You know, they're both in. So
they just don't want to waste too much time. If you just keep ticking along for too long, and you get into sort of the late 30s and only 15 left in terms of overs, then it starts to become a little bit difficult for those players who are coming in. They've got to go earlier, so you've got to make sure that it's a payoff between building a score and being stagnant and not building it quick enough. It's
a contrast to, we were saying on Saturday in the game at the Utility Bowl, the Vipers batters got to a really quick start, so they actually created the platform that the later batters didn't have to come in and score quickly straight away because the run rate was already good.
But having said that, I think the Vipers were still about 20 short, in my opinion, at the end of that innings.
Yeah, you're right.
If the game had gone its entirety, and I know they lost quick wickets, they're probably thinking more about the rain coming in, but say if it did run its course, I think they would have been, close to being 20 runs shy because they didn't quite kick on quickly enough. But you're absolutely right, they had the platform and they'd had a decent start that they could then kick on from there. So it's a really interesting position to be in.
They were well, for instance, just in score comparison, they were well ahead of this. I can't remember the halfway score, but it was more like 150, 160 or something at this stage. So we've got Lindsay Smith coming back into the attack, and she's not one they would normally look to accelerate off. 6 overs for 5 runs so far today.
I know. Compared to, and I said she was a bit expensive on Saturday. She's obviously heard me, gone back and said, I'm not having that again. Gone again. Smith in then from the Deer Park end to Smale, who's driving, to Nancy Harmon at mid-wicket.
And in danger of beating her own record of economical 10 over spell for the Vipers here. Yep. She set it last week on this ground with just 20 off 10. See if she can beat that today.
She's in again, back of a length this time, and Smale clips her off a hip and finds Emily Windsor at deep square leg. Collect one more, 48 to her score, 82 to the total.
Yeah, I'm guessing Smale's probably playing for a half century now. I know it's not all about personal milestones by any stretch, but it is nice to get that on the board.
Well, I think out of the two, Mac looks more of the aggressor, uses her feet a little bit more, as she does on this occasion, and almost yorks herself, but drives to George Adams at mid-on. Can't get her away once again. So maybe she's just saying, I'll get off strike and then maybe you can take more of an aggressive option. Again, uses her feet, and she definitely yorks herself this time, does Mac. She digs that one out into the leg side.
I don't know what you think about this, but she comes down the wicket virtually every ball, and from a bowler's point of view,
you can just set up for that, drag your length back.
Exactly, yeah. She doesn't vary it seems to me. But
no, she's down the wicket again and turns that one into the leg side. Gets nicely to the pitch of that one. And George Adams, who dropped out to long on, does the fielding. One more to the Thunder total, 83 the score. Mac moves to 25.
Yeah, so it looks like she's just gearing up to really go here, Mac.
Shorter this time from Smith, a rare short delivery from her. And Smale's on the back foot and slaps it to mid-off. It's the end of another one for Smith.
Just 2 off it?
Absolutely. She's bowling brilliantly.
Well, she's got that sort of action, hasn't she, that you can't see what can go wrong. It's just so smooth.
Repeatable.
It's repeatable, it's economical. It just looks so... Yeah, repeatable is a really good word, but you can't see that much can go wrong with it.
No.
Because it's just every ball is just the same. It's just classic left arm spin.
And
really.
Also, when you get into a rhythm like she's now in, even though you might chop and change the attack, you just go into every new over if that's, you know, the next one, or you have to wait 2 or 3 overs and come back again in short, sharp spells. You just feel in a rhythm, so you don't feel like there's any sort of wait. You don't have to build back into it. You just come straight back in, and if they're not, you know, being too aggressive, and the Thunder batters aren't at the moment.
It's up to the batters to change it, isn't it?
Yeah,
she can
change
just
the
carry on
tempo.
what she's doing. So we've got an interesting bowling change here now. 6th bowler introduced by Vipers. We've got Alice Monaghan coming on for a bowl. Seamer, of course, right arm seamer, doesn't get as many overs as maybe she'd like when she does play. Sometimes not used as a bowler, although she's a very capable right arm seamer, as we know. So she's going to bowl to Mac from the Dibley end, and her first ball is good pace and just worked into mid wicket for a single.
I like this bowling change though. I like, you know, if Alison Monaghan's in your side, she adds that extra bit of pace. There's nobody in this team that bowls with her pace. So I like the fact that they're using her, and they're using her early. They're not waiting, well, early-ish. They're not waiting to the back end of the innings. They're getting her in and bowling now, which I think is a really positive move, and I really like it from George Adams, the captain.
Yeah, it's good stuff from the skipper. And Monaghan again, that's a full toss. And Smale's got that through on the offside, and I don't think that's going to be caught by Adams. It's not. That was full toss, unfortunately, and Smale goes to 50 with that. So to 50. You may have heard in the background there, saves us looking on the screen, it's of 84 balls. The announcer is just behind us here. So 52 of 84 balls. Really good start, you'd think, but with that sort of stat, you've got to really go on from there, haven't you?
Yeah.
And make it a big one, as they say. That's what she'll be looking to do. Monaghan in again, that's shorter. Smale on the back foot, but only just plays it gently out to mid-wicket. Charlie Knox fielding.
Yeah, she reaches half century for the first time this season.
Okay.
To Seren Smale. I'm looking at a website, I'm not going to name the website, but they've got a picture of Sophia Smale.
Right.
When you open up Seren Smale's, of course there's 2 Smales, unrelated, in this competition. Sophia Smale of the Western Storm is now who I'm looking at.
Again, Monaghan, that's off the back foot. And played wide of Lindsay Smith, who fields on the dive, but can't prevent the single. They set off straight away. Up to 89 now, Thunder. This partnership building nicely. Smale, having reached to half century, will probably be looking, as we were saying, to accelerate.
You'd like to think that she would.
Yeah.
No, I would if I was in her position.
Monaghan in again. Matt goes for the cut this time, but misses. Bit of width there.
Yeah, and that's where she's beaten you for pace a little bit. She's played that shot when it's gone past her.
Yeah.
So that is what Alice Monaghan can bring you.
Yeah, she's
Throw
certainly
the ball.
the quicker of the ball.
Yeah, point of difference though, isn't it? We talk about point of difference and a variation in attack, and that's what she can give you. And looking at their bowlers, Mary Taylor, Lindsay Smith, George Adams and Charlie Knott would be your main 4, and then they're going to have to find 10 overs from between Harman and Monaghan, I suppose.
In again. And that's a full toss, and this time Max got it away, but she's not going to beat the fielder out there, who of course is not Monaghan, who's normally out there, but she's bowling, so that is
Charlie Knott
out there, just for a single. Scores up to 90 at the end of 27.
Yeah, good start from Monaghan. A couple of loose deliveries, low full tosses. But
yeah, but
she managed to get away with it.
And as you say, a bit of variety. It's nice to see. Adams just bowled 1 over in that spell, I think. She just bowled 1, and so ringing the changes.
She's a captain that's always thinking, a busy captain, always changing things, and maybe that's what Emily Windsor was saying about getting Monaghan on and trying something different.
Quite possibly, so we'll give a bit of credit to Emily Windsor.
I could be completely lying.
Even
it could be nothing to do with her.
Even though she might not deserve it, but we'll give it to her anyway.
Smith then to continue. She's going to bowl her 8th. She's only gone for 7 so far. Back on her stumps is Mac, not using her feet on this occasion. A flatter delivery from Smith turned into the leg side, and 1 more be collected. 91 the score. Mac moves to 28.
You were saying last week, Charlotte, how impressed you are with George Adams as a captain, having played with her obviously a lot. That she's a really good captain.
Smith again uses her feet. Oh, hit back to a drop catch by Smith. Smale uses her feet, gets underneath the ball, hits it automatic, well, straight back into the hands of Lindsay Smith, who puts it down. It's a rare drop chance.
She took a really good one here last week, didn't she, from that end? Caught and bowled.
Smale in again.
I think it was
Smith, and clipped off her legs this time.
I think it was one of those catches that was at that height where she wasn't sure whether to take it with hands up or hands down. You know, it was that awkward sort of height, and I think she may have got caught between the two decisions.
I think she did. Shorter this time from Smith, a bit of a drag down and clubbed into the leg side off the back foot from Smale, and she goes to one more. There's a few words between the two as Smale walks past Smith, and they have a couple of words. Lindsay probably, no doubt, saying something about giving her a life.
Friendly banter, we hope, but you never know.
Off the back foot this time is Matt, cutting nicely out to the fielder at deep cover. Monaghan out there does the fielding. One more to her total. She moves to 29, 93 the score for Thunder. We're through 27 overs here in the 28th as we speak. And we're just still dealing in singles. No real impetus, especially against Smith, to score any quicker than that. Another single up to long on from Smale. Hits that one along the floor, which I'm assuming is what she was going to do a couple of balls ago when she was dropped by Smith. She collects one more. 55 her total. 95. Was it 94? It's just clicked over, isn't it? 94 for one.
Yeah, they're very quick on the board over there, aren't they? It's up
almost too quick.
It's up almost before the run's completed, isn't it? It's great. I was saying last week, this is sort of old-fashioned traditional scoreboard, isn't it? You know, operated by somebody in there, or two people in there, obviously very keen on their job and do it very quickly. But it's nice to see, you know, we're used to sort of looking at big electronic scoreboards and players' names and all that, but that's just like, well, what I grew up on personally in my sort of
system.
my sort of era. That's a good old, and obviously this is a newish ground, but it was specifically built as in the old style. Like, they've got the resource here to have put in any sort of scoreboard, I guess, but they've opted for the old traditional one, and I like that.
Man of tradition, are you, Phil?
Well, in cricketing terms, I think there's a balance, isn't there? You want the sort of changes and things like that, but some things just seem right from a pure cricketing point of view, like the thatched pavilion and whatever. Anyway, getting a bit carried away here. So Monaghan in, and that's played through the offside by Smale for a single. Yeah, I think there's so many changes in cricket, you know, in my lifetime and even in yours, which is obviously not as long, but so many changes and adaptations, so it's nice to see some things that are constant.
Stay the same,
have always been there, if you like.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
So Monaghan into Mac, and that's played on the offside. And again, they're going to get a single through to Windsor on the offside. It's like Adelaide, one of the top test grounds in the world. You know, they've still got that old scoreboard from like 100 years ago, with, and someone changes the names.
It's the same as at the Wacker as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the Wacker's the same.
Obviously, they don't play as much cricket now. They've got the Optus Stadium in Perth, but that traditionalist feel at those grounds.
Yeah, it is nice.
And grounds like this, where you've got, it's an outground, obviously, so there's no stands or anything here, but it means you can bring your own chairs, and it just feels quite leisurely.
Yeah, great. Could do with some more old-fashioned weather though. Monaghan in again. Smale that very distinctive onside shot I was talking about before, and she's going to get four this time. That's a really nicely played shot. She plays that on drive, but with a very upright. She stands very upright and very sort of straight bat rather than getting sort of under it. And it's, I can't really describe it that well. But it's a very distinctive way of playing, but it's very effective for her. And that brings up the 100 for the Thunder. That's a really good shot for four through the onside.
Well, it's almost like a push, isn't it? Rather than a flick, it's a push, and she plays it well out in front of her, which means that she's able to get over the top of the ball and hit it through the onside all the way along the floor. It's controlled, isn't it?
Very vertical bat. Yeah, it's a good shot. So Monaghan in again. And this time it's just back of a length, and she's turning that away on the leg side for a comfortable single. So getting into her stride pretty well here now, Smale. She's up to 61. Scores up to 101, so really good platform now for the later batters. In Fee Morris, who's in the runs this year, coming in next. Ella Threcold, the keeper. Into Mac this time, Monaghan. That's full and Mac drives, but it's not got anything for that. Interesting discussion you were having about the keeping early on. Obviously, Smale was one of the keepers on the England trip. The same with Bess Heath, who was involved with England over the winter. Both of them are not keeping for their domestic team. Smale won't be keeping wicket today. Yet they're in the England eyes as a potential keeper, but don't actually keep in their side. So it's interesting whether England have any influence on that. Monaghan in, and that's edged by Mac, but it's eluded Southby, and it's going to run away for a rather streaky 4 down to the sight screen to our left, but a very welcome 4 runs. That takes the score to 105, and I'm going to be handing over, I think, to Kev, who's back in, and
thank you, Phil.
Be Kev with Charlotte.
Thank you, Phil. Let's have a look at it again on the live picture feed. Edge was a good foot or so away from Southby, didn't really stand a chance of catching it. But it goes to the fence, or if there was a fence, there's not a fence, it's a rope, of course. Goes for 4 more. Doesn't say where it ends up in the scorebook, and that's what Mac will be praying for. Another change of bowling. Georgia Adams is going to change ends. So we've had 8 from Smith, so they're just holding her back. She's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 11. She's bowled brilliantly. And Adams in to replace her at the Deer Park end. She's over the wicket to Smale, who's clipping that off her legs and can find only Smith at mid-wicket. So we welcome back Kev.
Thank you. They've played well these two, haven't they?
Yeah,
in
they
the
have
middle.
played very, very well. They're creeping towards that 100 partnership. I don't want to jinx it for them. On the back foot is Smale and slaps that to the fielder at extra cover. He almost runs past it, George Ellis, but does well in the end. No run. And they're rattling through the overs again, the Vipers here at Wormsley, as they did last week here. Smale confidently turns that into the leg side. He finds Nancy Harmon at long on. 1 more to the total, 106 for 1.
Yeah, that's Lindsay Smith dropping that one. Uncharacteristic, wasn't it, earlier, after that great catch last week?
Absolutely. And Edge this time, she came forward and then went back, Katie Mack. And edges it through past wicketkeeper Rihanna Southby, and they collect 2 more. 108 for 1. Mack moves into the mid-30s, 36.
Where the Vipers going to get a wicket here?
Well, I thought it was through building pressure, but they're starting to release that a little bit through, not boundaries necessarily, but just they keep rotating the strike, finding ways to get off strike. As she does again, uses her feet, Mack again, and pushes that to long on. Nancy Harmon comes in to do the fielding. 1 more to the total.
Such a good wicket as well, doesn't
Sometimes
it?
it's just about that brilliant bit of fielding on that brilliant catch, and obviously gave a life to Seren Smale. Wonder if that pays the price or not. She pushes that to long on again. It's brilliant batting. Just happy to take singles and offer and hit the bad ball away. Building that partnership at the end of the 30th for 110 for 1.
Was it 51 she was on?
She was on 53.
53.
Now 62, so it's already cost them 9. Hopefully it won't cost the Vipers too many more.
I think from a Vipers point of view, they need to be careful because they have a lot of wickets in hand here, the Thunder.
That's sometimes the danger, isn't it? If you've got a platform, you can just explode.
Well, they can.
Especially you've got 20 overs remaining. I'm probably wanting to consolidate a little bit longer. Just happy to tick it over, go to run a ball if they can, and then get to a point where, okay, we're going to go now and try and score upwards of 8+ into the back end of their innings. Good batting wicket, isn't it, Kev?
It looks a very, very good batting wicket. Yes, it does, especially once you get in. Coming on nicely for the batters. There's been a lot of pretty shots that actually haven't earned any runs, but when it has beat the infield, it's coming on nicely. Here's Alice Monaghan with her right arm seamers, bowls, and forward is Smale. Makes it look very easy when she's coming forward, very easy on the eye.
Yeah, she does look nice when she plays that. Nothing better than like a just solid forward defence.
There is nothing like it.
I like it when it hits the pitch nice and hard, hits the bat nice hard, and then hits the pitch again nice and hard because you know you've played it late.
Yes. Alice Monahan's first 2 overs have gone for 18, quite expensive. This might be her last chance here to take a wicket if this goes for a few, as that's worked on the leg side for a single. Smale moves on to 64, it's 111 for 1. 31 overs gone here. Vipers putting Thunder into bat. It looked a good decision when Satyapai was bowled for 8, 17 for 1, and Smale and Mack were just taking their time to get going, but they do have lots of wickets in hand. This last 20 overs to launch an assault. Here's Monahan bowls and Smale's pulling that away. Oh, that's a good stop at mid-wicket. They want a single, they're both in the middle. Surely she's got to go, she's got to go, and she's gone. And there's the second wicket, 111 for 2. And that is Katie Mack there, a mix-up between the 2 batters there out there in the middle. I'm not quite sure who that was at mid-wicket.
Elwes.
Georgia Elwes, who surprised them. She hit it well, Mack, and I think that's why she wanted the runs. But Elwes, I'm sure she picked the ball up cleanly when she stopped it, but it didn't matter. The ball didn't go too far away from her, and the batters were just confused. 37 she goes for.
It was a brilliant bit of fielding initially. She did well to stop the ball, and then the ricochet caused an indecision between the batters. Do we go or do we not? They always say don't run on a misfield, don't they? And I think that reigned true there. And the throw came in to Southby, did well to pick it up. It wasn't a clean throw into the glove. She had to take it on the half volley. Did brilliantly to whip the bails off, and Matt couldn't get back in time. It's a big wicket. I just said about how they're going to take a wicket sometimes through that brilliant bit of fielding, or that brilliant catch, or something that's not through pressure. It's just through, you know, being patient. And it paid off there for the Southern Vipers. They've got their second, 111 for 2.
That's why it's always important, isn't it, to be good in the field, because sometimes that's the difference, isn't it? When there's that half chance that comes, be good enough in the field to take it, and Georgia Elwes was.
The new batter, Fee Morris.
Fee Morris, you've just heard on the tannoy there, walking out to bat. Yeah. Formerly of Hampshire.
She's just had a bat check to check it fits in the gauge.
Is that what they do all the time then?
Well, I've just seen it. I mean, that's the first time I've seen it, but whether they just look at a bat and go, well, that looks a little bit big, let's just put it through the gauge and check it's within regulation, or whether they do it to every single batter to make them feel like no one's getting, you know, that's what I'm looking for, pointed out.
Yeah.
Singled out.
Yeah. So Fee Morris it is. 30 years old now. Fee Morris facing Alice Monahan. Morris gets a length ball, she punches that up towards mid-off. So 94-run partnership between Mack and Smale ended, and that 94 runs came in 21 overs.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're just starting to get going because it was slow at the start.
Just a bit of indecision caused the wicket, a vital wicket for the Vipers. They all went mad, so you can sort of guarantee that it's meant something to them.
Yeah. Good all-round stuff from Elwes and Rihanna Southby. You were right to point out about Southby because that was a half-volley throw, wasn't it? Monahan to Morris. Morris pulls that up in the air now. This could be a catch for Rihanna Southby. She's underneath it and she takes it. Good catch. Had to steady herself. It's gone up in the sky there. And Fee Morris goes second ball. She kicks the ground as she makes her way back to the pavilion here, just to our left. And 111 for 1 suddenly becomes 111 for 3.
It was just that extra bit of pace that I was talking to Phil about earlier. She just adds that variation to the Vipers' attack. It's a little bit quicker, comes on a little bit quicker to you. And it was a Skyer. Southby did well. She was running backwards. It was circling round her. She did brilliantly to take the catch. And another wicket falls for the Thunder. Are they going to stutter here, Kev?
Well, amazing, isn't it? So one good bit of fielding suddenly brings a couple of wickets. Now, here's another interesting stat. That is the first wicket taken by a Southern Vipers seamer this season.
Wow, great stat.
And
Well,
I'll have to, he's looking at me, so I was hoping he wouldn't hear me, so I will have to give him credit. That's come from Alex Smith, our friendly local reporter, who normally tries to stay in the background, but wants the limelight on this occasion.
Oh dear, he'll take it, I'm sure.
Yeah, so, yeah. So I was going to try and claim that, but I couldn't.
You can't.
Unfortunately, no.
Captain Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper batter Ellie Threlkeld, the new batter for the Thunder. She was probably just thinking a couple of overs ago, I'll just sit, put my feet up, watch this lovely partnership unfold, and then within 2, she's in. So team hat-trick. Is it team hat-trick or was there a ball in between, actually? There might
No,
have
it was
been a
2
ball
balls.
in between.
2 balls Fee Morris plays. First one she pushed up to mid-off. So Ellie Threlkeld it is then. a 25-year-old. Bit of a local legend up there, isn't she, really? A bit like Sophie Luff down at Western Storm. Here's Monaghan. Up to the wicket is Rihanna Southby, and that's pushed up towards extra cover, and that has been a very profitable over for the Vipers, and one which probably, for the next couple of overs or so, might just alter the momentum somewhat.
Yeah, put a little break on this Thunder innings that was progressing so nicely. Like you say, Kev, that 94-run partnership between Smale and Mack was going brilliantly, and was come to an abrupt end with a run out, and then 2 balls later, good short delivery from Alice Monaghan. And Southby did brilliantly to take the catch running backwards, which aren't always easy.
I'm pleased for Alice Monaghan as well, really. She's a bit in and out of the Vipers side, isn't she, generally, and doesn't always get a bowl, and when she does, it's, you know, it's difficult sometimes for her. But that's her 10th wicket in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches. Alex Smith can't claim that one because I've worked that out myself in her 27th match.
Adams to continue then to Smale, who's the glue holding this innings together for the Thunder, pushes that one nicely to Nancy Harmon at long on, and they collect one more, 112 for 3 now. She moves to 65, batting nicely.
How hard are you finding these games, watching?
I love watching this team, and I love watching women's cricket. I'm a bit of a badger, I watch all cricket. You ask anyone, I'll watch anything. Although I haven't watched a lot of the IPL recently, because that seems to go on for about 8 months. But most other competitions I'm in, you know, watching, and I don't find it that difficult. At times, you know, there's times I've sat here and like, oh God, want to be playing, or if they're struggling, I'm looking around going, oh, where's the next overs coming from? And like, well, I could bowl those. So at times it's more difficult. Defensive shot from Threlkeld back to Adams. So at times it's more difficult, but generally, on the whole, on a nice day like this, when I don't have to worry about my hands being freezing, I'm like, yeah, I'm in a good position here. Shorter one this time from Adams. On the back foot is Threlkeld, and can only find Ella McCacken, is that? Some of them look so similar now. That mid-off. So on the whole, I'm okay. Thanks for checking in. Adams again straighter this time, and Threlkeld works that one into the leg side, and Mary Taylor can't cut off the single, but does well in the inner ring, and they collect one more, 113 for 3.
Has it helped being doing commentary?
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah, it does keep me involved, and obviously I still train with the girls every week and go through my rehab processes and everything, so I don't feel too out of the loop. Adams in again, and driving on the up into the leg side is Smale. A couple of steps down the wicket, and Lindsay Smith does the fielding at mid-wicket to cut off the singles. A lot of space here on the leg side if she can find it, Smale. Adams in again. Slower one this time, lofted up. Oh, one hand! Oh, she put it down. She stuck a paw out to her right-hand side, George Adams. I thought it was stuck in there. Smale's now leaning on her bat thinking, oh God, I've given 2 lives to the bowlers now. One to Lindsay Smith and another one to Adams. Luckily to a good hand. She's obviously suffering with a finger injury, but puts it down. Another drop for the Vipers off their own bowling, something to work on for them. So Smale's now been dropped on 53 and 65.
Yeah, just the... I can hear commentary back in our...
Yeah, it's the feedback.
So apologies if you're hearing that. So it's going to be Alice Monaghan who gets another over. That's 1 for 19 from 3. She's bowled quite straight actually, hasn't she, in this,
Yeah, she has.
in this spell of hers, but it is a good wicket and the ball is coming on quite nicely. She's bowling to Threlkeld, and that's worked on the leg side, just turned away on the leg side for a leg by, 114 for 3. The Thunder having been put into bat. And the coin went up at 10 o'clock this morning. Beautiful day here. The kites are back. We've seen 1 or 2 of the kites flying around as we did last week. They haven't actually grabbed anybody's lunch yet, although nobody's got any food out yet. They soon will be, I'm sure. We've not quite seen any of that. One up there on the right.
I think it's...
Here's Smale driving that on the onside past a diving Georgia Elwes.
I think the feedback's coming from that one.
I think it is. We'll have to sort that out at the break.
Because it's only me that I can hear twice, which is really, really annoying. I can now hear my own voice drowning myself out.
It shouldn't be too bad there. don't know. We'll sort it out. We'll sort it out in 18 overs time. 114 for 3. Monaghan right to left as we look. Right arm pace bowler, and Smale drives pleasantly up to mid-off. Straight to Georgia Adams. Ball bounced nicely for her off the turf as she bent down to pick it up. It's been a feature of Smale's innings. She's played very, very straight. Do you think she's benefited from being with England A? I mean, that sounds a bit of a stupid question, really, but she seems confident out there.
Yeah,
confident in what she's doing.
And I think that's also from playing in different environments and different conditions. She went to Mumbai and Oman back in November, and then New Zealand recently in March.
Smale's on the back foot. Doesn't time that one. Goes back to the bowler.
And notoriously, it's probably a bit more difficult to bat in the subcontinent. So playing on good pitches in New Zealand and now here at Wormsley, and probably at the other places. I mean, they played at Old Trafford and Sale. Good wickets at both of those grounds.
Yeah.
So generally, you know, batting on good pitches helps, doesn't it? And that's what's so important, to put the women's game on good pitches. You put them on good pitches, you'll get good results, big scores, good chases.
Here's Monaghan again then, and bowls, and Smale drives up to mid-off again. Georgia Adams is there. It goes on, keeps on the carpet this time, the ball. She's approaching 400 runs in this competition in her 17th match. Sarah Smale, she only averages 20. She's a better player than that, isn't she?
Has proved it today as well.
Yeah, mind she's only 19, so still developing.
Craft.
Yeah, still developing.
Opening the batting is so hard as well. The ball moves, and you've got to see out that initial period, and then if you can stay in, that's when you can really cash in.
Monaghan bowls, drive, and Monaghan half stops that one. They'll take a single as the ball ricochets out to Georgia Adams at mid-off, but poor old Alice Monaghan took the brunt of that shot. I hope she got it on her hand. She looks okay, actually. One of those, sometimes if it hits you on your leg as well, you got a nasty bruise. But she's walking all right. She's okay. Smale keeps the strike. 115 for 3, 33 gone.
Sometimes when it gets you right in the middle of the hand, it's actually okay. It's when it gets you on the ends of the fingers, it becomes a bit more difficult. But I think she saved 4, to be honest with you, because it was very, very straight, and George Adams was at mid-off, and I don't think she would have got round to cut that off. So I think she's probably saved 3 for her team, and for her own bowling figures, of course.
Yeah.
So she's done well. Adams going to continue. She didn't bowl in the last game, which I thought was a bit surprising. I know they didn't bowl all of their overs, but she didn't bowl in that game. She's into her 8th here, onto the hips of Smale, who finds the deep mid-wicket fielder in Alice Monaghan, and one more's collected. 117 for 3. Smale moving nicely through the 60s. She's on to 67. Striking in the 60s, so not too bad. Room to accelerate, of course. She builds a partnership, hopefully, with Captain Ellie Threlkeld, who's on strike now. Goes backwards in defence, pushes it to mid-off. McCacken's there. Talking about 250 at the halfway mark. Could still be on as they're driving this time. As Threlkeld uses her feet, finds Nancy Harmon at mid-on. Both those fielders, mid-off and mid-on, are inside the circle, putting pressure on the new batter Threlkeld, not allowing her an easy single. Down the ground. Adams in again, shorter this time, pulling on the back foot Threlkeld. Finds Monaghan. One more to the total, 117 for 3. Monaghan's gone from the ponytail to the bun. She means she's in business now. When the ponytail goes into the bun,
I've not seen
she's
her
in business.
do that.
You just know. Adams in again, pulling this time a Smale to the left of Mary Taylor at square leg, who can't cut off the single. Another one to Smale, 68 for her now.
Is that a giveaway?
No, I'm just making that up.
Oh, wait. Because I'm
wondering
not.
how long I could fool you for.
Well, you fooled me straight away. Because I trust everything you say, because they're your teammates.
Really silly. It's just really silly. Because I'm going to wind you up now, probably, and tell you something false. No, I'm just joking. It's driving into the covers is Threlkeld, an easy single for her out there. One more to her total. She moves to 3. 119 then, 34 overs gone. 119 for 3.
See, why wouldn't I believe you?
Well,
because you know all the secrets in the dressing room.
Yeah, secrets. They're not big secrets, I think. No.
But I actually, because I'd never seen her in a bun before, so I thought, wow, she's obviously into a bowling.
There's
She's
a
picked up a
photo
wicket.
that our great photographer Dave Oakes, who does lots and lots of our games, Dave Oakes Photography, if you want to find him on social media,
not.
you know, create some beautiful pictures. And there was one picture last year of Alice throwing a ball in from the boundary, and her hair, her ponytail, had come right round. Or was it bowling? Actually, might have been bowling. It's come right round into her eyes, and it looks like she can't see, like she's been blinded by her own hair.
Right.
So whether there's a bit of wind around, so whether that's happening now, and she's just thinking, time to operate the button to stop that happening.
Ah, right.
But I mean, we are 34 overs in, so who knows?
She looks a bit like Sia. Bowling. Sia, the singer.
How do you know what Sia looks like, and I don't know what Sia looks like?
Sia used to have, I don't know if she still has, but has no hair.
I just wasn't
look now, see,
expecting
look,
that.
where's the media man here has got
Yeah,
the
there we
picture.
go.
That is a great picture. It looks like Sia bowling. If you can imagine Sia singing and bowling at the same time, that's her. That's pulled away on the leg side, and Charlie Knott starting a new over. She's changed ends as the Aussie off-spinning all-rounder, and it's 120 for 3 in the 33rd.
I'm now having to.
Have a look at Sia, where she's,
Yeah.
you know, a couple of, you know, Sia, the singer.
I've heard of Sia, yeah. Don't know what she looks like.
That's pushed forward there. That's whose face? That's Smale, isn't it? Yeah, Smale is facing, pushing it back
The
to the
only
bowl.
pictures I can see is her doing a glorified Claudia Winkleman impersonation.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they are. Yeah, but with the hair covering the face, it's exactly the same. That's pulled away on the leg side off the front foot. It's wide of McGacken at Mead-on. Dives, can't get there. Goes over the rope, and that is 4 runs off the bat of Seren Smale, and the total now moves on to 124 for 3. And Smale moves on to 72.
It's a good shot, isn't it? The slog sweep off the spinner into the. There's loads of space out there on the leg side, in the pocket as we call it.
Oh.
Just to the left of the fielder at Cow.
Charlie not in again. Bowl. Smale pulls that away. Again, it's gone into the, well, almost the same area. It's gone more actually to deep mid-wicket, where Alice Monaghan has run from this end of the ground to the far end of the ground to field.
Or as we now know her, Sia.
Sia.
Sia 2.0.
Great photo. Wes found that very quickly.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Charlie Knott's into her 5th over here. Well, she's yet to pick up a wicket. And that's driven back to mid-wicket, stopped by Georgia Elwis. He's playing a good shift there. Georgia Elwis in that position once more.
Yeah.
It's Ellie
They're
Threlcold.
hunting in there, those two, Smith and Elwis.
Threlcold's on 4 here, and she's sweeping down the leg side. That will be a quarter wide. It is. The two umpires today, by the way, are Ben Peverell and Julia Jarvis. Julia Jarvis signalling that wide. 126 for 3 in the 35th. It's not bowls again. Threlcold, textbook forward defensive. And that is the end of the over. 35 gone, 15 to do here at Wormsley. Kevin James and Charlotte Taylor here. 126 for 3.
They've got overs left, like you say, 16 to go. I'd say 15 to go, 15 to go. Mary Taylor's got 5. Lindsay Smith, they'll probably hold her back a little bit longer. She's got 2. Adams has 2.
Mary Taylor.
Charlie Knott, she has 5. 5 from Harman, 6 from Monaghan. So they've got options. Haven't used the 6 bowlers today. They've got lots of options to their disposal. We're going to see one of those changes now. So Mary Taylor's going to come back from her 3rd spell. She bowls 5 overs to start. Well, she bowled 3 overs to start with, then came back with a little spell of 2. But she bowled 5 overs so far today. Only gone for 15, and yet to take a wicket in this competition.
Why take Monaghan off? Because her first 3 overs were expensive, and then there was 2 wickets that happened in that over. 1 run out, and she got also got Fee Morris, and yet she was off.
Maybe it's Threlcold more suited to spin, potentially. I mean, that's, you know, or maybe they're just thinking that spin has been so successful for them. Don't want to leak any more runs at this point. If Monaghan's a little bit more expensive, who knows? Taylor then in for her 6th over, and Smale works that one off her legs into the square leg region. 127 for 3.
Sun's disappeared.
Yeah, it needs to come back, because otherwise this jumper's going to go firmly back on, and I've actually managed to keep it off for a good couple of hours so far.
It's just dropped the temperature a bit, hasn't it?
But I have got the rain jacket, I've got the big winter warmer, there's a blanket in the car,
Oh,
a beanie, I'm ready to go.
over the top.
Taylor then whipped off her legs, Threlcold. She threw quickly for 1 and turns and won't get back for a second as Monaghan comes racing round to deep backward square to do the fielding. Bit of a fumble from Southby, but no major error as Abby Norgrove was backing up nicely behind her. One more to the total, 128 for 3. Brings Smale on to strike, 74 she's on. 113 deliveries, has batted nicely. She's holding this innings together. She's slapping on the up through the covers. Comes back for 2. No, she won't. Sent back by Threlkeld. Good fielding out there, Charlie Knott. One more collected, 129 for 3.
I think the wind's got up a fraction as well, isn't it?
Yeah. When I come off air, I'm going to have to put the jumper on, I think. There's no way I can hold out much longer. Taylor puts a few more into that one. I thought there was a nick, but there wasn't. Goes through to keeper around a south beat. Slight fumble, but doesn't matter too much. She put a little bit more into that one, did Mary Taylor. Bent her back a bit more. She's desperately searching for her first wicket, you can just tell.
Yeah. Start getting anxious, don't you, as the season moves on.
She's in again here. Good length delivery. Played on the up by Threlkeld, finds McCacken at mid-off. No run.
Yeah, she has 16 wickets so far in this competition, Mary Taylor. But they have come at 41 apiece. So it does show, actually, that she does find wickets quite hard to come by anyway.
But she didn't in the 100. In that first game in the 100, she took 3 for. She's in again here. And just drifted onto the pads of Captain Ellie Threlkeld. Will be signalled a leg by umpire Ben Peverell. One more to the Thunder total. 130 their score now. 130 for 3. And we're through 36 overs here. 14 to go.
So the bowling figures so far for the Vipers. Mary Taylor's 6 overs, none for 18, I think that is. Just confirm that in a minute. Lindsay Smith, 8 overs, 1 for 11. Georgia Adams, 8 overs, none for 26. Charlie Knott, 5 overs, none for 28. Nancy Harman, 5 overs, none for 24. And Alice Monaghan, 4 overs, 1 for 20. Sachi Pai for 8. Katie Mack, 37. Fee Morris, 0 out second ball, the 3 batters that are out so far. Charlie Morris, just made a player up there. Down the wicket comes Threlkeld, hits it in the air and dropped at mid-wicket. And that's definitely put down. And that is Alice Monaghan out there?
Yeah. So uncharacteristic from her. Usually takes everything out there in the deep. Solid boundary fielder for the Vipers and puts that one down on this occasion. She's got hands on her head now. Wonder how important that will be. That's 3 drops for the Vipers.
It is not bowled. Smale pulls that along the ground out to deep square leg this time. And she moves on to 76 and it's 132 for 3. It's unlike the Vipers, isn't it, really, in the field. I know they have their moments at times, but generally the fielding is pretty good. Great caught and bowled Lindsay Smith last week. Couldn't hold on to one which arguably was simpler this time. There's a nice sweep shot there from Threlkeld, and that is probably going for 4, and it is. Got down on one knee, and that is 136 for 3. And Ellie Threlkeld with that shot has passed 500 runs in this competition.
Brilliant, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's really, well, she's obviously the captain of this team now. But she's just been brilliant in this competition over the years.
Playing the 34th Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game.
I'm just surprised with this field, Kev, because when she sweeps Threlkeld, she sweeps behind square and a long way behind square.
She works that one with a straighter bat this time, down to the same area. She moves on to 11, 137 for 3.
And that's a shot where she scores a lot of her runs. She's a good sweeper of the ball. And I would just have Nancy Harman's out there at deep square, and she's just behind square. I'd have her at almost where there's somebody sat down opposite us. I don't know who it is on the boundary edge. I'd have Nancy Harman just a few more yards round to our left as we look at it.
Full delivery, which Smale works out on the offside to Emily Windsor coming off the boundary. 138 for 3.
But just a Threlkeld. Keep, you know, and just those subtle changes. I mean, if she was positioned there in the last over, she might have been able to run around and cut that boundary off. Because she does sweep so well, but really behind square when she sweeps.
Comes in and bowls again, and that's pushed away off the back foot by Threlkeld. Out to Windsor once more. She moves on to 12, 139 for 3. As well as the Thunder have played, though, in the last, I don't know, 20 or so overs. They are still only 139 from 37. Thank you, Charlotte Taylor. Phil Green, Hursley ladies manager, coming alongside me. So 77 to Smale, 12 to Ellie Threlkeld, and there are 13 overs left of the Thunder innings. Welcome back, Phil.
Hi, Kev. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what their target score is now. We were talking 250 earlier, but that looks a little bit out of reach unless there's a late flourish.
Yeah, I mean, they have batted nicely. They were very slow at the start. Of course, they were 17 off 10. Around the 20 over mark. They were 59 off 20 overs. It was slow, but you do feel that they've batted much better since then, but maybe they were so slow at the start. But it doesn't look many at the moment. Here's Mary Taylor's bowling, and there's, oh, this is bowled straight away. Ellie Threlkeld trying to scoop that one over her shoulder down the leg side, and the stump has come out of the ground, and Mary Taylor has picked up her first wicket in this year's competition.
That's the one that she's been looking for, isn't it? First one of the season. Yeah, making a lot of room for herself by stepping away to the offside there and bowled round her legs, I guess, but her leg stump out of the ground.
Bowled by Mary Taylor for 12.
So we've had two seamers take a wicket today, whereas the Vipers hadn't taken a wicket with a seamer in this competition. Naomi Ditani, the left-hander, walks out, formerly of the Sunrisers.
Yeah, a very experienced player in this, well, in domestic cricket generally. Left-arm seamer as well, of course, so
yeah.
All-round contributor to this side.
30 years old now, Naomi Ditani.
But still very much dependent on Smale here, isn't it? You know, she's held the innings together, but she now needs to go on and, well, she needs a big score, not to put too fine a point on it.
Yeah, I think when you've got an opening batter that's playing the way she is, then they really do have to bat through.
Yeah.
It's almost an old-fashioned way of playing one-day 50-over cricket, wasn't it, really? You know, a few decades ago,
yeah,
you would look for your opening batter to bat through and get 100 and odd, and everybody else play around, and you say, well, we got 250, 270 plus, whatever, but
yeah.
77 off 116 balls for Seren Smale currently. She's hit 6 fours in that time. But Naomi Ditani will face the first ball. This is her 14th match for the Thunder. She played 19 matches in this competition for the Sunrisers before that. Here she is then facing her first delivery from Taylor. Short ball pulled away by Ditani, not quite timed. Goes out into the deep, backward of square on the leg side. Alice Monaghan fields. Throw comes in as a good throw. Ditani's home though.
She hesitated a bit on the second run there, didn't she? And had to accelerate a bit right at the end to get in.
She did.
There should have always been 2 there, but she didn't seem to set off too quickly.
Ditani off the mark straight away. 141 for 4 in the 38. Here's Taylor, left to right as we look. Bowls full. Ditani forward. Goes out to extra cover, fielded by Lindsay Smith. So Mary Taylor will feel a lot better now. She's got her first wicket of the season. And it's Monaghan with a wicket. So 2 wickets to the seamers in this very spin-dominated attack.
Yeah, it's unusual for the Vipers this year, as you say, Kev.
It is. Taylor bowls, Ditani forward. It's gone up towards mid-wicket.
While I was off air, I did note that 2 wickets fell on the score 1-1-1, and we were talking about that last week, being a Devon superstition, weren't we? And got the Vipers 2 wickets today, the famous Nelson score.
We did, yeah. Katie Mack run out for 37, and then Fee Morris out 2 balls later. Caught behind, Skyer. As Taylor bowls and Ditani pushes that up towards mid-off. 94-run partnership for the second wicket between Katie Mack and Seren Smale, the dominant partnership of this innings.
And Katie Mack was the one that you thought of the 2 would probably have gone on and really accelerated the innings. So a bit of an unfortunate run out, as I think you said on the commentary. She ran on the shot really. It didn't get past the field as she thought it was going to.
Terrific work from Georgia Elwes and terrific work from Rihanna Southby. Ditani cuts that one off the front foot to backward of a point. That's fielded by Abby Norgrove. That's the end of the over. So 38 overs gone here at Wormsley. We're still waiting for the sun to come back out. When it's been out, it's been very, very pleasant indeed. 141 for 4. Other scores very quickly in the competition. around the country. The Central Sparks are 114 for 4 in the 33rd over against the Sunrisers. Abby Freeborn is 66 not out there. Don't think she's got too many here, if I remember rightly.
She got runs in the first game of the season. I think she got 50 first game, so she's having a decent season.
Northern Diamonds are in trouble again, 100 for 5, and after 30 overs against the Blaze. Winfield Hill only out for 8.
That's not in there from the Dibley end, and that's turned away by Smale. She was interested in 2, but it was never really on, so just the single. She goes up to 78.
They started late, didn't they, down in Taunton? Western Storm against the South East Stars.
Yes, 44 over game now.
Ah,
yeah.
Stars 87 for 1 after 13 overs. Alexa Stonehouse 28 not out there. Paige Schofield, formerly of the Vipers, 23 not out there. Bryony Smith out for 30.
So Charlie not going to come round the wicket now to Titani, the first left-handed batter she's been up against today. And she's hit on the back pad there, and there's a big shout for LBW as Titani's gone back. But umpire Jarvis not interested, now signalling a leg by as they scuttled through for that extra. And Knott will now be back over the wicket to Smale. It's got a deep mid-wicket and a deep long on, as well as a cover and a deep square, backward square. Smale down the wicket and drives, but doesn't really get hold of it. She's got enough on it to get it down to the long on fielder for another single.
I'm just watching the LBW peel back again. It's going well down the leg side.
Well, yeah, we can't tell, of course, from where we are, side on, but all we can judge is height, really. Nodding again round the wicket. Titani on the back foot, plays that into mid-wicket, no run. Interested, I'm sure she won't mind me saying, but Charlotte Taylor's notepad is in front of me here, and she's written down a description of the wicket so far, and one is just says heave. This is off the back foot from Titani, played out to cover for a single, and another one is just down as Skyer. Just one word. So very descriptive dismissals. Wisdom would be very proud of those descriptions, I'm sure.
I hope they're prompts rather than anything else.
Well, I'm sure they are. But, yeah, it just says pie, heave. Not, and this one's short and Smale pulls, but straight mid on. In that fielding position, pointed out before, I think it's right where she's fielding there. It's Elvis this time. She's right on where a used wicket is, and it looks like it bounces really awkwardly into those used footholds. 2 or 3 times fielder's been caught out there. So the score's at 145 for 4 at the end of 39. Smale on 79, and Titani, who's new to the crease, is on 3.
Yeah, the wind's just got up a fraction.
Yeah.
Blowy, but still
Change
pleasant.
bowling for the Deer Park end, Georgia Adams.
Georgia Adams back, the captain, 8 overs, none for 26, and she's taking over from Mary Taylor, who now has 7 overs, none for 20. Interesting that both the seam bowlers, once they took a wicket in that over, were whisked off.
Yes, she does tend to ring the changes a lot, doesn't she, Georgia Adams? They tend to bowl in short spells, and this is like her 4th or 5th spell.
Here she is, round the wicket to the left-hander Titani, who's forward. Plays that back to Adams, as Smale gets in the way there at the non-striker's end. Smale is 79 not out, having opened the batting. He's waiting, as is Titani, for the next delivery. Bowled by Adams, comes down the wicket but can't quite get to the pitch, so just prods it back to the bowler. They've not tried to go over the top at all, the batters today, have they?
I was just going to say exactly that. There hasn't been one batter who's really taken it on yet.
They've been happy just to push it to the mid-off, mid-on. There's a sort of slog sweep there out on the leg side along the ground. That's Alice Monaghan out there in the deep.
As you were saying, Kev, you got Smale here, could get back through and get 100 or just over 100, which used to be seen as a good basis for the innings, but she hasn't had the people batting round her really, so if she ends up 100 not out here, it might not prove enough, to be honest. You can't criticise someone for doing that, of course, for batting through, but
it's another single there out to the deep again. Monaghan, the fielder. She moves on to 80 now. Saren Smale, 147 for 4 in the 40th.
But generally speaking, the par score, for want of a better word, has the bar's just being raised year on year, isn't it? And what we're looking at for first innings totals in all white ball cricket, really.
Here's Adams bowls, and Tiny off the back foot plays that to Lindsay Smith. Well, I'm looking at their scores, even just this year, 292 for 5 they got against the Sunrisers.
I think it's their highest ever score.
Yeah.
Their highest ever total in this competition, yeah.
But other than that, they were bowled out for 165 against the Northern Diamonds. There's another sweep shot, well played there by Datani, goes out quite quickly to back on the square. Datani moves on to 5.
She's shown a lot of intent already, hasn't she?
She has, yeah.
You know, she's gone at it very positively. I guess she has to in this situation, really. But she's looked probably the player with the most intent of anybody in their side so far in a brief stay at the wicket.
Yeah, I agree. 3 runs off that over throw.
But going back to the totals, you look at the scores in T20s now. You know, I mean, even a year or two ago, 200 was like a really high score in T20, but that's almost below par now in a lot of certainly in the IPL, where they're scoring like 260 or 70 was chased down the other day with 4 overs to spare. You know, it's getting crazy. Anyways, Charlie Knott round the wicket to Datani. He's on the back foot this time, can't get it past that fielder at point, which is Nancy Harmon. No run. So Datani looking at her options, looking around the field. There's no one back straight, so down the ground is certainly an option for her. And this time she just waits in her crease and punches it, comes through for the single, almost runs into her partner. A little bit of miscommunication between the two of them, but she managed to avoid her and get in for the single, taking a score up to 6, and the total up to 149. Not again to the right-handed Ismail, who is happy just to punch it down the ground for a single. As you say, Kev, no real intent or effort to go over the top. She's got the fielder set back, but right now there's nobody back on the straight hit. You know, almost inviting her to go over the top. Not in round the wicket. Datani's on the back foot. She tries to get it between those two fielders. There's 2 fielders on the one behind square on the offside, and she tried to get between the 2, but couldn't. Nancy Harmon moving to her right prevented the single. Yeah, there's 2 fielders quite close to each other, sort of behind point on the offside, on the one. So not in again. It's Fuller, and Datani's driven it straight back to her. Full toss, and she hit it straight back to her for a caught and bowled. Good low catch by Charlie Knott, sort of going down onto one knee. So it's another wicket for the Vipers. Wickets beginning to fall a bit more regularly now. And Naomi Datani, who, as we were saying, did look quite positive, but she's actually just hit a full toss fairly tamely back to the bowler there. Probably off the bottom of the bat, I think, maybe. So 5th wicket, first one today for Charlie Knott.
The next batter is Danielle Collins.
As you probably heard from the stadium announcer, Danny Collins is the new batter for Thunder. Young player who's sort of finding her feet in this competition in the early stages of her career at this level.
We just feel Smail's got to go on now.
Yeah.
She has to get 100 and bat out.
She's probably, since the second wicket fell, she's probably thought, every time she's probably thought, I need to do that, another wicket's fallen, and you've almost got to, you know, although she's played England A cricket, she's a very young player, and sometimes it's harder for them to work out exactly what the situation demands, isn't it? You know, you've probably got coaches out here thinking differently to what her thought process is out there, I imagine. But yeah, you're right, she needs to kick on, because as we say, if she ends up 100 not out and scores about 180, it's not going to do them a lot of good, really. You never know, it might be enough, but you know, we might be saying come tonight that she's played the match winning innings because she's the only one all day that's got runs, but
it doesn't feel
like that. No, it doesn't. So new batter, another left-hander, Danny Collins, has not in round the wicket, and Collins pulls that away first ball. She's going to be off the mark with at least 2 here, as Windsor has a lot of ground to make up, but she gets there very quickly as normal and keeps them to that 2. But good start for Collins, 2 off her first ball, and that takes the score on to 152 for 5. 9 overs to go.
Daniel Collins, 23 years of age. One of the 4 changes in the Thunder side for this game. 4 changes also in the Vipers side. 3 of those but because of the upcoming England commitments. They're in the Lake District apparently, having a sort of international summer season camp and get together. I think they were there last year, if I remember right.
A boot camp, I think they described it as. Yeah,
obviously like it up there. Probably back to the cold weather, but hey. Adams then to continue. This is her last over, none for 29. Comes in and bowls, and Smale on the back foot. Keeps a little low, she had to reach for that one. Works that to extra cover. Fielded by Georgia Elwes there. And there is no run. So Smale is on 81 here. As Adams left to right as we look, bowls, and Smale works that up to mid-on, where the fielder now is right back on the rope. So there's always a single when it's hit along the carpet. And Smale moves on to 82, 153 for 5. The Thunder having been put into bat. A wicket for Lindsay Smith, 1 for Alice Monaghan, 1 for Mary Taylor, and 1 for Charlie Knott. Wickets spread around. Feels just changing for the left-hander, Danny Collins.
2 out on the leg side.
He's playing a 19th match in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition. That's played quietly back to the bowler. So the Thunder still have to bat Tara Norris. I should imagine Tara Norris will be in next for the Vipers. Used to these late over situations with the bats. Trying to sweep that one, wrapped on the pad. They'll get a quick leg by unless she completes the single. I think she's out. There's a direct hit. The umpire's not signalling out, he's signalling leg bys. Well, I think the umpire was looking at that.
Yeah, he was looking, I think. It looked
very,
tight from
very
her
close
position, didn't
indeed.
it? I think she was surprised the throw came at her end, to be honest. But no, the umpire was looking. He was in good position, I have to say. So fair play to him there, Ben Pepperell. Sorry.
Danny Collins was very slow off the mark there. 154 for 5 brings Smale back on strike. Pulls that away, but only as far as mid-wicket where Abby Norgrove fields.
Not sure where she's going to bat today. Was she open, do you think, Abby Norgrove?
Well, there's no Boucher who opened last
No.
game. So that's cut away, but straight to backward a point. No run there. She normally opens, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
She's up from this neck of the woods, is it, or is she Oxfordshire?
Berkshire,
Berkshire.
Or Oxfordshire, one of the two. I'm
It's
not
up this
yeah,
way,
I think it's Berkshire. But
She's closer to this ground than most of us.
yes,
put it that way.
absolutely. Yeah.
Flighted, low full toss, driven by Smale up to deep mid-on. I think that's the end of Adams's spell. It is, and she has bowled 10 overs, 0 for 31.
Thinking about it, I think she's actually Oxfordshire. You're right, Kev. Abby Norgrove. So yeah, 155.6. Talking about women's cricket from the Lancashire Thunder area, if you picked up on the story, Ramsbottom Cricket Club, who this week fielded a entirely women's team in the men's Lancashire League, or I think they're all called mixed leagues now, aren't they? But the traditionally men's Lancashire League, they fielded an all-women's team they're going to this season. Charlie Knott into bowl here from the Dibley end, Smales down the wicket, and she does get it past the diving Lindsay Smith, who parries it on mid-off, but they'll come through for a single. So yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of ladies that play in men's cricket, but normally sort of 1 or 2 or so in a team, but they've gone with putting a complete women's team in this year, and they won their first Lancashire League game on Saturday against Accrington, so that was quite a good news story. Charlie Knott round the wicket, and that's just played on the leg side, on the offside by Collins. So yeah, a good little story, and well done Ramsbottom for committing to that. Down the wicket this time, Collins just drives it to mid-off. And one of their players, I think, is in the squad for the Thunder today, I believe. Their captain, Johnson, is one of their squad. So tried to heave it on the leg side there, Collins. Big shout from the fielding side, but umpire unmoved. Not going to be bowling round the wicket, still with her cap on. Bowling to Danny judge this down to mid-on, and we will get a single. Adams has to move to her right to field, but still just singles here. I don't know. Yeah, we may have judged this wrong, Kevin. They thinking 200's a good score or something on here, but it just looks a good deck to us.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be looking for many more. This time Smale down the wicket and just pushes it to mid-on, and she will come through for a single as Elvis stops it but can't complete the fielding, and they'll hurry through, but it's still singles as their main currency here.
Georgia Adams bowled her 10 overs, 0 for 31.
And Georgia Adams 10 overs for 31 just being announced behind us, but I think Kev has beaten the announcer to that one.
As always.
Yeah, as always.
Not.
And the score's gone up to 158 for 5, and we've got 7 overs remaining.
Alice Monaghan.
Monaghan.
Yeah, we'll
Are you going to tell him, or
we'll
should
correct
I?
that one for him. Yeah, we know her as Alice Monaghan, the soft G, but I guess if you don't know, that looks like probably the right way to say it.
But
Be interesting to see how he comes up with McCacken on it later on.
Do you know what? I'm looking forward to that.
Because we struggled for about 2 years to get this, all get the same pronunciation of that one, didn't we?
There was already one commentary this year that the Vipers played in the first game where the commentators got it wrong. So we look forward to that. It's going to be the highlight of my afternoon to see what he comes out with. So 7 overs left, potentially 5 wickets left in the Thunder innings. 158 for 5. Here's a Monaghan with a right arm paces, bowls to Smale, gets wrapped on the pad. They'll take a single. Collins calls a through. Throw comes in, misses the stumps. 159 for 5. But again, you're right. The overwhelming feel has been singles here for Thunder, and well, I mean, unless they up the rate here, they are going to be below 200.
Yeah, and yeah, with wickets in hand, it's not as if they're 8 or 9 down here. You know, they, if you finish up like 180 for 7 or something, that's not a good innings, is it? In
Not really.
my reading of it, really.
But nobody has really sort of taken the bowling on, and you do feel that maybe, well, you know, this at the end of the day, Smale batting 50 overs, she'll get 100, that's for sure, and that's a good knock at the end of the day. But you just feel that there probably should have been more. Although I did get the feeling, as Monaghan comes round the wicket to Collins, tries to swing that away on the leg side, down the leg side, and that's a great diving stop from Rihanna Southby behind the stumps. But I did get the feeling that Fee Morris and Ellie Threlcole did, and Naomi Jatani all did come in
With intent,
with intent to sort of play around Smale. It's just that it didn't come off. Fee Morris out second ball, Threlcole for 12, Jatani for 6. So, you know, I guess there was a plan there. It just hasn't worked. Here's Monaghan again, bowls, and down the leg side again, and that'll be a wide.
But it's hard for those batters coming in to accelerate from the start. And obviously, if there is a game plan, as you say, one batter bats through and the others bat round it. If that's the team tactic, that's fine. But because the scoring rate was so slow at the start, they've had to come in and do that almost from ball 1.
Yes.
Rather than last week with the Vipers game, it was the other way round.
Monaghan bowls again, slightly straighter this time, but worked into the gap on the leg side by Collins, and she moves on to 4, 162 for 5 in the 44th.
I mean, in the game on Saturday, Vipers had this sort of score off about 25 overs, 162. So maybe not quite that many, but it meant that the other batters coming in later didn't have to go from ball 1.
That's right.
But that's the pressure that's been put on these batters.
There's Monaghan again. Over the wicket this time to the right-handed Smale. Smale gets a full delivery, which he works just in front of extra cover. They're going to come back for 2. Throw comes into Smale's end, but she's home. Rihanna Southby still has the bails off and asking the question of umpire Julia Jarvis, but she was home. We're on a direct line there, we can tell. We can do Julia Jarvis's job for her where we are. She can just look around at us and say, what do you think, guys? But that was easily home.
Rihanna does like to ask the question, though, doesn't she?
She does. She doesn't leave anything in doubt.
Fair play to her.
164 for 5. Smale now moves on to 87, having been there from the start.
And one thing compared to last week here, when she was taking the bails off last week, which, as we know, she does quite frequently, like all the stumps were coming out of the ground. It was quite messy. Because the stumps obviously weren't in properly, but it's not happening today. today, so that's good.
A little bit more tidy.
Yeah.
As Smale pushes that back to the bowler, and there is no run. Score remains on 164 for 5. Just that one major partnership for the Thunder today. 94 between Smale and Katie Mack, who made 37. 94 in 21 overs they put on for the second wicket.
Emily Windsor limbering up down in front of us as she's hoping to catch the captain's attention and get a bowl here, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Monaghan bowls to Smale. Smale works that off an inside edge onto the pad on the leg side. And she will pick up another single, moves on to 88. 165 for 5.
We'll have to pick it up with her later, but we picked up on, when we were on commentary, Charlotte and I, that at one point there was a four-way over to the far side, and Emily Windsor sprinted all the way over to Georgia Adams and gave her some advice or observation, and Alice Monaghan came on the next over. So we don't know whether that was that interjection, but obviously she's the vice captain.
Full. Daniel Collins drives up to mid-on, no run. End of the over.
But our speculation was that she had suggested Alice Monaghan bowling, maybe. And it's worked. She's bowled 5 overs, taken a wicket, gone for a few compared to the others, but seamers tend to go for a few more in the Vipers setup than the spinners do.
Yeah, Charlie Knott's been the most expensive so far, 47 off her 9. Alice Monaghan, I think, is about 27 off 5.
Yeah. So Charlie Knott's going to finish up here with their 10th over. Batter's having quite a long conversation. Surely it must be, we need to step on the gas a bit here. I suppose we always get in these situations as well, Kev, the batter looking at their own personal score. I know it's a team game, we're all well aware of that, but when you're getting near to 100, there's the inclination to bat for your 100, isn't there?
Yeah.
Not into Smale when she's down the wicket and hits it wide and mid-off. She's going to get another single. As a fielding side, you can use that situation a little bit, and knowing that the batter's playing for their 100 rather than necessarily for the team score, maybe.
Sure.
That's not a criticism of the batter at all, but it's sort of a natural reaction in a way. Yeah, 100s don't come around that often, so if you get close,
make the most of it.
Take advantage, yeah.
Sure. Her top score in this competition, Sarah Smale's 94.
Okay, so she's closed in on that. Not round the wicket to Collins this time. That's a nice drive down the ground. Is that going to beat Adams? I think it is. It is a great effort from Georgia Adams, actually. I thought at one point she had just pulled it back in, but it's rolled behind her under the sight screen. So that's a good shot from Collins down the ground. She did have the long one out there, but Georgia Adams was a bit wide, and that's gone straight at the sight screen, straight back past the bowler. So good shot by Collins. That takes the score up to 170. Need a few more of those, we feel. Thunder. Waiting for Adam to get back in position, and Knott's in again. And that's off the back foot, and this is going to be runs again. She's got that away through the sort of vacant third area. Long chase for, I think that's Mary Taylor down there, who flicks it back. Bit of combination fielding, but they're going to come back for 3. It's a long chase there. It's a combination of Taylor and Harmon doing the fielding, but yeah, I don't know if it was fully in control of the shot, but she got enough of a bat on it to get it down to almost to the third boundary. So 3 there to Collins. Score goes up to 173 for 5. Collins on 11, and Smale back on strike. Not in, that's short, pulled, but straight to Alice Monaghan out there at deep mid wicket. Single, so Smale up to 90, closing in on that highest score in this competition. And this one not round the wicket and beats Collins, but just hits her on the pad and there's no run. Charlotte Taylor moving back in to replace Kev. Not short, Collins cuts. Harmon fields at backward point and there's no run. That's the end of another over, 45 gone. And the score's up to 174 for 5. Welcome back, Charlotte.
Thank you, Phil. Nice to be back alongside you. So another little drinks break as the batters is a little bit warm. Well, I wouldn't say it was warm actually, I've got a jumper on, but enough to warrant a drink and maybe a message coming out.
Collins is actually taking the opportunity to take a jumper off.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
And she's handed it to the
Fair play.
to the 12th who's come on.
Yeah, that's Laura Jackson. With the absence of Cross, obviously they lost Cross, Eccleston and Gore from their bowling lineup. I thought that Jackson might be opted in, but they went with the extra batter on this occasion.
Yes, three bowlers to lose out of 3 of your, well, 30 overs they've lost straight away, isn't it? There.
But the players to come in were Norris and Bell would come in for, say, Cross and Eccleston, but Gore was the other one, but Collins has come in for her. Rav, so going with an extra batting option.
Yeah, Collins just a batter, as far as we know.
Yep.
So, going to have Monaghan. This is your over, I think, takes.
She's in again, Monaghan, to continue from the Deer Park end, and on the back foot is Smale into the 90s. 91 for her now, 174 for 6.
There's a spectator, I think it's a spectator on the far side of the ground by the scoreboard, and she's not that close to the boundary now, but she has been walking around the boundary, and she's got almost identical Viper's kit on. She's gone behind the scoreboard now, but she's got the orange top.
That's George Elvis's mum.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
With the Viper's top.
Yeah.
At least twice today I've actually placed her in the field when I've been saying the fielders.
Oh dear. Round the wicket to the left-handed Collins is Monaghan. Back of a length delivery and swatted into the leg side. They turn for 2, no they don't.
Yeah, she's got the replica shirt on, the black trousers, the black cap, Viper's cap.
Yeah, she does,
and,
doesn't she? Actually?
Yeah, and earlier on she was stood right on the boundary down there, and I thought it was a boundary fielder.
No, that's just George Elvis's mum controlling the boundary edge, and she often does. You just see her lapping all the time.
Yeah.
Monaghan. And again, left hand, right hand makes it difficult. Good length delivery though to Smale. You can only defend that one back to her.
That's one of the beauties of playing on these sort of outgrounds, isn't it? That you get spectators just walking around the boundary. You know, if you go to the utility bowl or Hove or something, that wouldn't be allowed. They wouldn't be allowed there. But here, spectators can just stroll around like any good club cricket ground, really. So going back to what we were saying about the old traditions, it's quite nice to see.
I've got something to update you on that, Phil, actually, that we've had our statistician, Richard Isaacs, tweet me, so I will come back to that in a second. A shorter delivery this time from Monaghan, and well fielded at mid-wicket by Lindsay Smith as Smale smacks it into the leg side. I'll just find that tweet for you, or that X, sorry, that post, whatever you want to call it nowadays.
Formerly Twitter, as they keep saying.
I will just read it out to you because I think it'll be of interest to you. We're talking about the thatched roof of the score hut earlier, and he's just updated me on that. Just a change of field here. So third has come into the circle, and deep mid-wicket has dropped out. So there's loads of space on the leg side if Smale wants to take a single now. Monaghan's in and bowls a slower delivery. And Smale does push it into the leg side, and they want 2, but Smale sends Collins back. 1 more to the total, 177. He says, "Hi Taze, I'm listening to your commentary, it's very good, thank you. Just a little point about the scoreboard at Wormsley. They wanted it to be a traditional cricket ground and therefore no fandandal electronic things," is his words that he's used.
Great word.
In 2022, Vipers played Sparks in a friendly at Wormsley, and the players had to do the scoreboard. I do remember I had to do a stint over there with Alice Monaghan. We sat in there for about half an hour, 40 minutes, and pulled the numbers down.
Well, the players had to do it themselves.
Yeah,
excellent.
just in a friendly.
That really is old school.
Danny White was one of the first in the day to have to go over. She must have got out early, I suppose, but didn't get the concept of the numbers being the wrong way round as you look at it. It was very funny having to radio over. He was scoring at the time, Richard, and again there's Monas, and she drives that into the offside. Emily Windsor comes round to her left, can't get there. 4 more off the bat of Danny Collins this time, the left-handed Danny Collins.
Yeah, it was full toss, and she took advantage, got it through extra cover.
181 the score now, 4 to go. So yeah, he must have had to just sort of radio over the update of the scores, and Danny White
She
probably
didn't realise she was looking at him from behind.
Yeah. So he was saying the score is 13, not 31.
Well, thanks for that, Rich. I mean, apart from anything else, I'm really pleased that we've brought up something that sparked a response. Rich Isaacs.
And the word fandangled.
Oh,
which
absolutely.
I knew you'd be right up your street, Phil.
Yeah, I love that. And Rich, a great cricket man, of course, great cricket family. And often scores for the Vipers, of course, not in duty today. But thank you for that, Richard. I'm pretty sure the people in there today know that it's the right way round, because I haven't had that problem with the score as far as I can tell.
Imagine then it's not Danny White over there.
No. I love the fact that players had to do it though. And that again is
Yeah,
old school. Did you have to umpire a square leg as well?
No,
That's an
no,
old club thing, isn't it?
Yeah, no, we had to go and sit over there. It was just a warm-up game against the Sparks here.
Yeah.
And they just said, oh, you know, 2 at a time, just go over and do a stint of half an hour or so.
Love that. Right, Mary Taylor in from the Dibley end. And Smale drives again down the ground to mid-on. She's hit that single down there quite a lot today. In fact, they're going to come back for 2 this time, because there's a rare misfield from Alice Monaghan. They weren't really looking for 2, but she missed the ball and they picked up on that. And Smale's come back from 2. She's up to 94, which I believe equals her highest score in this competition.
It does. That was Ella McCacken out there, Phil, not Alice Monaghan, but you're right, it's still a rare mistake.
Sorry, yes, it was. They don't even look alike, so I don't know, I got that one wrong. Taylor in, and that was flicked away to the leg side by Smale. It's backward square. She's going to come back for 2 now. She's not. She did start to look for 2, but a bit of fielding by Nancy Harmon and kept it down to 1.
It was a brilliant pick-up. Got low down to her left and transferred the ball from left hand to right hand
very
with
quickly.
the throw back in. Yeah, it was brilliant.
So kept it down to a single, and those little things make a difference. And it's sort of in the balance of things. It's made up for the ball before, where they gave away a run.
Kevin James has now just informed me that you're right, Phil. It is Smale's top scorer in this competition ever in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in its history.
But she'll be looking for an extra 5 now. She's on 95. Taylor in about probably her 4th or 5th spell today, but she's at least got her first wicket of the season. That's a slower ball. It's come out a bit wrong, full toss, but Collins managed to get it away on the leg side into a gap, but not enough to go to the boundary. But she'll pick up 2, picking out the gap between backward square and mid wicket. That was a back of the hand slower ball, I think, attempted there from Mary Taylor, but it didn't quite get it right. Ended up as a sort of loopy full toss. But that can happen when you're trying these different balls near the end of the innings. Taylor in again to Collins, he's on to 18. And this time she just chipped it in the air. It looked from our angle to go straight back to the bowler, but it was actually wider of the bowler, and it's gone to Lindsay Smith for no run, but it just lobbed up in the air.
It was a back of a hand slower ball from Mary Taylor.
That was another one, was it? I picked up on that, thank you.
And that's her. She bowls the off cutter, and then there's another variation, has the slower ball that comes out the back of the hand.
That again came out in some sort of different way, but this one's driven by Collins nicely through the offside, and that's 4 runs. That's one of the better shots of the day, to be honest. She waited on that and didn't overhit it, but just hit it into the gap on the offside through extra cover. And she's moved up to 22 pretty quickly, so that's she's been brought into the side today, and as you say, Charlotte, she was sort of the option of the extra batter rather than the bowler, so at the moment that's proving of good value for the Thunder. She's on 22, and Taylor in again, and this time she drives again, the same sort of place, but not quite as much power in this one. She ain't going to get a single, as this is Monaghan this time, fielding the deep cover boundary for a single for Collins. She's up to 23, and with 4 overs to go, sorry, I think that'll be 3 overs to go actually, won't it?
Yeah.
It's 191.45, 3 overs remaining.
We said 250, didn't we, Phil? And they're going to come up shy of that, one would think, unless there's some sort of onslaught towards the end in these last 3 overs.
And Kevin, I was saying, you're probably going to get a batter here, bat through for 100, or roughly that scenario. And if that happens, you need the others to bat round it. You know, if someone bats through and gets 100 and the score gets total 250, 260, then you'd say that's a good way to build innings, but she's sort of done her bit, but nobody's batted round her really. A few have tried, but not for very long, and she's been left to sort of keep reconsolidating, if that's the right way to put it. Every time, you know, she seems to be getting going, the wicket falls and she has to have a look again. So it's difficult for her as a young player, but you know,
it is, but also you just think whether she could, you know, there's been a lot of dot balls where she's driven to fielders. There's a way that she could have rotated better and not taken any wickets.
No, she hasn't tried to go over the top at all, has she? No.
So, you know, I think some of it falls on her. I mean, she's a young player. She played brilliantly, and don't get me wrong, if she goes for 100, it's a brilliant achievement. But I do feel like she could have maybe batted a bit quicker as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Lindsay Smith then, change of bowling. She's going to bowl her last 2 from the Deer Park end. A good start. The first ball's a dot ball as Collins just pushes it to mid-on and there's no run.
Yeah, it's one of those you can only judge at the end of the match.
Absolutely.
You know,
it's either a match-winning 100 or it's not.
Could well be, you know. But
hopefully 100 for her. Sweeping this time as Collins hits her on the pad. Smith has her... Oh, how many wickets has she taken now? That's her second, because there was a drop catch obviously earlier on. LBW adjudged is Danny Collins. So tried to sweep, but stood up.
Yeah, it was
rather than getting down onto one knee and
exactly that.
Sweeping.
It was an upright sweep. And yeah, umpire's finger went up pretty quickly. So yeah, just going back to what we were saying, it's one of those you don't know if this proves enough and Vipers fall short, then it's a match-winning innings.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like
no,
that, does it?
It doesn't feel like it's accelerated well enough.
And sometimes you play on wickets and think, yeah, actually this is a really good innings, and 190 or 200 is a good score here, but I can't. Might be proved wrong, of course, we often are, but doesn't seem like that.
No.
You feel like they're 50 short here.
No, I'm with you, Phil. Feel the same. So, Danny Collins, she batted well for her 23 though, made 23 from 20. It was a little bit of impetus into the innings.
Good contribution, yeah.
Tara Norris, the new batter, formerly of Vipers, of course, and now of Thunder. Left-hander for left-hander.
And the USA.
Of course, yeah. They're actually playing in a competition at the minute, so she obviously opted out of that, or unselected, I suppose. I wouldn't have thought she was unselected.
Or maybe would the Thunder have some control?
Don't know.
She's contracted to say she can't go. I don't know.
I suppose it depends what's written in her contract. The Bryces are allowed to go for the Blaze, of course, in their qualifiers. Beating the bat this time. Another caught behind from Rihanna Southbeat. This time more conventional. Driving was Tara Norris. Obviously got the outside edge of her bat. Good take by Southbeat. That's another one for Smith.
She didn't look very happy with that decision, the batter. Maybe just disappointed herself, but she's still looking back now. Got the impression she didn't think she'd hit that. But there didn't seem to be much doubt between the bowler, wicket-keeper, and more importantly, the umpire.
Yeah, everyone on the field, including the umpire, which is the most important person, of course, thought that was out. So Norris has to depart without troubling the scorer. She goes first ball. So Lindsay Smith, she's bowled brilliantly, as we've said all day. She's barely conceded a run. She's only conceded 11 runs and now has 3 wickets and is on a hat-trick, Phil.
And if she gets through her 10 overs here, set to break her own record for the most economical 10 overs. But the way the wickets are falling, she might not get to bowl 10 overs.
Just keeps breaking records. New batter Phoebe Graham.
A very tall figure.
Yeah.
Looking into the wicket now.
She can swing
the
long handle.
Diamonds?
Formerly of Diamonds, and moved to Thunder after the first year. And she did a little loan spell at Storm last year where she wasn't regularly playing for the Thunder. And she's back playing for them now and faces Lindsay Smith on a hat-trick then. She's in and chopping down on the ball. Phoebe Graham gets it to third. There's no fielder there. Nancy Harmon's going to have to come from point to do the fielding. Runs round, collects the ball, and they collect 2 to the score, 193.
Hat-trick ball, of course, that for Lindsay Smith.
Just keeps Smale away from the strike, which is important at this stage as well. She's obviously the in batter on 95, sitting at the non-striker's end at the minute. Smith in again. There's the long handle of Phoebe Graham, swipes the ball up to long on. McCacken's there and does the fielding. 1 more to the Thunder total. 194 for 7.
So Smale back on strike.
Just the field change. Was there a slip in?
She was at slip for the new batter, yes.
Yeah, slip was in, now come out. Gonna have a mid-wicket goes in and a reinforcement behind the bat. for Smale. Smith in again, left arm round the wicket, skiddy bowler. A push to mid-on, doesn't get past George Adams at mid-wicket though, comes across and does the fielding. Another good over for Lindsay Smith. 2 wickets in that one, 194 for 7, 2 to go.
Last ball went straight to where George Adams just put herself, so you've got to give credit to the captain there for getting that one exactly right, cutting off the shot for Smale. And also another thing that comes into this, Charlotte, is Smale sort of close to the 100. It's a team game, we know that, I've said this just now, but in her mind it's got to be, you know, I've got 100 here. And because with 2 overs to go with 4 wickets left or 3 wickets left, normally you'd be trying to hit everything out of the ground, wouldn't you? But she's probably not going to do that.
But then you've also got to think what's best for the team.
Of course you have.
If you end up 95 and out, but your team wins the game, you'd much rather that, wouldn't you? So
we know that, but we also know, don't we, that in your mind, that's not necessarily the thought process. And I'm not saying that's anything wrong with that. I'm not, you know, trying to lay any blame on anyone. I'm just saying that's the way it works. Taylor in, and that's a big heave across the line from Phoebe Graham, and another wicket for Vipers. That's taken out middle stump, I think, middle and off stump. Graham trying to apply the long handle, and
bowled by Mary Taylor for 3.
bowled neck and crop, I think used to be an expression. Never quite understood what that meant, but I've heard that expression, bowled neck and crop.
I've never heard that. It's new to me.
Well, I'm hoping you're going to write on your little notepad there, heave again.
Yeah, well,
you wrote heave earlier on, and I think
it's just a little reminder.
I think that qualifies as heave as well in my book. But yeah, not much chance for Phoebe Graham really. She's got to do that sort of thing in this situation.
Yep, she's got to try and put impetus into the innings in these last couple of overs or so.
There's another factor that comes in. That Smale could actually carry her bat here, which I don't think happens too often or wouldn't have happened too often in the Rachael Heyhoe Trophy. Batting throughout the innings, but danger of that happening now with 8 wickets down.
I said to Wes, I'm good. Yeah, I know.
So Mary Taylor, the new batter is that Bell?
This is Olivia Bell, yeah.
Yeah, Olivia Bell has come into the crease at number 10. And she'll be facing Mary Taylor, who's got her 2nd wicket of the season now, 2nd wicket of the day. And that's a slow full toss, a slower ball full toss, and she's managed to sort of chop that away on the offside for a single down to Windsor. So he's going to put Smale back on strike.
This is what the Thunder will want now, as much as possible. Sarah Smale has got to hog the strike, farm the strike.
Just 10 balls remaining of the innings, and yeah, Vipers would be quite happy if he gets a single off his ball, I'm sure. And that's what's going to happen, as she's forced that down to long on. They're looking for 2, but there isn't 2 there. Down to Elwes, and was it Monaghan?
Yeah, that's Monaghan out there.
Okay.
I was just, interestingly, we were talking about Tara Norris and her, representation through the USA, and the Sarah and Catherine Bryce representing Scotland, and Olivia Bell also is an international for Scotland, but isn't playing in Dubai.
This one's a leg side wide from Taylor, as we have a plane, as you can probably hear, going overhead.
It's quite loud. You might not be able to hear Phil just then, as that was quite loud.
In case you didn't hear, it was a leg side wide from Taylor, taken by Southby, who stood up to the wickets. She has been most of the time in the later spells for seamers, certainly for Taylor anyway. This time that's a quicker ball again down the leg side, and again a good take by Southby, but again a wide. Much quicker ball that time. Southby, as usual, very neat and tidy behind the stumps. Very impressive wicket keeper, as in the tradition of Vipers, because we had Carla Rudd previously, who was a really good keeper as well. Two very good exponents of that art. This is just played back down the wicket by Bell, and there's no run, fielded by Adams.
Yes, I'm just wondering whether Thunder do have some sort of say over their players, and whether they release them to go and play in these.
Yeah.
It's a World Cup qualifier, so it's it's an important game for their country. But whether there's something in their contracts that say, no, you've got to stay and play in our domestic competition.
Or they haven't been selected, as you say, so we don't know. But Scotland's certainly playing at the moment. That one's driven out on the offside for a single by Bell. I think, is it Rachael Slater from Diamonds?
Yep,
is also over there
yeah.
with Scotland. So there's a few of the players that would be in this competition that are out in the World Cup qualifiers at the moment.
Yeah.
Scotland actually got heavily beaten the other day by 10 wickets by Sri Lanka in that competition. Taylor in now to Smale, and she's that very distinctive onside shot again she plays, and this time she's going to come back for 2. So keep the strike, so she moves on to 98, and that's the 200 up for the
Lancashire Thunder, 200,
Thunder.
295 balls.
So 1 over remaining, and they're 201 for 8 with Smale not on strike now, but she's
that's
on
quite significant, isn't it, Phil?
98. I mean, will they squeeze here and try and keep her on strike, or probably?
Be interesting to see whether she turns down singles here to try and score boundaries herself. It'd be, sometimes you do that towards the back end of
you
the
do
innings,
with a tail ender at the other end, yes.
just to see whether she decides to do that, whether they're going to take every run that's on offer here.
I think on 98, if she gets on strike, she's not going to turn down a single, personally, but she might if it's like the 5th ball or something like that. You don't want to end up on 99, that would be quite frustrating.
Done all the hard work.
Yeah.
Smith then waits just behind umpire Ben Peverell to bowl the last. And she's in now, round the wicket to Bell, who's driving. They get through, good running from Smell. She wanted to get to the striking end, and she does so. One more to the Thunder total, 202, but more importantly for Thunder.
Should that not have gone to the bowling end, maybe? There's
Possibly.
more chance for a run out at the bowling end, I would have thought.
I just don't know whether there was the angle that was
maybe.
the fielder came in at, that whether they couldn't get the throw away and the backing up would have conceded another one.
Possibly. Just that Smale was running anyway, and Bell didn't seem quite so sure.
Smith in again then, driving this time as Smale to Nancy Harmon at mid-wicket. Does good fielding there and no run. 4 deliveries remaining in the Thunder innings, 202 for 8. Just umpire Ben Peverell has to put the bails back on as they were dislodged by Lindsay Smith. Siren Smale, 98 not out, waits for Lindsay Smith, raises her bat, she's back on the back foot, she scoops it round the corner, goes up and over wicketkeeper Rihanna Southby, she turns for 2, and she's going to be run out on 99.
Yeah, there was never 2 there to be. I know she had to try and keep the bowling, but there was never realistically a 2 there, and that's a really unfortunate end for Smale, run out for 99.
It was a good piece of fielding. Southby came quickly from behind the stumps to collect the ball, turned and got the throw away. Abby Norgrove had come in from point, was right next to the stumps, perfect position, and was able to take the bails. Unfortunately for Smale, she has had to go for 99. It's a well-made 99 of 144 deliveries, but she's had to go, unfortunately for her team, with 3 balls to go, with those 3 balls having it there, could she have added a few more to the total?
Well, it's almost answered the question you asked at the start of the over, Charlie. You said, would she take the single? What would be her theory? But she was clearly trying to face as many balls as possible, which is all credit to her in that over. And, I mean, she took a single off the first ball when it wasn't her on strike, which was obviously was going to run anyway. And that one she took on 2 that weren't really there, but trying to get back on strike rather than personal score. So good from her point of view. Great effort, and just it's only 1 run short, but it's such an important 1 run, isn't it, in the big scheme of things? Like the difference between 99 and 100 is nothing in the scorebook, but it's massive in terms of your memories and your own personal gain, isn't it?
I mean, she's just walked up the stairs next to us, and she's chuntering to herself, probably quite disappointed.
Yeah.
Hannah Jones, the new batter, then. And that's driven by her down the ground, and Ella McCacken does the fielding at long on, and there's 1 more to the Thunder total, 204 now, 2 balls remaining.
You just don't get that many opportunities in your cricketing career to score 100, do you, to be honest? And you want to take them when you get that close.
Full toss this time from Smith. It's dug out in the end by Olivia Bell into the covers, and
I'm going to
another one
sound
to the
like
total.
a really old person there, which I am, obviously, but it's like when you're that age, she's 19, I think, yeah, you sort of think, well, she's disappointed right now, but she'll probably be thinking, I'll get plenty of chances again in my life, you know, cricket in life. But they don't come around that often, actually, even with really top players.
Back of a length delivery. The final ball of this innings is worked into the covers for a single. 206 for 9 at the end of the 50 for the Thunder. Batting first here. They were put in by the Vipers, who chose to field. So, Seren Smell was the standout in the lineup, made 99 for her team. Was run out just a moment ago for 99. Contributions down the order from Katie Mack was made a well-made 37. The good partnership between her and Smell, but she was run out by Elwes brilliantly. Danny Collins made 23 from 21, was good little impetus towards the end.
Yeah.
And wickets for the Vipers spread quite evenly. 2 for Taylor, 3 for Smith, who bowled brilliantly. She was a standout. 10 overs, 3 for 18 to her best figures, and the best in a Vipers shirt, beating her own record, as Phil mentioned last week. 1 for Charlie Knott and 1 for Alice Monaghan, who returns to the side today.
Yeah, and looking at the score, 206, about 20 odd more than Sparks scored here last week. Now, I know every day is different, every wicket's different, every bowling attack's different, but that was well short, as it turned out. You know, Vipers won with 10 overs to spare, and I think the feeling would be right now that that's probably 30 or 40 light, but
Absolutely.
that would be my guess.
Thank you, Phil. We're going to return in about 20 or 30 minutes time after the lunch break, and we'll see the Vipers try and chase this score down of 206, 207 to win here at Wormsley. I just turned that down because you could hear you quite clearly. No, it was just one lot. You got a very distinct lot.
I think I might just move this. I think I'm going to move it. It's not fair on everybody.
You've got to rely on Wes being very well behaved.
Yeah, no, that's too much. That's just too much. Too much to ask.
Hampshire Thunder, the first innings, section high, ball Lindsay Smith for 8, Seren Smell run out by Lorna Southby 99, Katie Mack run out Georgia Elvis 37, Fee Morris caught Lorna Southby bowled Alice Monaghan 0, Ellie Welpel bowled Mary Taylor 12, Mary Depani Horton bowled Charlie Knott for 6. Danny Collins, LBW bowled Lindsay Smith for 23. Tara Norris, Courtware Southby bowled Lindsay Smith 0. Phoebe Graham bowled Mary Taylor 3. Olivia Bell not out 4, and Hannah Jones not out 2. And the bowling, Mary Taylor, 9 overs, 2 for 37. Lindsay Smith, 10 overs, 3 for 19. Georgia Adams, 10 overs for 31. Charlie Knott, 10 overs, 1 for 56. Nancy Harmon, 5 overs to 24, and Alice Monaghan 6 overs, 1 for 33. We will see you very shortly for the second innings.
Hold the line. Yeah, hold the line. Any takes a minute. Hold the line. Hold it. In both sectors. In 50 odd feet. They all by this way. No, it's last week.
13 against the Sunrisers. And here we have the Hampshire Thunder on 269 and Southern Vipers about to get underway.
Well, welcome back to the Wormsley Cricket Ground in Buckinghamshire, where we've had the break between the innings in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game between the Southern Vipers and Lancashire Thunder. The two umpires, Ben Peverell and Julia Jarvis, are out in the middle, and the Thunder team are making their way out behind the two Southern Vipers openers. That's Ella McGacken and Abby Norgrove. The state of play at the break was that Thunder, having been put into bat, finished on 206 for 9 off their 50 overs. There was 99 for opener Seren Smale. She was the last wicket to fall. Run out, going for a 100th run. She made 99 of 145 balls. The next highest was Katie Mack for 37. And Lindsay Smith, for the second week running on this ground, created a best for the Vipers of the most economical figures. This time 10 overs, 3 for 19. I'm Kevin James. Next to me is Charlotte Taylor, the injured off-spinner of the Southern Vipers. I know she's getting a little bit annoyed about that, but hopefully she'll be back soon.
Not with you.
No, but just the general situation. Let's hope we're not still saying it in August.
That'd be great.
The weather is slightly going downhill. We're okay at the moment, but it was lovely sunshine this morning, and throughout most of the Thunder innings it started to cloud over a little bit, and the wind started to pick up, and there are showers forecast for later this afternoon. But we'll keep playing until then, of course, with the Vipers needing 207 for victory. And first up is Ella McGacken, and she is facing left arm over seam bowler that's pushed out on the offside. Hannah Jones, isn't it? No.
Tara Norris.
Tara Norris. Of course it's Tara Norris. How can I forget Tara Norris? Former Vipers.
How could you forget Tara Norris?
Why did I say Hannah Jones? Hannah Jones is a slow left arm.
Yeah.
Whereas Tara Norris isn't. She's a seam bowler.
Famously.
Yes. It's amazing how quickly you're forgotten when you leave a club.
Forgotten in the next breath.
Norris bowls right to left as we look, and McGacken leaves that one alone. That looks like just came back a fraction, actually, from outside off stump. Tara Norris, who made the move a couple of seasons ago to Thunder from the Vipers.
She did, in order to bowl a little bit more and more in the power play and such forth. When the Vipers have Freya Kemp and Lauren Bell available from the season that she moved, they were both available for most of the summer. Meant that her bowling with the new ball.
Yeah. Here she comes again, then bowls to McGacken once more. Driving is McGacken out to point, and there's no run, fielded by Katie Mack. She was with the Vipers in the KSL era, was Tara Norris, joined them in 2017, left in 2022. Played 23 matches in this competition for the Vipers. She's playing her 13th for Thunder.
Bowling with good pace as well here.
She is. Comes in and bowls, and McGacken drives out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'm just wondering why she's not with America, the USA.
Well, statistician, I can't even say that word, statistician.
Stato, just say Stato.
Stato,
it's
yeah, it's just easier. Richard Isaacs told me that she hasn't played for them since November 2021.
Ah, that long ago?
Yeah, in a World Cup qualifier against Zimbabwe.
Oh.
So whether she's just decided to not play for them anymore.
Been to have a chat with her later. Find out the reason. She bowls. McGacken's bowled! And she'll enjoy that one, Tara Norris. I'm not sure McGacken will. And she goes for no score, and the Vipers are 0 for 1.
I'm just going to have a look at that on the live picture feed, because there was a ball that came back into McGacken in that over. As Kev said, it came back a fraction, and just wondering whether that one's done the same. It's a good length delivery, straight as you like.
It's come back a fraction, has it? Do you think?
Yeah, it has, definitely. Definite in swing back into the right hand of McGacken. Knocks her middle stump out the ground. And she's had to fall for no score after making 83, a good 83 on Saturday. Cricket does funny things, doesn't it? Comes back around and no score today. She'll be disappointed, but it brings the overseas Charlie Knott to the crease, who had a good game. Well, I say she had a good game on Saturday. She made 40, but made it look really comfortable, and I almost think she gave a wicket away and could have probably gone on to get more than that. So she made a good start, let's put it that way, and she'll be wanting to progress onwards from there. with Charlie Knott. She's got to deal with Tara Nosh. Nell's probably got to tail up.
Yeah. There is a little bit of swing for Tara Noyce. I missed the ground announcer mention Alan McGacken. Did he get it right? He got it right. Oh, he said batsman. Oh dear.
Can't be doing that.
Well, you can't get it right all the time. We were waiting for him to see what he would say about McGacken. He's clearly practiced that one, but he didn't have to use it very often. So Charlie Knott comes in with the Vipers 0 for 1, chasing 210. Bit of a blow. We think 210 is a little on the lower side, but when you lose wickets early on, of course, it's harder. Knott's off the mark straight away. Lovely shot through the covers to a leg ball. I think that may just go all the way. It's in a bank below us, and it is going for 4. What a start from the Australian. Vipers 4 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of width on offer, wasn't it? Just able to lean on it, caress it through the offside, and it raced across this outfield towards us. Danny Collins and Katie Mack with the 2 fielders after it. Came up short. Good start for the Vipers. Well, say good start. They obviously lost the wicket, but they still look in control of where they want to hit the ball and still taking positive options. But the Thunder will be the happier of the 2 sides, having taken that first wicket.
Well, I've not seen Abby Norgrove bat before.
Have you not?
I don't think I have. I know she's played 5 games. Perhaps I have, actually. Perhaps I have seen her, but...
She made a debut against the Sunrisers at Chelmsford last year. You wouldn't have been there.
No, I wasn't there, no.
She played at Southport in the tie against these between these 2 sides. She made 40 in that game. Looked really good, actually. Well-made 40. Batting outside of her crease here, as we can see from this side on angle, to Phoebe Graham, who comes in from the Deer Park end. Solid in defence is Abby Norgrove, the young Abby Norgrove. Recently been on the under-19 tour to Sri Lanka, where they played in a tri-series against Australia and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I did a nice little interview with her and Ava Lee before they left.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
It was quite cute, really.
They were great. They were.
Obviously new to the media. Yeah, sorry, is that the wrong word to use? Phoebe Graham in again, hits Norgrove on the pads, but looked a little bit high for me. Just tries to work onto the leg side and was unsuccessful. Yeah, cute's probably the wrong word. It was very, you can just tell 2 players haven't done a lot of media interaction before and just kept saying how great an opportunity it was. They're so thankful, obviously. All these young players are so thankful that they get so much opportunity to play cricket and play cricket abroad and not have to represent their country to do so. They were on that occasion, but you don't have to now. Obviously, playing in domestic cricket, you go on tours and things like that. Graham in again and hits Norgrove on the pads once again. It looks high again for me. It's a big appeal from behind the stumps from Captain Ellie Threlkeld and Fee Morris and Katie Mack, all screaming at umpire Ben Peverell, who remains unmoved. It's good bowling from Phoebe Graham, really challenging line and length, and this will be a challenge for young Abby Norgrove. It
certainly will, yeah, it's very experienced. Phoebe Graham, 32 years of age now.
You have to say experienced rather than old.
Well, I prefer experienced.
So do I. Another good length delivery from Graham. She's tall, Phoebe Graham. Gets on top of the bounce nicely, though, does Norgrove, and drops it into the offside, and there is no run taken. I always feel that somebody says, oh, you've got loads of experience now. I'm like, you just tell me that I'm old and I played a lot of cricket, and that's okay. Just say what you mean.
Well, I suppose 32 is getting on a bit now, isn't it, for you know, women's cricket now, isn't it, to be fair? I mean, Georgia Elwes 32 as well. I mean, very much they are the older players, aren't they?
Graham, and again, long run up from the edge of the boundary circle, the edge of the fielding circle, sorry. Norgrove's off the mark, she'll be relieved, drops that into the offside for a single.
I had a nice chat with Phoebe during the winter, actually, up at Loughborough on the PCA Futures weekend. And you know, a few players there, you know, thinking about careers after the game, and that she's very much thinking about it, you know, because she thinks it's not too far away.
I'm fairly sure she worked at a very well-known television operator before becoming a professional cricketer that you'd normally watch lots of your sports on, if you know what I mean. I think she was working there before she was given a contract by Thunder and then decided to go full cricket. She's in again here to Knott, who's defending and doesn't get a single on that occasion as the ball goes to point. That's the end of the second over. Good one for the Thunder. They're on top here. It feels 5 for 1.
Yeah, it's nice action as well, isn't it? Giving
strong, isn't it? She looks like she's put on a bit of pace, actually. I mean, it's easier to say from side on here. You can see the way that the ball carries through, but from what I've seen of her in recent years, and definitely in the last 2 or 3, it definitely looks like she's put on a yard or 2 of pace.
She was in the Northern Diamonds.
In her experienced age.
Well, of course. Well, I can remember the final where you got the 6 wickets at Edgbaston, first year of this competition. And she played for the Northern Diamonds in that. I remember that, thinking, I thought then she looked a good bowler. But it's the next over to be bowled. Comes in now and bowls to Charlie Knott. Knott's wrapped on the pad. Tara Norris, is it her second wicket? Not quite. She's looking dangerous here. She's got the ball straightening.
You've got to be careful where you put that front foot now. You can't go too far across. If the ball's coming back into you, you can't be plonking that foot down middle and off and hoping for the best. You've got to be quite calculated.
Tara Norris against her former side here. Already got rid of Ella McGacken in the first over. Here's over number 3, 5 for 1. The Vipers. Norris in again and bowls. Knots forward, gets a thick inside edge there as he goes out square on the onside. This is good stuff here from Norris. Hasn't been a regular. It was Abby Norgrove facing. Sorry, apologies. Thank you, Charlotte. But, yeah, she's definitely. I'm just watching the live picture feed here. We're not in line. We are at deep cover, and the ball is definitely straightening in the air. So it's Abby Norgrove facing. Drives, gets a thick inside edge there, goes past the umpire. They should get 2. Sachi Pye fielding down at fine leg, running round. There's good shape on this ball here from Norris.
That's the way she's got to play that. Abby Norgrove, she's got to play it close to her. Don't go reaching too far out in front. If the ball's coming back in, that LBW and bowled is the real threat for Tara Norris.
Picked up 35 wickets in her time with the Vipers in 50 over cricket in 12 matches.
Just was opportunity was the move.
Yeah, comes in and bowls, and nice drive there from Abby Norgrove out towards extra cover. Best bowling of 4 for 14. I'm just trying to think, that might have been at Arundel a little while ago, I think. Might have been against Thunder, actually, thinking about it.
It'd be interesting to see as well someone like Tara Norris, who her county is Sussex, and she's a southern girl, whether in all the moves and the lack of seam bowling at the Vipers, would she consider a move back to Hampshire?
That's true. Norgrove works that away on the onside. No run.
Contracts up, lots of contracts up in October, pretty much for all players. So would players look to move around? I mean, she plays in this side as a front seam bowler when Cross and Gore aren't here, but missed out last week when they weren't. A similar sort of thing when Bell and Kemper were available on bowling for the Vipers, didn't open the bowling then for the Vipers. So yeah, be interesting to see what happens with players like her.
Norgrove drives up to mid-on this time. That's the end of the 3rd over. The Vipers are 7 for 1, chasing 206 for 9. Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it, really? All these conundrums are going to come up, and Tara's case is because they are seam light at Vipers, aren't they?
So would you consider a move back to, you can pretty much guarantee to bowl in every game and play in every game? Looking at a team sheet, it'd be interesting to see whether players do go back to their homegrown counties and what have you, whether they feel settled in their move and their future at a different club.
I suppose first and foremost you've got to look to where the contracts are, aren't you?
Absolutely.
I mean, if you go outside of Tier 1, then there's no contract, is there?
Absolutely. Graham in again then for her second over. Good length delivery, and Charlie Knott is watchful. Defends into the offside.
So is Tier 2 pay as you play? Or will it be?
I don't know whether it will be. I feel like it's semi-professional in a sense that there'll be structured training and they'll have S&C and physio provision, but whether they will be paid to play, I don't know the answer to that. I think that's still potentially down to each individual county if they've got the funds available. I suppose I don't know how it's going to work. Good length delivery again by Phoebe Graham, and a little bit wider on that occasion allows Charlie Knott to chop down on it and get it to 3rd for a single. She moves to 5, team total on 8 for the Vipers. So I don't know enough about it, and I don't know whether we've been told enough about it to sort of know where that sits in the grand scheme of things, the money and the contracts and what have you.
So basically, tier 1, you're guaranteed a contract if you're offered one.
Yeah.
And then below that, it's amateur.
Yeah, pretty much. Graham, and again, driving this time is Norgrove. Good looking shot, but can only find Katie Mack at point. But I don't think actually all 15, so it'll be a squad of 15 in each county, each of the tier 1 counties. But not all 15 will be professional.
Oh, were they not?
Unless they're... So at the start they'll only be... So I think at the moment there's 10. I think that will go up to 12. So 12 will be professional. Then they'll add 1 a year for the next 5 years is the generic plan. But if counties want to go and invest more, then they can do. There's no sort of ruling on it. Forward and defence again is Norgrove to a good length delivery from Graham. So I think it's completely up to the counties whether they want to invest more in their players as to when they introduce. But by the end of 2028 is the next phase, and from 2025 to 2028, at the end of 2028, 15 players must be professional. That is the prerequisite of getting a tier 1.
I've got you, right. Okay.
But it doesn't have to all come in the first year. Ideally, that would be what players would want to see. On the back foot, this time is Norgrove. Brilliant shot. Square drive, back foot drive. It's a beautiful shot. It's beaten the right hand of Katie Mack and gone all the way for 4. That will settle some nerves. Nerves? That's not a word. Nerves for the young Abby Norgrove. She moves on to 7. Scores on 12.
That's a beautifully timed shot, that one, using the pace of Phoebe Graham as well and the new ball. That's interesting. I didn't realise that, actually, I have to admit. So counties are under no obligation to go further than 10 in the first year, but I guess some counties will put a bit more money into it than others.
Well, I think
some would have 11 or 12 in the first year, maybe even more.
Well, I think at the Thunder now, they could already be up to 15 because they've had private investment. Graham in again, the grunt from Phoebe Graham as she delivers a good length delivery from Abby Norgrove, who just defends that into the offside, and that's the end of the 4th. 12 on the score. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I think if you have some counties have had private investment and already funding extra professionals, without the ECB funding, so that would probably stay. I would assume that those private investors would continue investing, and then the counties have a bit more free rein to do what they want with their money and how they, sort of divvy it up in terms of whether they put it in straight into player wages or whether they put it into an academy system, and lots of counties will have, like these 2 counties, for example, in Lancashire and Hampshire that have won tier 1 bids, are already like a step ahead because they already have the facility is ready to go, like based at the Utilita Bowl or at Emirates Old Trafford. They've already got that going, they've already got their coaching staff in place, they don't have to change too many things, whereas some others might have to, like at Essex for example, the Sunrisers move their base to Essex and they'll have to figure out and start almost a little bit behind the 8 ball.
Okay. Norris to Charlie Knott, outside of the off stump, and it's called a wide by umpire Julia Jarvis. That's interesting. So, okay, let's just imagine for a moment. So the bare minimum next year on offer are 80 contracts. 10 times 18.
Yeah.
The bare minimum. So there will be more, but that's basically, there could be, if the worst comes to the worst, and there's a financial disaster between now and whenever, there's just 80 contracts available. There's Norris, bowls, not just slightly leading edge there as it goes out on the offside. At the moment, in this regional competition, there's more contracts than that, isn't there?
No.
Is it still
10.
only 10? And then whatever else they fund
Yeah.
on top of that, the regional sides. Oh, okay, right.
So they'll start, and I don't know whether it's going to be 10 or will it start from 12. There'll be 2 more added. I think it's still only 10, and then they'll add effectively 1 a year until.
Interesting. Okay. This weather does feel like it's closing in a little bit. There's a lovely drive on the up from Charlie Knott as it goes out to mid-off, and that's fielded by Phoebe Graham. And I just look to our right, not quite down the valley, but just over the hill. The storm clouds look like they are starting to roll in.
It does look a little bit ominous, doesn't it?
It does a bit, actually. Yeah, it's got that sort of stormy feel around the ground now, whereas this morning when we started it was beautiful. There was lovely sunshine. It was just a perfect day to watch cricket, but it's changing as Norris bowls, and another length ball to Charlie Knott. Norris fields on a follow-through. She looks as though she's enjoying her bowling here, and why not? She's already bowled Ella McGacken for no score.
Was that a pun? Why not?
Oh,
There's
gosh.
so many out there. I just
Without
thought you would.
realising.
Yeah.
No, well, it's,
There's so many out there.
is there?
I'm trying to get pretzel knot in there somewhere, but I don't really know how I'm going to do it.
Pretzel?
Like when you tie a pretzel into a knot shape.
Ah.
So I was trying to get that in last week and I just couldn't figure it out.
Work
Not that smart, really, to be honest with you. Not that witty.
No. Well, no, more smarter than I, because I couldn't even work that out. I couldn't work out the link. There's field on the drive now on the offside for Knott. As Norris comes in and bowls, and Knott just works that down to fine. A little too straight this time from Norris. She's still getting the ball to straighten a fraction. It's good bowling. She doesn't always do that, does she? When she does, she's a really good bowler. We saw that when her time at the Vipers, when she got the ball to swing in or straighten. She looked very dangerous indeed, but obviously with the white ball, it never lasts long.
No.
14 for 1 in the 5th. Knott has 7.
That's where she's most threatening, is to get the ball to come in, then the one that hold its line and go away.
Yeah.
She was so threatening for the Vipers when she was doing that.
Comes in and bowls to Abby Norgrove, almost a Yorker there as she works that out. There's an underarm throw at the non-striker's end, Charlie Knott, but she's well behind the line anyway. We can see that. We're in a great position. And those clouds looking very menacing. Not quite yet, but at some stage this afternoon we are promised some sort of rain. As Norris comes in and bowls once more, and lovely drive out to point. Katie Mack missed fields, but the ball doesn't go too far away from her, so they don't run on that misfield, and that's the end of the over. 5 overs gone here. The Vipers are 14 for 1 at the same stage. Slow start from the Thunder. They had 10.
It says it's chance of precipitation. On a weather app says 50% chance right now. So we're on the better half of that 50%. And that's going to stay that way until 5 o'clock, and then it does look like it's coming in at 6, quite heavy.
Right.
So should be close to a completion. Or at least have got, 10 overs constitutes a game, of course, in this competition.
Actually, we haven't worked out the calculations yet, have we? I forgot
That's
to do
usually
that.
Phil's job. He's disappeared.
Yeah, Phil's gone.
Phoebe Graham then to Abby Norgrove. No, that's Charlie Knott. They look so similar, don't they? Defending that one away.
They do look similar. Well, we do know that the side batting second has to score the runs in 40 overs if they want to get the bonus point.
Yep.
So that's a
We
gimme.
do know that.
That's a gimme. We need to work out. Let me see if I can work out actually what Thunder need to keep Vipers down to.
Graham in again to Knott. He's defending that one back to her, and there is no run there.
Oh gosh, that's not what that's not the right thing.
We'll leave Kev to do his maths. So you can hear the Thunder girls out there. They're noisy. They're hungry for a second. Graham in again, past umpire Ben Peverell, bowls and onto the hips of Knott. He works that leg side and down to long leg. Sachipai there does the fielding. One more to the total, 15 for 1.
That doesn't sound right either. I've got 117. That doesn't sound right.
That sounds a little bit too low, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, that can't be the right calculation. We'll try and find it out anyway. But from a Vipers point of view, we know that to get the bonus point, they need to score all the runs in 40 overs.
Graham in again, beats the bat of Norgrove. It's a really good delivery, good carry through to wicketkeeper Ellie Threlkeld, captain wicketkeeper Ellie Threlkeld, who applauds her bowler on that occasion. A really good delivery. Every time she bowls, she grunts, which, is fine. But you just feel like, I don't know which one's the extra effort ball. It did look like that was the one, because generally, seem as you bend it back a little bit, 1 or 2 balls and over, just see if you can get a bit more out of the surface. Because she grunts every ball, I'm not really sure which one it is. Graham bowls and defending again is Norgrove, solidly. Back to the bowler. It's not looking an awful lot of trouble, Abby Norgrove.
No, it's just
Confident
good bowling.
out there, yeah.
It's good bowling from Phoebe Graham. Quite
You've got
tall.
to be patient, haven't you?
Yeah. It's the deck a bit. Getting it through nicely.
Turning again on top of her mark, right on the edge of that 25-yard circle. Phoebe Graham. Defending again is Abby Norgrove into the offside, looking for a single but wasn't on offer. That's the end of that one. That's the end of the 6th. Vipers, they're 15 for 1, chasing 206 that was set by the Thunder earlier on today.
Let's have a look at what's happening around the country in this round.
Oh yeah, please do update us.
Yes, right. So the Central Sparks against the Sunrisers. The Sparks were all out for 213, with Abby Freeborn making 93 there. They were all out off the last ball of their 50 overs. The Sparks have started their reply. Sorry, the Sunrisers have started their reply. They've lost a wicket early on. They are 3 for 1. Ariana Dowse, formerly of this parish, out for no score.
She's not had a good start to her tournament.
She's not.
No, hasn't made a score as of yet.
So Tara Norris to continue from the Dibley end, right to left as we look. Who's bowling to Charlie Knott. Knott drives. Oh, she's called to short mid wicket, and there's one of those fielders on the drive just exactly for that. And Knott goes for 7. First time she's failed in a Vipers shirt, and the Vipers here 15 for 2.
Well, it's caught Morris, bowled Norris. That's one to say for you, Kev. It was I almost said shot as it came off the bat, because she just worked it off the hip lovely, but it was at catchable height. Lower to Fee Morris's left-hand side. Good catch though. And Charlie Knott's going to have to go exactly as you say. Kev failed for the first time in a Vipers shirt. 15 for 2, the Vipers. And a little bit of trouble early on here at Wormsley.
So Ella McGackin for no score, and Charlie Knott for 7, the 2 Vipers wickets that have fallen. Let's just quickly go round the other grounds here. Northern Diamonds against the Blaze. The Diamonds, they were bowled out as well for 188 in the 48th over. Top scorer there was Dobson. That's
Leah Dobson.
Leah Dobson, that's right, Leah Dobson. 54 she made. 3 wickets there for Sophie Munro. Is it Sophie Munro?
Yep.
It is, isn't it? Yep. And the Blaze have just got underway actually. They were the first over there. They didn't score any runs in that. It was a maiden. And a late start where it's 44 over game, South East Stars, I think.
Yep.
You said. South East Stars 251 for 4 in the 40th over. Alice Davis and Richards made 65. Paige Schofield, former Viper, made 74. So they're still going there. They've
She got 60
another
in the last game, Paige Schofield as well, so she's off to a good start.
So new batter for Vipers is?
Captain Georgia Adams.
It is Georgia Adams, who's playing a missing outside the off stump. Oh, Tara Norris. She's enjoying this against her former team. We were just trying to work out, Phil, what the score that Thunder need to keep Vipers down to get a bonus point. So, do you know how to work it out? I don't know. I can't remember how to work it out. Alex knows. 40 overs for us to get it. For us, for Vipers, of course. 165. Richard Isaacs has just texted me. Thank you very much, Richard. Oh no, Phil's beat. You just beat Phil to it, Richard. Down the leg side, that'll be called a wide. He looks very distraught, actually, does Phil. He looked like he was desperate to get that out first. Yeah, well, yeah, but he's got it out before you, Phil. Anyway, thank you. So 165. Score is 16 for 2 here at Wormsley. As the clouds get a little bit more menacing. They're quite high though. Stormy clouds. Almost a Yorker there, dug out by Georgia Adams. So Tara Norris with both wickets so far. Earlier in that 206 for 9. Seren Smale looked odds on to get a first ever 100, the 19-year-old. And she was last out, going for a second to get 100 in the last over. And was run out. 145 balls, just 6 fours in that 99. And she didn't look happy when she came in. Everybody stood and applauded as Adams works that square on the leg side and looked very happy for her, but the one person that didn't look happy was the one walking in.
That's always the way, isn't it?
She was fuming. And I think there might have even been something said as she walked into the pavilion.
You were just
Can't
the
possibly
change rooms are
confirm or
behind
deny.
us, and I didn't hear a bat thrown. So actually, I think she left her bat and gloves down at the and her helmet to air out.
Probably just as
At the
well.
bottom of the bank.
Norris again bowls, and Adams flicking that away down to fine. There'll be at least one. I think Pye will keep that down to one. She picks it up cleanly, throws it in on the fall to Threlcold. And the Vipers move on to 17, is that? Yeah, 17 for 2. I have to say, I don't know, it looks a great wicket. And
Maybe just a bit of cloud cover making it a little bit swing a little bit more for Tara Norris. We didn't see that swing from Mary Taylor.
That's true.
But the shape that Norris does get aids that.
So it does. Just feels like the scores are a little low. Even 17 for 2 feels. But you're right. It's been mainly the swing from Tara Norris that's caused the problems. It's Abby Norgrove back on strike. Norris comes in, got 2 on the drive. Short. Norris hits it up in the air. It's fallen just short of the fielder in the deep on the leg side. That's Datani.
She took it on, didn't she, Abby Norgrove? And they say, coach's manual says that you hit the ball from high to low, a pull shot like that, and she hit it the opposite way, from low to high, and it ballooned up in the air, but luckily she didn't get enough of it to reach Neighbour Datani in the deep, and she survives. She looks disappointed with herself, but she's out there with one of the more experienced players in this team, Captain George Adams, so she'll be just trying to settle her nerves. 18 for 2 here at Wormsley. 7 overs gone. Phoebe Graham to continue from the Deer Park end. She's bowled well to start with. Phoebe Graham. Bowled 3 overs for 7 so far. Here to start her 4th. She's in now to Norgrove. It's beaten the bat. Just runs down. It was speeding away from, I think that's Olivia Bell down there to her left. A genuine edge off the bat of Abby Norgrove. Goes past Seren Smell at first slip. Beats Olivia Bell to her left and goes for 4. 22 for 2.
Bowling well here, Thunder, aren't they? Putting the Vipers under a bit of pressure. You feel that there's another wicket around the corner here.
I'm not sure if I've just scored 99, I'd be wanting to throw myself around at first slip, but Seren Smell's waiting there. She's obviously a keeper.
Yeah.
Won't keep in this side above Captain Ellie Threlcold, more experienced head of Ellie Threlcold.
She got a finger to that. Looks like she's just wringing her hand out of it.
Would have been a very good catch if she was able to take it. Good bowling for Phoebe Graham. She's in again and driving confidently as Norgrove and can only find Fee Morris extra cover. No run is taken.
It's interesting. One former Vipers started well here with Tara Norris. Fee Morris couldn't make her former side pay. She was out second ball for no score. Trying to hit Alice Monaghan away on the leg side. Got a huge top edge. Good catch from Rihanna Southby behind the stumps.
Graham in again then. Another good delivery that all Norgrove can do is dab it down into the offside. Fee Morris again does the fielding extra cover. This is very good seam bowling, isn't it? One player at one end hitting the pitch hard and getting good carry, trying to beat the bat on the outside. And then another left arm over bowler trying to swing the ball back into your pads and trying to beat you on the inside edge. So 2 good challenges from either end from the Thunder. She's in again, Phoebe Graham again driving as Norgrove, not getting everything of it. Only finding Fee Morris again at extra cover, 3 in a row. That combination.
This has been a good opening salvo from Thunder, isn't it?
It has.
Graham and Norris on the money.
A field change happening. I don't know whether she's going to go short here. She's going to have 2 on the hook. 1 at long leg, 1 at deep backward square. The fielder from the third comes inside the circle because of course you can only have 2 players out of that 25-yard circle within this first 10 overs of the power play. And it seemed to be said whether she's going to double bluffer. It is a short delivery outside the off stump. Threlcold's interested behind the stumps for a caught behind as Abby Norgrove thrashes at that. There's a bit of whiff on offer, but umpire Ben Peveril was unmoved.
It's getting a little dark as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm now starting to think that this rain could be closer than we thought. It did say 50% chance now, but the clouds are high.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it's going to hose it down when it comes. It might just be that drizzle, but if it starts, it might not stop. Graham, another shorter delivery on the hook again is Norgrove to the left of Smale, does well, comes around to her left and cuts off the 2. So good fielding there by Seren Smale. Another one to the total. She took on the hook again, did Norgrove, got more of it on this occasion. Only a single, 23 for the loss of 2 wickets after 7 here.
And Thunder were 14 without loss after 8 as well. Thank you, Charlotte Taylor. Phil Green and the Hersey Park ladies will join me for the next half hour. Yeah, I think if this was a county game here, I think the umpires would be looking, a men's county game, they'd be looking at the light situation. It's darker. I wouldn't say it's dark. It is looking as though things are slowly but surely just filling in a little, but we'll be all right for a while. We'll play in this, Phil.
Yeah, I might have to take the dark glasses off.
Here's Norris then, bowling to Abby Norgrove, whipped away down to fine leg. Pye runs in from the boundary enthusiastically, throws it in to Threll Cold, and the Vipers move on to 24 for 2. Hasn't been a straightforward start here, Phil.
It hasn't, and I don't know if they've already knew or they've worked out already that Abby Norgrove seems to like to take on the short ball, so she nearly holed out previous Tara Norris over, and in the last overs when she was on strike they set someone back and fed it again, and she took it on again, so that's obviously going to be an interesting little subplot to this, I think.
Georgia Adams driving out towards extra cover.
That's a good catch by Fee Morris, I think.
Superb.
Yeah.
And a field set for that. There was 2 fielders on either side for the drive. That was on the leg side.
But like Charlotte said on commentary, her first reaction was, oh, good shot, and then all of a sudden
she's throwing the ball up.
She's gone. Yeah.
Helicopter just passes over, right to left, just in the over the top of the hill in front of us. Norris bowls. Adams gets a length ball, plays that dead straight back to the bowler. She's been really good today, Tara Norris. Encouraged, I think, by that swing.
We talked a lot, obviously, in the first innings about Seren Smale's innings, and you know, we could be, and we did say at the time, it might be the case that come this evening we'll be saying that was a match-winning knock.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's looking that's a possibility.
That's right. Yeah, you always think, isn't it, with early wickets, then that becomes a better knock, and that's the way it's looking at the moment. Down the leg side, that should be called a wide. It is Julia Jarvis with her hands out there. She's signalling to us almost, but the scorers are just to our left, so it looks like she is.
Yeah, you feel you've got to acknowledge her almost, don't you?
Yeah, thank you, Julia. We'll pass that message on. In the 9th over here, you can tell that wind's just getting up a fraction as those clouds hover menacingly. Another kite flies past us as Norris bowls. Driving is Adams down the ground. That's split mid-on and mid-off, and that's going for 4. Beautifully timed.
Yeah, she just leant on that, really, didn't she? It's gone. No chance for the fielders. Slightly downhill to that side of the ground, of course.
It is, isn't it? It just falls away a bit there.
Yeah, it does. Don't catch many down there.
So 5, Adams moves on to 29 for 2. The Vipers, remember they're chasing 207 for victory.
One of the red kites.
Swooping. Look at it. Look, it's on the ground. He's at extra cover.
Extra cover at the moment.
Yes, just moved off. Adams drives again, and again she split the field, and it's the same result. 2 identical balls, 2 identical shots.
Yeah, absolutely. And mid-on got a bit closer to that one and looked like she may have cut it off, but sort of dived over it a little bit, really. But yes, as you say, identical shot, identical result.
Lovely shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard. It was all timing.
No, that's the key. Both of them, no follow through, really, just pushed down the ground. Just an extended forward defensive, really, aren't they?
9 to Adams. So it's 33 for 2 now in the 9th. Field stays the same. Still the 2 on the drive as well on either side as Norris comes in and bowls to Adams. That's a better length. Adams just pushing forward. And that's the end of Norris's over. So 9 overs have passed in this Vipers reply, and they are 33 for 2 at the same stage. Thunder was 16 without loss.
Yeah, obviously not many boundaries early on in the Thunder innings, in the first innings of the day, but 2 wickets down compared to none down, so it's sort of a trade-off, really, isn't it? A few more runs, but lost a couple of wickets. Phoebe Graham again, so I'm guessing we're going to see. Well, we haven't got the field set for the short ball, which is interesting. Had it for the end of the over last time from Norgrove, and she took it on, but gone back to the slip now instead of the square leg. So obviously not going for the, well, guessing not going for the bouncer policy right now. In she comes, and that's a good length ball. Norgrove plays and misses. Phoebe Graham's got that. I don't know if grunt's the right word, but you get with female tennis players quite a lot, the sort of the effort noise, and quite distinctive. You can sort of hear her as she comes into bowl, or as she bowls.
So she's got the wind behind her. She's running in nicely.
Yeah, she has got the wind behind her. Got a long run, runs from the edge of the 25-yard circle, and she comes. Norgrove's down the wicket this time. That's a nice shot. She's played that lovely shot through mid-wicket. I think that's going to go all the way. Pye is just going to get there. Pye's come a long way round from long leg to get on the mid-wicket boundary, and it's kept it down to 3. But it's a good aggressive shot from Norgrove. Used her feet and flicked it away through mid-wicket. She goes up to 17.
I tell you, I just watched the ball before. The one that went past the outside edge, it pitched and nipped away.
Did it? Yeah.
So it's good shape from Graham.
She's a tall girl as well, isn't she? She'll certainly get bounce. Don't know exactly height, but she's got to be 6'1", 6'2", I'd have thought. Tall girl. She comes again, bit of a stutter at the start of her run, but then very smooth at the end. And Adams plays this one, bit of an angle back that goes just behind point on, just 2 point on the offside. No run. Fielded by Katie Mack in that position, that sort of specialist position. They tend to put your better fielders at that backward point. The ball goes there a lot, doesn't it? Particularly off, obviously, the seamers. So Lindsay Smith does that specialist role for Vipers normally. Graham in again. And Adams leaves that one alone outside off stump. Looks at the umpire as if she might have got expecting a wide call, but didn't get one.
It's good pace, that.
It is, yeah, good carry through. Phoebe Graham started off at Northern Diamonds and then moved across to Pennines in the last few years. In again now. Adams just plays that away defensively, but into a gap on the offside for a single. Finty Trustler, one of the Vipers travelling reserves today, has just walked across in front of us, all padded up, obviously going for a net. Well, I guess she is. Can't imagine why she put all that kit on if she wasn't. But she's walking over. Yeah, there's a few of the Vipers coaching staff over in the net facility, so she's taking advantage of that to have a knock. Phoebe Graham in again, and that's down the leg side. Norgrove tries to turn it. I think it's come off the pad. It's gone quite fine. They're going to come back for 2 leg buys. Which helps the total along. 239. Or is it 37? They've got them up already. No, it's 39. And that's the end of the power play. Umpire Julia Jarvis is throwing some piece of food off the pitch, I think, which is what the kite was swooped in on the extra cover.
That's good thinking.
She's now throwing it off. That's the end of the power play, 10 overs, so of course now fielders, we can have four fielders outside the circle rather than 2.
Yeah, at the same stage, Thunder had just lost their first wicket. Sachi Pye run out. Sorry, Sachi Pye bowled by Lindsay Smith, heaving across the line for 8. So the Thunder were 17 for 1 at this stage. Vipers here 39 for 2. I don't think it's any surprise that the Vipers would be in front. No. Especially the first half of the Thunder innings. They were quite slow and methodical.
Yeah.
If I got that right.
Yeah, I think it just seems a bit of a lack of real
urgency, wasn't it?
Yeah, lack of urgency, I think. I know it's hard. We don't want to be critical, but you've got to sort of take that. But as we keep saying, you can only really judge it when both teams are batted, as the old cliche goes. Got Titani coming on now.
Yeah, so one left armour for another left armour. Tara Norris, 5 overs, 2 for 21, is taking a break, and Titani with her left arm seamers coming in. Bowls to Adams wide outside the off stump, wide, called straight away. Earlier with Charlotte Taylor, she was saying she knows plenty of ways, different ways to say about Charlie, not this, not that, whatever. Matt Ellis has made a contribution, silentcricket@gmail.com if you want to. Not to be today, that's another one. But apparently she said there's loads, but I think Charlotte only came out with one. So if there is loads, then we didn't hear it all. Here's Tatani. Again to Adams and bowls, and Adams drives. Tatani fields on her follow through. Phoebe Graham's bowled 5 overs, none for 16. It's been a good start from the Thunder bowlers. Picked up the wickets, or Norris did, of Ella McGacken in the first over. Bowled for naught, and Charlie Knott. Well caught by Fee Morris on the drive on the leg side. Low down for 7. First time Charlie Knott has failed in a Vipers shirt. Here's Tatani in again and bowls, and pulled away by Georgia Adams. There is nobody out at deep square leg, and that's going for 4. Might just hit the score box at the far end. Yeah,
it
clonk.
does. Rolls into the score box that was so eloquently described by Richard Isaacs on a tweet earlier on as a non-fandangled score box, I think was what he said. Which is certainly one for the thesaurus.
I just love the way that it's thatched.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful, which gives the going character, of course. 44 for 2 in the 11th. And Adams is up to 14 now.
Yes, it's 3 boundaries already.
No slip in for her. Tatani comes in again, right to left. Whipped away. There is a deep square leg out there now, so that's just a single.
One
Goes on to 15.
One thing we were talking about earlier, Kev, Charlotte and I, is that the last 2 Vipers games in the opposition, you've had Seren Smale today and Bess Heath on Sunday, who are in the England setup as keepers. You could say the second and third keepers for England, possibly, or in their ranking, but neither of them keep wicket for their respective teams in this competition.
Edged, thick edged, but in the air slightly through gully. There is no gully, down to 3rd, where picking up that one is Hannah Jones.
You'd sort of think that the England hierarchy would want them to keep wicket in this, but obviously it's down to the each individual team to have their keeper, pick their own keeper. But it's just interesting that they're looked at as England keepers, but both of these teams prefer somebody else behind the stumps.
Established keeper for the Thunder is Threl Cold, as that's punched out into the covers.
And Lauren Winfield Hill for Diamonds kept wicket on Sunday.
Did she?
Whereas Bess Heath is the England understudy keeper. So, yeah, interesting one.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, they're both, as Charlotte was saying, and the other one, of course, who's sort of in the mix is Rihanna Southby, who's more of a keeper batter, whereas those two I mentioned are probably batter keepers, if that is the correct distinction.
Tatani again. Thinks about playing at that one. George Adams lets that one go by to Threl Cold. End of the over. 11 overs gone. 46 for 2, chasing 206 for 9. Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum, I suppose. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a sort of topical question anyway, because you get it in the men's game with the sort of ongoing saga of, do you play Folkes as the perceived better keeper, or a Bairstow or Salt as the better batter, but not maybe quite as good a keeper. So this, we can go back a long time, can't you? It was Jack Russell and Alex Stewart back in the day, wasn't it, who played? One was the better keeper, but the other one would get you runs. And even going back in before your time, Kev, it's the same thing with Jim Parks playing for England. It was basically just a batter with pads on and gloves, but he kept for England a lot of tests because he got runs, rather than having someone like John Murray at the time. And I'm going way back now. Most of our listeners probably haven't got a clue what I'm talking about, but hopefully there'll be some that do. But yeah, it always seems to have been a bit of a team balance thing, doesn't it, through the ages? Do you pick your best keeper, out keeper, or is it someone who can get you runs and is adequate behind the stump, should we say? So we're going to have a bowling change now. We're going to switch to spin. This is Hannah Jones coming on, I believe.
Yeah.
Left arm spin, so the third left arm bowler of the 4 so far, but this time left arm spinner. She's bowling to Norgrove. on the back foot straight away, pushing out to short extra cover. Hannah Jones, established member of this Thunder side, and most successful bowler this season for them. That's just pushed down the ground to mid-off. I think she got that on the full toss, but it was a low full toss. Didn't really go at it. So Jones in again, very short run. That's another full toss, and again Norgrove misses out really. That was a bit of a higher full toss, but she couldn't get it past. I think that's Smale at short extra cover. So we got cover out on the boundary and deep mid wicket. This time Norgrove defends. Back down the wicket, fielded with her own bowling by Jones. No run. Still 46 for 2. Oh, and this time there's a wicket for Thunder, the third wicket to go for Vipers. Norgrove a little bit perhaps impatient there, went down the track, almost yorked herself I think down the track, was bowled, probably would have been stumped had it not hit the stumps, but I think it's off stump, has been knocked back. So the end of the innings for Norgrove, she made 18, but that's a big wicket for Thunder, and you'd have to say they're in a good position here now with 3 wickets down, 46 for 3.
I just got the feeling Abby Norgrove got frustrated missing out on 2 full tosses there,
Yeah.
and put pressure on herself in that over.
Yeah, she almost predetermined going. Well, most times you go down the track, I guess it's predetermined to a degree, but she went down very early and yorked herself in the end. So 3 wickets down for the Vipers, not going all their way at the moment. Georgia Elwis now walking to the crease, a very experienced player, of course. England international, and certainly scored plenty of runs in this competition. I think we saw her score 100 at Hove a couple of years ago, Kev, didn't we? Against the Sunrisers, I think, from memory.
Yeah, just over 800 runs in this competition for Georgia Elwis. The 29th match today, averaging 33. 115 that she made in that game. That's why Emily Windsor. The next couple of batters are crucial now, isn't it? You've got Georgia Adams out there, you've got Georgia Elwis now out there, and Emily Windsor to come next. You would think now are the main batters for the Vipers if they are to chase down this 206 for 9. But they're under pressure now.
They're certainly under pressure. There's 3 wickets down. We're in the 11th over, 12th over. And it's a good start for Hannah Jones. As you say, Kev, I think the 2 balls before, Abby Norgrove was disappointed with, missing out. This one's just defended by Elwis, and that's a great start. Wicket maiden to start off with for Hannah Jones. And end of the 12 overs, the Vipers have progressed to 46 for 3.
That was a wicket maiden.
Yeah.
20 for 1. Thunder at the same stage.
Yeah, they just lost the first wicket, but then there was the start. That was the starting point of a long partnership, wasn't it, for them? 90 odd.
So we're going to have Naomi Datani to continue. First over went for 7 from the Dibley end. Moving on to Georgia Adams. This is a crucial partnership here, and the next one when Emily Windsor walks to the crease. These next 2 partnerships are crucial from a Vipers point of view. Already I think they're struggling to get the bonus point. It feels like it at the moment anyway, but as we saw in the Thunder innings, if a couple of players get in, like Katie Mack and Sarah Smale, that even if it's going slowly, it's a good batting wicket. Outside the off stump, called a wide or not? Oh, the umpire's thinking about it, no.
Yeah, it's not. The good thing from the Vipers' point of view is there's not the scoreboard pressure as such. The run rate is okay. It's the wickets column that is not looking so good, but they have got time to rebuild here. Plenty of time.
Yeah, and plenty of experience out there as well. Yeah. Here's Datani. Bowls, and Adams pushes that out to point. Oh, it just bounced awkwardly. Mac did well.
It almost bounced at right angles over there. But yeah, she adjusted well.
Georgia Adams is playing her 40th match in this competition. Over 1,500 runs.
Yeah, she's been a phenomenal player for the Vipers.
So if you add the 29 matches that Georgia Elvis has played in, then he's probably got the two most experienced players out there at the moment.
Yep.
Here comes Tatani, all playing and missing outside the off stump, trying to drive through extra cover. Just feel thunder, you can hear thunder in the field, geeing everybody up. They definitely are, they feel like they're in the ascendancy here.
I thought you were giving us a weather forecast then, Kevin. You said you can hear thunder in the field. I thought that doesn't sound good. But I realised what you meant there.
Believe me, if I could really hear thunder, I'd be gone. We'd be switching off. Pulled away by Adams, just in front of square on the leg side, and that's a good bit of fielding out there in the deep. And Adams wants a second no, says Elvis. Adams looks a little disappointed. I think that would have been a bit tight. Elvis is playing safe.
Yeah, there certainly was a difference of opinion between the two batters on whether there was a second run there.
47 for 3 in the 13th. McGacken no scored, not for 7, Norgrove 18 are the three batters back in the pavilion just to our left here. Tara Norris is coming in off the cover boundary to Georgia Elvis, which isn't a bad move. Georgia Elvis hasn't faced Tatani yet, only faced one ball, I think. She has. Here comes Tatani. Bowls and all playing a missing there. That's a good bowling, that's a good line from Tatani.
It looked like she tried to run that down rather
did.
than, because her bat was sort of facing us, wasn't it, rather than going down
Yeah.
the wicket. So I think she was trying to run that to third man.
Looks a risky shot in this situation. First ball, and immediately Norris is pushed back on the cover boundary just in front of us.
I think Abby Norgrove would be disappointed, not just the frustration that got her out, but one of the players that comes into the side. Sorry, go back.
Tatani. They always works that out to point.
They really they're under pressure to seize their opportunity, aren't they? Players like Abby Norgrove come in for one of the England girls who you'll assume will be back in the side when they're available. So they don't get many chances to really come in and stake a claim, do they, these girls like Abby Norgrove at the moment? I know she's got plenty of time on her side. But, so, you know, if you can come in and get a significant score and make the selectors think, oh, hang on, what do we do here? Because you know, Bouchier's back next week or whatever. But she didn't quite seize that opportunity today. So she'll be disappointed on that count as well. But very promising player, only 19 of course, Abby Norgrove, so plenty of years ahead of her, you would think.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries in her 18 or 37.
Yeah, and looked quite aggressive, took on the hook shot as we said, and was aggressive when she was out, trying to go down the wicket. So good signs in that respect. We've got Hannah Jones again now from the Deer Park end, bowling to Georgia Adams, who just defended that. Doesn't use a lot of foot movement, does she, Georgia Adams? She tends to sort of stand and play from where she is, but obviously very, very effective, very good at it. Jones in again, round the wicket. Adams drives this time, but don't get it past mid-off, or short extra cover, which is Sarah Smale. No run. The weather is certainly closing in. Doesn't look great over to our left. Jones in, and Adams plays it wide of the fielder at Smale this time, so she can come through for a single. Moving herself onto 17, the score up to 48.
Yeah, it's a little cooler, that is for sure. I think left and right a little bit, actually.
Yeah, not really sure where it's coming from, but wherever it's coming from, it doesn't look great, does it? I don't know what it's like behind us, but everywhere else doesn't look great. Jones in to Elvis, who just plays that calmly back down the wicket. As you say, there is a lot of noise coming from the fielders. They're very much on this game at the moment. Jones in again, down the wicket Elvis, but she can't puncture the field. Phoebe Graham there at mid-on, and now the fielder drops back to deep square leg. Sashi Pai coming back in front of us on the square leg boundary. There's Jones bowling from the Deer Park end, and Elvis just plays that on the offside into a gap for a single. So well played, well placed shot. They come through for a well worked single, but another good over from Hannah Jones, and the Vipers on 49.
seeing if there's any Duckworth Lewis.
It's on the board,
stuff.
I think, Kev.
Oh, is it whereabouts?
74 at the
Oh, there
bottom,
is.
right?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
on the board.
Yeah.
It's on the board, apparently. Oh, thank you. I didn't realise. It's a 74.
74, that will be what they need at the end of this over coming.
Right,
That's
my
how it
word. So
works.
they're quite a long way behind. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, Phil. I did see something there, and I thought, what does that number mean? And I thought, because it was so far ahead of set 40 and 49, I thought it can't mean anything to do with this game. Unfortunately, from a Viper's point of view, it does.
Yeah.
So
It's
they're
the
a long
wicket.
way
It's the
behind.
wickets that would make the difference there. The
Yeah,
three
of
down.
course it would. Detani to continue. With their left arm seamers and bowls to Elwes, who's walking into that shot. Works on the leg side for a single, so they'll be very aware, the two out there. I think we'll see some quick singles. We'll see some improvisation now as they try and close that gap between the score they have now, which is 50 for 3 in the 15th, and the actual Duckworth Lewis score, which Phil knew, and I've only just learnt is currently 74.
I only knew it because I saw it on the board. I didn't work it out.
Here's Adams driving into the covers, where it's fielded by Tara Norris, falling over that one. So yeah, there's a bit to do. I don't think we need to quite panic yet, but slowly but surely.
On the game on Saturday that we were covering, Kev, one of our co-commentators, Becky, actually asked me how you calculated Duckworth Lewis. I had absolutely no idea.
Wow, what a question that is. Here's Detani, works on the leg side, but straight to a fielder from...
I know it's very formulaic, obviously, and worked on all kinds of calculations, but I don't think there's an easy way of explaining it other than look at the board and see what it says.
That's right, get somebody else to work it
Yeah,
out for you is the
yeah.
best way to say that. Yeah, find somebody who can.
But the scorers, of course, have to.
Yeah.
They have to know that, supply that information.
And we have it right in front of us as Detani comes in and bowls, and Adams gets a length ball and she quietly plays it out to Smale at short extra cover.
Some of the little quirks about it I can explain to listeners if they're interested. Is
there anything interesting about the
well,
Duckworth Lewis?
The score that's on there is the target score for the end of the over, and the other thing is you have to be past that. There's no such thing as a tie. So if Vipers were at 74 at the end of this over and came off, they would lose. I think they find that's the
No,
case.
I didn't know that. Detani bowls, cuts, misses, does Adams?
Yeah, because the figure wouldn't be exactly 74. I think it would be like 73 point something or 74 point. I don't know.
It would have to be 74 points something.
Yeah, but you've got to be above 74 to win. You can't get 74 and tie. My understanding.
Hence why there's never been a tie
My
on Duckworth
understanding,
Lewis.
yeah, exactly.
Which
right.
actually is wrong. Surely there should be. I mean, there's a tie in a normal game.
Yeah, but you can only get complete runs in the game rather than decimal points of a run. I think that's the reason.
Detani again, driving into the gap is Adams. I think she'll keep the strike. I think that's the end of the over. Norris fields. And that is the end of the over. So that's 14 overs gone, is it? Or is it 15? Might be 15.
Be 15, be an odd number.
15
for
gone,
sure.
and 51 for 3 is the total. The Thunder had 31 at this stage. The Mac Smale partnership was in its early infancy. So they are ahead of the score, but they're actually behind on Duckworth Lewis, if you can follow all this. And now, when you look over the hill in front of us, you can start to see what's coming.
You can.
It's now beginning to surround us.
Just to go back to the Duckworth thing, I don't want to send people to sleep on this, but I think you can have a tie if it's like you come off and a target's reset and you come back on. But this one's just played out defensively by Hannah Jones. I just put that in there because Richard Isaac is probably listening and he'd probably come back and say you can have a tie in Duckworth Lewis. But I'll let him explain if he wants to do that at some point. Hannah Jones again, and this one's pulled away by Georgia Adams. For a single, and the mid-wicket, Richard Isaacs, who we keep referring to today, of course the guru of cricket stats and knowledge.
The master.
He is indeed. Hannah Jones around the wicket to Elwes. She just plays that into mid-wicket where Detani is very eagerly in to stop the single. So good good spell this so far from Hannah Jones, not giving much away. She's in again. And Elvis again picks out Titani, mid-wicket. So a little bit bogged down here, Elvis. And again, after the three or four balls of the over, they've sent back deep square leg. This is short, and Elvis able to get back and hit it to the offside, off the back foot, forcing it out to extra cover for a single. It's 53. That one's pulled away by Adams. Just flicked away really off the back foot. Pye's got a lot of ground to make up from backwards square, and Adams will come back for two quite comfortably. So a well thought out and constructed shot by Adams for two. She's taken the score up to 55 and her personal score to 21. And we've now got Kev's off for a break. I've got Charlotte Taylor rejoining me. And Titani is going to be continuing from the Dibley end. What did the weather look like when you were off air, Charlotte? Did you go look out the back or anything behind?
I didn't. We was just saying, I was just talking to one of the spectators, is that the rain was sitting above the hills there and it's still sitting there now.
Oh, good.
Titani continues then over the wicket to Elvis, who pushes that to mid-off, and there is no run. So it's not really moved. But as I've said that, in the last 5 minutes, it just feels like it's come closer.
Well, you can sort of feel the odd drop of rain, I think. Maybe that's just me, but it does seem like, yeah, it's not very pleasant, is it?
No.
Right at this minute in time.
Well, I've had to put an extra jacket on.
Yeah.
Titani in again, Elvis advancing, and again only defends to mid-off. So just before that wicket fell of Norgrove, the DLS score was at 50 and it jumped to 72.
Yeah, wickets make a big difference, don't they, as we know, on the calculations.
So that just shows how important wickets are to the Vipers at this stage. Titani in again, digs that one in and gets the glove of Elvis, who tries to hook that behind square and just balloons out. Tachi Pai comes in and does the fielding, throws the ball over the head of Eddie Threlkeld, so poor throw to return, but the Vipers get one more, 56 for 3.
The thing about the Ducks as well, even if you've got a game that's not going to be affected by the weather at all, it's a handy gauge, isn't it, to have on the screen, on the scoreboard rather, because it does tell the batting side where they are, or both sides where they are in the context of the game.
Absolutely. Fuller delivery this time from Titani, and Adams just pushes it into the covers. Gets one more to her total. She moves to 22. Vipers 57 for 3. DLS stands at 77, so 20 shy of that. And like you say, Phil, it just tells you whereabouts you are in terms of the chase, as well as what you need to be on if it does rain. It's more a little guide of, okay, we're about 21s behind the rate at the minute. Titani in again, good length delivery. Just worked into the leg side by Elvis, collects one more, 58 for 3.
Yeah, because we had the conversation just now, Kevin and I, he was sort of saying he was comparing the score, I think it was at 12 overs or something, and Vipers obviously head on runs compared to where the Thunder were, but Thunder has only lost one wicket, and I said at the time, yeah, what would you rather have, the wickets or the runs or whatever, but that actually tells you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It answers that question in a way.
Absolutely. Driving as Adams gets the outside edge of the bat, runs away from Hannah Jones. It's running quickly and it will run for 4. Goes up the bank there. Bit of a wayward throw of the arms from Adams, but she gets the result that she would want.
Yeah, got enough of bat on it, didn't she? But yes, a very valuable 4 for Vipers. Necessary, needed boundary, which closes that gap, which we're now sort of becoming focused on.
Hyper-focused on.
Yeah.
62 the score, 78 the DLS score. So 14 shy, 17 overs gone here in the run chase. Vipers in pursuit of the Thunder's 206 for 9 that they got in the first innings.
It's funny how, well, it's not funny, I know it's all done on this calculation, but it just goes up by 1, the Duckworth-Lewis score there. And that's because they didn't lose a wicket. If they lost a wicket in that over, the Duckworth-Lewis score would have shot up anyway. I think we've probably over-talked the Duckworth-Lewis. Well, I have anyway, I'm guilty of that. Hannah Jones into bowl, and that one's cut away by Elwes. Comes through for a well-judged single. So Elwes working entirely in singles at the moment. It's up to 6. Georgia Adams back on strike. 2 Georges at the crease. 2 experienced players for the Vipers.
Yeah, there's a wealth of experience between these two.
Jones in again. Adams just turns out on the leg side, but it's straight to the fielder on the 45, and that's no run. That's Bell there.
Haven't seen her just yet.
She'll be another bowling option for
with
Thunder.
her off spin.
Jones in again. Adams using her feet and drives beautifully down the ground. That's the 3rd time today that she's hit the ball straight back to the sight screen at the bowler's end for 4. And she does it with minimum effort, really, doesn't she? As she hits the ball, Charlotte, you think, oh, that's nice. That's a nice little push, and then next thing you know, it's racing away to the sight screen. She plays it with no real flourish or effort. Just pushes it down the ground, and she times it beautifully.
Just watching it again on the live picture feed. It was at catchable height for Hannah Jones, but she almost withdrew her hand. Looks a little bit disappointed that she maybe couldn't get across and try and cover that a little bit better.
It's a full toss this time. And Adams doesn't hit it straight this time, so it goes to Phoebe Graham at long on. It's only get a single.
I don't know where the light comes into this as well now, because even though it's not raining, it's very dark.
It is.
Obviously a white ball helps, of course, and I don't know, they won't get pulled off for bad light just yet, but if it gets any darker, they might have to consider it.
That's a good point. This time short from Jones, and Elwes is playing a pull shot, but she can only get it out to mid-wicket for 1. So she's up to 7. The score was 69 for 3, and we're in the 18th over.
But it is starting to get cold.
It is. Adams down the wicket again, and again down to that long on fielder, Phoebe Graham, coming off that boundary. Another single. Takes the score up to 70 at the end of the over, and the closing in on that Duckworth-Lewis score guide.
It's just ticking over, isn't it? They're just changing it on the board to see how far away the Vipers are. So it stands at 80 now, so 10 runs shy at the moment. We are going to see Olivia Bell. It's almost like I knew it was going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm guessing that, I don't know, I don't know if the 2 scoreboard operators were the opposite side of the ground to us and the scorers, whether they're working out the Duckworth themselves or whether the scorers are radioing through.
Usually they radio across.
Fair play if they are doing it themselves, that's what I say.
So we're going to see the first of Olivia Bell with her right arm off spin. We're going to see her from the Dibley end. She's going to be bowling to Georgia Adams, who's waiting patiently for her to set her field at the moment. There's a couple of changes.
You do love to get the Dibley
on the leg
end in,
side.
don't you?
Always. It just makes me laugh every time.
I know.
You know
you can't say it and keep a straight face,
no,
can you?
I know. Let's just have a little look. This is her first game so far this year, so obviously wanting to make an impression with the ball. That's her primary skill, so a little bit with the bat earlier, but not known for that skill.
Coming in to fill those bowling resources that they're missing today.
Absolutely. She's in now a shorter one to start with, and Adams is pulling off the front foot out to Fee Morris at deep mid-wicket. 1 more to the total, 71. Adams moves to 33. This partnership is key, isn't it? It needs to continue, but it also might need to accelerate a little bit if that rain's going to creep closer. It's not with us just yet. We'll keep you updated on that. Bell in again, sweeping as Elwes back with a square, helps it round the corner and helps it for 4. Hits the boundary rope in no time at all. It's 4 more to the total, 75 now the score for the Vipers.
Wrong line that, wasn't it? Outside.
Yeah, you don't want to be outside leg stump.
No.
Just makes it too easy to roll your wrists round and sweep the ball back with a square. There was protection out on the leg side, but the fielder was dead on square, if not just slightly behind. But that went to if a fine leg was in place.
It's a non-risk shot, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. Come back here from Bell required. Better from her, Fuller, and Driving to mid-on is Elwes this time. Bell unable to do the fielding off her own bowling. Olivia Bell, of course, not Lauren Bell. Two very different bowlers. Sweeping again is Elwes, again the wrong line. Hannah Jones this time gets down to her left, and they come through for one. Good running. Good fielding from Hannah Jones. Did well to cut that off.
Different bowlers and different heights, I would suggest as well.
Yeah, probably different personalities. Couldn't be more different, really.
Different nationalities, aren't they?
Yes.
One's English and one's Scottish.
Yeah.
Scots.
Adams uses her feet this time. Drills it to mid-on, or long-on, should I say. And Smale does the fielding. Another one to the Vipers total, 78. Was that already clicked over? It might be 77. Sometimes they're too quick on
They
this
are
board.
too quick, yeah.
77 for 3. We're on the 19th here at Wormsley. Bell past umpire Julia Jarvis. Now it's on the back foot, cutting out to deep cover. Tara Norris does the fielding. One more to the total, 78 for 3 at the end of the 19th, Phil.
Yeah, and it's a good partnership starting to build between these two. They came together at an important time. The fall of Abby Norgrove, and rebuilding well, but also keeping the scoreboard ticking along nicely. And up to 78 now, just 3 behind the DLS target. So they've closed that gap. And as we keep saying, a very important partnership too. Probably don't get 2 more experienced players in this competition in any line-up in the country,
No.
I would have thought.
No. One with international experience and one with a heap of domestic experience, and off the back of a summer last year was probably quite unlucky to get any international experience at the end of that.
Hannah Jones in. This one's pulled away by Elwes. She's beaten fine leg, and this is going to run away down the hill. I think she might pull this in just. Yeah, just pulled in by Bell. Flicks it back, and Pye completes the field, and they're going to come away for 3. Come through for 3. Elwes just got that fine on the leg side. Just sort of helped it on, really.
I didn't think she was going to get there, Olivia Bell, in the end, but she was running down that hill and covered the ground well in the end. Got her knee stuck in the turf, though. I hate it when fielders go down and their knees get stuck in the turf and you see them have to replace the divot at the end of it.
This is really short, and Adams pulls it away, and that's going to be 4. Almost picked wherever she wanted to hit that, and where she wanted to hit it was over the boundary at square leg for 4. Yeah, going back to that ball before, you don't see many balls actually pulled in running down that hill, do you?
No.
It runs away down there, but that one she just got to. But that was 4 for us, so 7 off 2 balls in this over. This time Adams just defends on the offside. They contemplated a single, but decided against it.
Good decision in the end, I think. Throwcurl was quick to come out from behind the stumps, whipped a glove off.
Score on 85. Adams turns this one on the leg side for a comfortable single into the gap. The Vipers coaching staff walking in front of us there, just coming back from their net session. James Hibbard and Beth Morgan. Keeping themselves busy.
So they're going in for a hit, it's probably to the players.
Jones in round the wicket. Elwes drives for a single. James Hibbard probably is still a bit traumatised from losing his banana last week to the red
He's probably
kite.
got over that.
Jones in again now, round the wicket. Adams just plays that back down the wicket to mid-off. End of a successful over for Vipers, which has moved them on to 87 for 3 at the end of 20. And I know I said we wouldn't keep mentioning the Duckworth-Lewis, but we can point out Vipers have now overtaken it, and Duckworth-Lewis is showing 83.
And that's the clarity in terms of these two batters' wealth of experience, knowing that they just have to stay there. The bad balls will come and they build a partnership, and they don't have to go at a prolific rate to get above that. They just can't lose wickets. Wickets is the killer, and that will shoot that DLS score up and up every time a wicket falls. So just to keep this partnership building, even if it's slow.
Yeah, keep ahead of that. Keep ahead of that score on the bottom right of the board.
Bell then to continue from the Dibley end, and cutting off the front foot is Elwes, cuts square of the wicket. And Norris comes round to a favoured left-hand side and gets the throw back in nicely. 88, the score for the Vipers. We're in the 21st now.
Just finding runs a little bit easier to come by now with the 2 spinners on.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? Ball not hooping around from the seamers. Backwards in defence this time, Adams. Defends it back to Bell, the bowler, who's now running through her overs. Trying to see if they can get a wicket maybe before this rain comes. I feel like it's imminent now as it gets darker out here. Off the back foot this time as Adams, they come through for a single. Datani gets the throw in. Would have been close if she hit. I think she was home. We get a good view from this being the side on angle. They get 1 more to the total nonetheless.
She couldn't quite gather it in, could she? She was on the ground and the ball was just out of her reach.
Almost like fumbled around for it.
Yeah.
For a minute.
Would have been tight had she been able to get the throw in quicker.
There's some coats going on around the ground. The ground staff are poised by their hut. Bell in again off the back foot is Elwish, pulling brilliantly off the back foot
shot.
through mid-wicket. It's actually gone through a more of a wide mid-on position, and it goes to the boundary in a flash. 4 more to the Vipers total. That'll help things into the 90s now. The Vipers score 93 for 3. Elwish moves. She's into the 30s. Into the 20s, sorry. 22 for her. Brilliant partnership between these two senior heads of this side. Ellen again, reinforcement's gone back. Long on goes back now. Shorter this time, and Elwish just about shovels it round the corner. Gets 1 more out to deep square. 94 for 3. They're trying to rally round the bowlers now, see if they can get another breakthrough. Another breakthrough here changes the equation, of course, with DLS. Bell again uses her feet. Adams drives up to long on. Fielder's back there, so it'll only be a single.
I'll probably put the commentator's curse on her now, but Georgia Adams just always looks so much in control, doesn't she, of the situation, of her game, of the bowlers. She just, almost as soon as she walks out there, she's sort of, it's like, I'm taking charge of this, and she's in control of it. And it's not overstated in an overstated way, like they used to talk about some of the, like Viv Richards, who just sort of was a physical presence. Georgia Adams just she does it right, doesn't she? Somehow, it's hard to explain, but
she just looks like she's in control, and I feel that when she's, I mean, I've been been under her as a captain. And you just feel like she's always in control, knows what she's always thinking 2 steps ahead. What have we got to do next? Which bowlers are we going to use? And in this situation, how are we going to chase this down? What the situation is? And she definitely knows the best way to go about it. And she's had a lot of experience now.
Indeed.
Into the 30 club, she joined me.
We've got a change of bowling at the Deer Park end. Tara Norris coming back on. She opened up from the Dibley end, but is now coming back into the attack from the Deer Park end, and she's bowling to Adams. Ball beats her outside the off stump. And a throw call.
This is interesting now because the
Stood
rain
up to
is
the
here.
stumps,
It's now here. Can confirm it's raining. So it'll now be a case of how long do they stay out there for. And at the moment, the Southern Vipers are above the DLS score. They're on 95. DLS score stands at 85. But if a wicket was to fall now, before they came off, it could change things entirely.
It absolutely could. So Norris in again, and Adams just defends that down on the leg side. Yeah, it's closing in for sure. It's dark as well. Although
I don't know if they've got light meters.
yeah, and I have got dark glasses on, which makes it even worse. I just
it's a little bit lighter without
yeah, it's a bit
those
lighter
on.
when I look through those, but it's still not that light. Norris in again, left arm over. Keeper stood up now, and Adams just plays that into that gap on the offside to pick up another single.
Yeah, it's good batting, isn't it? Sensible batting.
Very sensible. Captain sensible.
Femora just tried to throw that ball back in, but it obviously slipped out of her fingers, and I actually think it was Danny Collins over the far side, slipped out of her fingers and almost hit Sarah Smale. She was laying on the floor at extra cover. That would have hurt.
Yeah, they could have actually run an overthrow there, didn't they? But it's all quite sporting that they didn't in a way, because it was an obvious
mistake.
Well, due to the conditions, I guess, but they could have actually run an overthrow. In again, Norris to Elwish now. Elwish has played that away nicely on the leg side. That's going to be another 4. Yeah, she's picked the gap there beautifully. Just, yeah, yeah, just paddled it round really. I think they used the expression the last over, Charlotte. She shoveled it to the leg side. That was the same sort of shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of just helped it on its way, but very effectively.
Well, I thought Phoebe Graham was going to get there in the end. She was hurtling towards us, and I thought she was going to cover the ground. And she's obviously a tall girl, so got a long way to get down. And it just sort of bounced over in the end.
But yeah, always quickly up to 27 now. She's accelerated through the last 3 or 4 overs. Norris in round the wicket this time, and always just defends that back down the wicket. So yeah, change of line now from Tara Norris going round.
Now you can see the rain coming down. Lots of the supporters have taken shelter. There's a few hardy ones out with their umbrellas.
Yeah, those that remember to bring them.
I think there's some rags coming out for the Thunder fielders for their hands and to dry the ball with. But I don't know how long they can stay out here for, because it's really coming down now.
This one's pulled by Elvis, is up in the air, but it's not going to carry quite to Phoebe Graham. She made a great effort, made probably 25-30 yards of ground in to try and take that catch, but it just dropped in front of her, and they've come back for 2, and the umpires are now getting together, not surprisingly, to consult.
We're just having our table move gently towards us.
We're getting moved into a drier position.
Yeah, make sure that the equipment doesn't get wet. But the umpires are having a discussion now as the rain is coming down. I think they're deciding to play on by the looks of things for the moment.
We're in a gazebo here, so not a lot of shelter.
There's rags being distributed out now to the Thunder fielders to try and keep this ball dry for their bowlers. Georgia Ellis is waving to the camp, and she needs another jumper as it's getting a little bit too chilly for her.
She might be waving for an umbrella, to be honest.
Yeah, she's just, I think she might have done that tactically, Georgia Ellis, just to
waste a bit of time.
Just to waste a little bit of time. She's going to take the jumper off, actually.
What are you suggesting, Charlotte Taylor?
Well,
as if that would be done in cricket.
Well, it's a tactical thing, isn't it? Like,
it is,
if the shoe was on the other foot, the Thunder players would be doing the same thing, just try and draw this out a little bit longer. The umpires are keeping the players out there for a minute, but at this stage, the Vipers would want to come off being ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis.
I'd be disappointed if my team weren't trying to slow it down, to be honest, at this stage.
But there's a change of bowling at the Dibley end. Fee Morris to take over from Olivia Bell. She bowled 2 overs. Olivia Bell went for 16 in those 2. Fee Morris yet to bowl in this game. She's in now with her off spin. And Adams uses her feet and gets it through Smale at mid-wicket, and they come through for 1. Bit of a misfield there from Seren Smale. Yes. Another 1 to the total, 103 now for 3.
Harder for the fielders now as well, of course, isn't it?
Yeah, that slippery ball is not what you want.
There's one of the Thunder reserve players who just headed off with the coach for a net, and they never even got as far as the net. It's all padded up ready, and then they're walking back. So
cutting off the back foot this time is Elvis. Off the bowling of Morris.
Kev's bringing in a massive umbrella there. I thought it was for us, but it's actually to cover up his equipment. I realised now.
Priorities.
Yeah, priorities, absolutely.
Morris in again, then a full toss to Elvis, who's driving nicely to long on. Danny Collins does the, oh no, it's Katie Mack, sorry, does the fielding out there. 1 more to the total, 104 for 3. We're in the 23rd over here. And just an update, if you've just joined us, is that the rain is coming down quite significantly, but not heavy enough to keep the players off the field. They're still out there. Using their feet again is Adams, and driving again to long on. Same result, 1 more to the total.
Yes, I keep saying it, but it's almost like a different game with these since these 2 been in, isn't it? It's like
it's a lot easier, doesn't it?
Just brought a lot of calmness to the batting situation.
Morris in again. On the outside edge of Georgia Elvis's bat. It's running away from Olivia Bell. They're going to come back for 2. She slips and slides past it, picks up the ball nicely in the end. 2 more to the Vipers total, 106. Now the score. I don't know whether Adams has fallen here.
Yeah, she slipped and turning there.
She's holding a left or a right quad by looks things. I hope that's not too sore for her.
She definitely slipped there. I mean, you had the fielder slipping, chasing the ball. You had the batter slipping at the end.
Be interesting to see whether the umpires keep them out there now. If people are slipping and sliding all over the place, it could be deemed as a little bit more dangerous than they thought.
Are they giving messages to the umpires? I don't know.
Sweeping this time is Elwes. Thinks she's got a bottom edge on it, down the leg side. If she hasn't, it's got to be called a wide, surely, by umpire Julia Jarvis. It's not, so maybe come off the pad of Elwes as she was down sweeping the ball.
Yeah.
At the end of that one, it's a bit of an eventful one as the rain came down, but 107 the score. We're through 23 overs here. And the umpire's going to get together again, or are they just going to let this play on? Because it is still raining.
There's a 12th coming out with something for Georgia Adams. You say she looks in a bit of discomfort out there, this Georgia. The umpires are now saying the 12th can't come on, I think. They're actually sending her back, but allowing a medical member of staff to come on. So
Georgia Adams at the end of the last over when she was running for 2 sort of just slipped and sort of was pointing to her right quad now to say it's a little bit sore, and the physio's on now to just have a conversation with her just to see what she can do, maybe some pain relief.
So the umpires have to, if I understand, have to allow someone to come on for medical reason, but they refused the 12th coming on with a drink or something. But they can't refuse the physio coming on for medical reasons. So all these quirky little regulations that you have in the game. So I guess the moral of that story is, if you're going to run on, say you've got a medical qualification and you're allowed on the field.
Yeah, I'm just laughing at the medical member of staff racing the 12ers off.
Yeah, and then beating her. Yeah,
and then beating her. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Norris in from the Deer Park end, and that was just played by Adams back down the wicket. No
Adams, they've just got to be patient here, the 2 Georgias. Just try and keep out the good ones, and if the bad ones are there, then to take full advantage of those. But at the moment they're ahead of the rate, and surely it's only a matter of time before they bring them in for this weather.
So in the game, this one's just defended by Adams. The one thing I think, I don't know if you know how to work it out, Charlotte, but
the answer will be no, Phil.
If they came off now, what's the bonus point situation?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got no idea how you work that out.
That's way above my pay grade, unfortunately.
You've got to be winning by quite a lot, but how much is quite a lot? I don't know. But I'm sure there's people that can work that out. Hopefully there are. Norris in again. That's short of a length, and Adams turns it on the leg side. So there's another single.
I remember us having a similar conversation on Saturday when that rain came in,
exactly
and we haven't learnt a lesson really. We've had 3 days to fix it, or 4 days.
But
to
they did
fix
get
it,
the bonus point on Saturday.
Oh, didn't
they? Yeah.
But we don't know how.
Well, it's all about 80% and things like that. But I'm sure it could be done if we had a pen and a pencil or an abacus or something. Yeah, in front of us.
Something useful.
Yeah.
Not our brains.
So Norris in again, round the wicket. And that was just defended by Elwes on the offside. Smale fields extra cover, throws it back to her captain and keeper, Ella Threlkeld.
Yeah, it's a tough name to get right sometimes. Some people say
isn't it?
Threkeld.
Yeah.
Some people say Threlkeld. I would say Threlkeld because it's definitely got an L in the middle of it. But
yeah, could be a silent one, though. You never know.
Could have a random G in the middle of it that no one knows about.
Right.
This rain is coming down quite hard
Norris
now.
in round the wicket. That's pulled away by Elwes. Is she going to beat Graham? No. Graham gets to it. Well done. And backed up in the field by Collins, so they get and keep it down to a single.
She did well there, Phoebe Graham. Got low down to her left.
Yeah, as you said earlier, it's quite a long way down for her. She's got to be 6-1 or 2, isn't she? I reckon.
It's a good over here for the Vipers again. Just taking singles and 2s when they're on offer. Hitting the bad ball away.
Tara Norris in again. Back over the wicket now, and Adams just plays that to mid-off. That's the end of the over, and I think I'm handing over to Kevin James.
Thank you, Phil. So just a little summary here. We're almost through the halfway mark here at Wormsley. Vipers, they're in pursuit of Thunder's 206 that they made in the first innings. Brilliant 99 from Seren Smell before she was unfortunately run out, one shy of a maiden 100 for the Thunder. And the Vipers are 109 for 3 after 24. And that DLS score stands at 91, so they're ahead of that. There is rain coming down right now, but it is drizzle. Quite a horrible drizzle, actually, to be honest with you. But it's keeping the players out there because it's not heavy enough just yet to bring them in. Fee Morris to continue then. Runs past umpire Julia Jarvis, and it's a Yorker length delivery, and Threlkeld whips the bails off as a driving George Ellis misses the ball. The ground staff are still hovering politely by their equipment, ready to bring on the covers at any given stage. Morrison again, sweeping down the leg side is Elwes, that we called a wide by the umpire. Not taken cleanly by Threlkeld, but on that occasion it doesn't matter. One more to the total.
It's just not raining quite hard enough, is it? But I wonder what would happen at 25 overs when they have a break.
And then does bad light come into it? It's a shorter length delivery from Morris. It's helped round the corner by Elwes. Can only find Hannah Jones at short fine. I just like, do they have a light meter? Is that a thing in domestic cricket? And, you know, not a sort of a main ground,
Yeah,
a stadium type ground. I haven't seen it come out once, so maybe not. We'll find out, I'm sure. Morrison again helps it round the corner again to Elwes. It's running away from Danny Collins. It will go for 4. Fine leg was inside the circle, and that just evaded to her left-hand side, Hannah Jones. Stood no real chance of catching it. It's a poor delivery from Fee Morris. I'm sure she'll be the first one to admit that. 114 for 3. Now, Elwes moves on to 37. I think I just heard some thunder. And I'm not going to lie to you, Kevin James. I'm actually terrified of thunder and lightning, so this could be an interesting stint for me.
No, I think it was the guys at the back. Yeah, moving their computer on the
Oh, it wasn't thunder.
Table, I think. Well, I
okay,
think so.
Don't scare me like that, please, boys.
Really, are you not? Are you really bad?
Little bit scared, yeah.
Aye, right.
It's okay. I'm just keeping my cool. Morrison again then. A shorter delivery pulled into the leg side by George Elwes. Finds Datani in the deep. Another one to the Vipers total as they move away from that DLS score. 115 for 3.
69 these two put on. How well have they batted? My word, have they
They've just kept
well.
control of the game, haven't they? Their experience, the Georges. Morris in again. A better length delivery, but on the legs of Adams this time. Just clips it to deep backward square. Danny Collins out there does the fielding. One more to the total.
Yeah,
You still hear them, the Thunder. They're desperate for this wicket. One wicket changes the game again, doesn't it? You don't know what's going to happen to that DLS score if a wicket was to fall. So they're really searching for it now. I'd be tempted to bring back Phoebe Graham as well and just say, unless they've been told they can't bowl seam, although Norris was bowling the previous over the last from the other end. Down the leg side, called a wide. So one wicket changes the game again for the Thunder. They'll be desperate to get one more going into this break. And you say, like you say, Kev, anything can happen with a, you know, a 5 minute or however long they take for drinks, 2 or 3 minutes for drinks. Shorter delivery pulled into the leg side by Elwes. Covered well by Datani, runs round to her favoured left, slips slightly. Doesn't concede a second though. One more to the total, 118 for 3. That's the end of the over. They're going to take drinks, they are. 25 overs being bowled here. Just going to see what the umpire's going to do here. Are they going to have a conversation? I think they're taking. Do they take the bells off at drinks? Is that a thing?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that's out there normally.
Well, yeah, but I've never seen them taking the bells off at drinks.
No,
But
no, maybe they're just.
maybe that's just what they do.
Yeah.
I thought maybe they were deciding to come off, but they hadn't had a conversation, so that's obviously not the case. Let's just have a look at the other scores around the country in this competition and see if rain's affecting any other games out there. Let's have a look as I open up my BBC Sport app, of course, where you can listen to us. So I'm just so down with the kids getting an app. Central Sparks, they're at Kidderminster against the Sunrisers. They made 213, they were bowled out for 213, and the Sunrisers are 111 for 1. They need 103 from 30 overs, but they've got 9 wickets remaining, of course, in that game. Grace Scrivens, 68 not out. She's supported well by Cordelia Griffith at the moment, 37 not out, 1 wicket for Grace Potts there. Diamonds, they were bowled out. Where were they playing this game? At Scarborough. Sunny Scarborough. They were bowled out for 188. Northern Diamonds. The highest score there was Leah Dobson. Bit of support from Abby Glenn. She's scoring runs again. 3 wickets for Sophie Monroe. The Blaze, in pursuit of that, they need 115 to win from 28.5 overs. They've got 8 wickets remaining. They're going well there. Mullen and Kelly in. Kirsty Gordon opened the batting. Interesting. Usually a lower order batter. opened the batting for the Blaze today. Made 19. And then the last game, that was a delayed start in Taunton, I assume because of a rain delay. South East Stars batted first. They got 298 for 5, 74 for Schofield, 65 for Davidson Richards, 63 for Cranstone. They built a good score there. That was only off 44 overs as well. They made 298 for 5. And Western Storm, they're 10 for 2 in the 5th. So they're struggling a little bit. Griffiths and Smale, the batters out. Captain Sophie Luff is in, and joined by Fran Wilson. So they've got some experience there, and they've got a lot of work to do. They need 287 to win from 38.4 overs.
Whilst here at Wormsley, whilst we have a drinks break, which is just about coming to an end, the Vipers are 118 for 3 after 25 overs, chasing 206 for 9. Will we get another 25 in or close to it? I don't know. There is light rain, although I think actually it might just have eased off.
Yeah, I just feel like it has. I'm just looking to our left. You can see on the thatched roof there quite nicely how hard it's coming down, and it was a lot harder than that earlier when I looked to my left.
So we'll keep playing. The Duckworth-Lewis total that the Vipers need to be at is 94, so they're ahead of that, 118 for 3. But as we've seen, when wickets fall, that jumps high. So this partnership between Georgia Elwis and captain Georgia Adams, they came together in the 12th over at 46 for 3, has been very important, A, to get past the Duckworth-Lewis, because they were way behind it when they came together. But of course, they've also made sure they need to keep their wickets intact to make sure they stay ahead of it as well, because they could come off at any moment.
Yeah, once you're ahead, you've got to stay ahead. There's no point getting there and then falling back behind. You've got to keep up with the rate and not lose any wickets. Wickets kill you in run chases.
So it's Elwis on 39 not out to face Tara Norris, who picked up the first 2 wickets of the Vipers innings, and she's forward. It may be an inside edge onto the pad, down towards the sight screen away to our right. They'll pick up 2. 2 I think they'll have to settle for, think about 3, but the score will move on to 120. It hit the bat.
Yeah, they don't want to run out now. Probably George Adams was right to turn down that 3rd, especially if she just slipped in the couple of overs before the drinks break and was just holding on to her right quad, so she doesn't need any more injuries, does she? Poor girl, with her finger injury, and doesn't need a torn quad as well, so probably right to turn down the 3rd.
It'll be a bit greasy out there as well, so you've got a little bit careful. Norris round the wicket to Elwis. Elwis gets wrapped on the pad, coming forward. Not out, says the umpire. As soon as you see the umpire moving across to the leg side, you know he's not going to give it up. We're okay. You're okay.
Yeah, as soon as you see that little movement, you know you're safe. Live to fight another ball.
That's right. So Tara Norris into her 8th over, 2 for 30. Bowled really well. Got rid of Alan McGacken in the first innings. First over. Bowled with a ball that came back in the air, and Charlie Knott, well caught by Fee Morris, on the drive on the leg side for 7. Here she is again. Bowls. Elwis works that to mid wicket where it's fielded by Taitani, and there is no run. So we're in the 26th over here. Are the Vipers going to get 207 in 40? I'm not sure they will. They had a bad start, 0 for 1, 15 for 2, and then Abby Norgrove out for 18. That was 46 for 3 in the 12th.
But I think they stand a very good chance of getting it in the 50, Kev, if they carry on like this.
Yeah, they do. This way these two are batting. That's a nice cut shot where she's not fielded. Is that still Katie Mack at back with a point? It is, and it's beaten the fielder down the end, or has it? No, it hasn't. Stopped right on the boundary at the far end of the ground, and that will be just 2 runs, I think.
It's brilliant from Danny Collins, wasn't it? Come all the way across the ground, covered it really, really well. Got low down to her left, and if she was touching the rope, who knows? It's so far away, no one else is down there.
That's right, it's too dark anyway.
Yeah, can't see you.
You're all right. You can get away with it. So, yeah, difficult to tell. That is a long way away. 122 for 3. 94 is the Duckworth-Lewis target at the end of this over, so the Vipers are all right from that point of view. That's turned to mid-wicket, no run. But, of course, that would jump high the minute there's a wicket. But at the moment, these two are doing a very, very good job. And we said right at the start, didn't we, Charlotte, 2 of the most experienced batters, not just in the Vipers side, but probably around in women's regional cricket, have turned a potentially tricky situation into one at the moment anyway. Is a good one for the Vipers. Here's Tara Norris bowls. Ooh, down the leg side, they're asking for a caught behind, and she's gone. Strangled down the leg side. Good take from Ellie Threlcold, and it is Georgia that's gone, I'm afraid.
I was going to say, that doesn't help us, does it?
Yeah, I've covered myself there. Georgia Elwis I was having to think about the surname there, but I thought if I said Georgia, I'd be all right. Georgia always goes for 33? No,
43.
43. And
Yeah.
that is the 4th wicket down.
It is. It was a brilliant take down the leg side from Ellie Threlkeld. Used her feet, got across nicely, took the ball cleanly, which is the main thing, especially when you're blinded like that. It's so difficult. And I think Georgia Elwes knew straight away that she'd got a glove on that, if nothing else. And a good partnership comes to a close. 4th wicket to fall here. It'll be interesting to see what happens to that DLS score now, as it might creep up once again. But that's Tara Norris's 3rd. She's bowled brilliantly today. She started off well, brought the ball back in to the openers, got McCacken and Charlie Knott, and now comes back from the other end, the Deer Park end, and gets rid of the experienced Georgia Elwes. So another rebuilding partnership to begin now between the new batter Emily Windsor and captain Georgia Adams, who's still there on 46. She's the key now to keeping this thing afloat, but they're still above DLS, Kev. 109 now DLS.
76-run partnership for the 4th wicket that was, and that came in 14 overs.
Yeah, it was a good one, wasn't it? Didn't need to be anything fancy, just needed to rebuild, and they didn't score slowly, did they? They rotated well. That was the key for me. It wasn't too many boundaries. They hit the bad ball for 4 when it was available, but it was just more about the rotation of strike and just taking singles when they're on offer, turning 1s into 2s, that type of thing. Really good between those two, but new batter Emily Windsor comes to the crease. Struggling for a little bit of form in this competition so far. Haven't said that about her too many times over the last few years. And Graham to start a new over, change of bowling. Phoebe Graham replaces Fee Morris, and that one's cut away into the offside, and Tara Norris does the fielding. 1 more to the total. 123 the score.
Yeah, that Duckworth Lewis total suddenly jumped again, didn't it? 109.
It was still above it for the Vipers' sake. It was still above it just. So, new batter Emily Windsor on strike. Hasn't made a score yet in this competition. 28 in the last game against Diamonds, but did look a little bit scratchy. Should be the first one to admit that. Didn't bat against the Sparks, and 8 against the Stars. And she's been bowled by Looks Things first ball. Went backwards to a full delivery. Be interesting to see that if you're watching the live pitch feed once again, to see what happened on that delivery, but it beats Emily Windsor. Too good for her. She's had to go without troubling the scorers. It's another one falling. That Duckworth Lewis could creep back into things now, Kev. It's going to jump again. 123 for 5.
Wow, that's a big blow, isn't it? 2 wickets in the space of 1 run. That looked a good ball.
It was a good ball. Didn't really move her feet an awful lot. Did Emily Windsor. Just went on, hit the top of middle stump. Maybe came back into her fraction, but not a lot. Just beat her. 123 for 5 then. This gets interesting now. They're now 1 behind the DLS score. 124 the DLS score now.
Just watching this again now from Phoebe Graham. And that's a fairly straight delivery. I think Emily Windsor just didn't quite pick up the line there. It's probably one of those horrible balls you get first up, where you if it's right in the right areas, right in the right channel, good length, it puts the batter under pressure first up, and that's exactly what's happened there. So
Rihanna Southby, the new batter, wicketkeeper batter, comes to the crease at number 8 or 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course they're 5 down, Charlotte.
Well, and that now they're behind on the Duckworth Lewis. 124 it's showing.
2 wickets changes the game, and it's done it here. She waits now, does Southby. Got inside edge onto the pads. As Phoebe Graham's got a tail up now, goes into the leg side, no run is taken. And I just feel now there's a little bit of pressure out there now. 2 wickets, wicket Elwes and then of Windsor to go very next ball. Now just puts the pressure on this lower order of the Vipers. Still got batting to come. Southby obviously a recognised batter. Harmon, Monaghan, Smith at 10, Taylor at 11. They can all bat. Trying to cut this time. Good length delivery from Phoebe Graham. Maybe a little bit too close to cut there from Southby. Tries to carve that through the offside and goes through to the hands of Threlkeld behind the stumps. You can hear him now, the thunder, can't you? Not Thunder, as in
No.
Thunder and Lightning Thunder, that I thought there was going to be of earlier, but now you can hear the players, the Thunder
Yeah.
players, getting back into this game.
Very quiet during that partnership, Elwes and Adams.
And then they get a couple of breakthroughs and they feel like they're back in it now, and you can hear that from them. Graham in again, shorter delivery, cutting this time himself. It's a brilliant cut shot. It's going all the way to the fence for 4. Shot well on top of that one, was offered width and cashed in. That'll settle some nerves. 127 now the score. Southby off the mark. She's got 4.
Confident shot that. Probably the one thing Phoebe Graham didn't really want to do is just bowl it slightly short.
Right, short and wide, and you get punished here. That's for sure.
Ball maybe a little difficult to hold as well now. It's been like a bit greasy on this surface. There's been light rain for a little while now.
Yeah, it's real just misty drizzle now. It's really nothing, so the players will stay out there for the foreseeable, I would have thought. Graham in again. Fuller this time on the pads of Southby. Tries to work it leg side and can't do so. It's a good over from Phoebe Graham. Gets the wicket. 127 for 5. And that's the end of 26. 2 overs and how things have changed.
Certainly have. Georgia Adams, 47 not out. So much rest on her shoulders now from a Vipers point of view. The Thunder have never beaten the Vipers in this competition. There was a tie last year at Southport, as we've mentioned several times, just to remind you, but I'm sure Thunder feel that this was probably their best chance. 125, the Duckworth-Lewis showing for the end of this over, and they're 127 now, the Vipers. I'm sure they just love it to rain now. And of course Thunder will be hoping that it stays away.
Yeah, I love games like this when it's just all hangs in the balance. You don't know which way it's going to go. To the neutral.
Tara Norris in the game, bowls, cut away by Adams out into the deep, and that will be a single. 128 for 5. Remember, the Vipers are chasing. Should we get a full game in here? 206 for 9. They are way ahead in terms of the actual game.
It's funny that
At this
Duckworth-Lewis
stage.
doesn't represent that. You know, the loss of wickets just really works against you.
It does, doesn't it?
But you feel like you're in control of it batting second, which is, I suppose, is why George Adams decided to field first.
Norris bowls. Southby gets hit on the pad. Because the Thunder around this stage were around the 90 mark. So way behind, but Duckworth-Lewis, of course, is showing otherwise, which is really what's more important at this stage.
It is. Tara Norris, she's got a tail up. She's got 3 for us, bowled brilliantly today so far.
Yeah, hasn't she? Comes in again round the wicket to Southby. Southby's cutting that away past a diving Katie Mack, but there is a fielder down covering her up at the far end. They'll come back for 2 as the fielder's lying around on the ground, making sure they pick it up cleanly. Is that Daniel Collins down there?
It is.
Did well. Of course, it's important to pick the ball up cleanly as much as anything, and it'll be even more important with his ball being fairly greasy. 130 for 5 in the 28th. Well, there's several hardy souls still here, sitting on their deck chairs and
With their umbrellas
directors'
out.
chairs with their umbrellas up. Yeah,
Looks like a
bit
typical
curious.
beach day at Bournemouth, doesn't it, really?
Yes, it does, yeah. Several have gone. Thinking the weather might be a little worse than maybe it is at the moment. Short, pulled around the corner, down to 5. Phoebe Graham slips into that ball, and almost 2 there, but Phoebe Graham managed to hold on to it as the ball threatened to slip out of her hands. Did well again there, and it's 131 for 5. Southby has 7.
Rolled her wrist nicely, didn't she? Got well on top of the ball, hit it down, which was important. 2 fielders out here, ready for the hook shot. Was able to control it well.
Yes, it was. Yes, there's a deep square leg as well as Norris comes in. Length ball to Adams, who pushes forward out towards extra cover. Is that Saren Smale there? I think it is. Who's, I know was disappointed out on 99, but she's probably looking at the scoreboard now thinking that 99 in the context of the game was a pretty good one.
Yeah, well, Phil said earlier actually, until both teams have batted on it,
Yeah,
you don't know how good a 99 it is. I said it was potentially a bit slow,
It was a bit slow, yeah.
but actually could it be match winning?
Here's Norris as an aircraft goes above us. That's worked into the gap by Adams, and that's 49 to her. And the total onto 132 for 5. Feels quite low, can't
Yeah,
quite
it
see it
does.
'cause
Well,
we're
there's a
under
couple
the
have flown over quite
busy
low.
bow.
There was one flew over so low earlier I couldn't even hear what Phil was saying, and I've got him in my ear and he's sat next to me and I still couldn't hear what he's saying.
28 overs gone with the Vipers 132 for 5, chasing 206 for 9.
Phoebe Graham to continue then from the Dibley end. She's bowled well herself. Picked up 2 wickets so far. She got Abby Norgrove earlier on. No, she didn't. That's a lie. She's just got 1 so far. I've just written that down wrong. How silly. Hannah Jones got the first wicket, the 3rd wicket, but Abby Norgrove. Phoebe Graham then bowls to Adams, who's on the back foot and cutting nicely to the right of Hannah Jones, her weaker side. He has to run round and collect it. And they get 1 as Adams slips again by the looks of things. She's got 50. She's batted brilliantly, her captain. Raises her bat to her teammates and the crowd here at Wormsley. .62 balls.
62 balls.
62 ball 50 for Georgia Adams. She batted well. She's just got to keep going though, hasn't she? She's really holding this run chase together. 133 the score for the Vipers. Graham in again, this time to Southby. Bowls, and Southby's trying to carve that one through the offside and misses it on that occasion.
She favours that cut shot on the offside, doesn't she?
Yeah, it's a strength. Sometimes with the strength it can come to your weakness as well. Just got to be careful. Graham in again from the top of that 25-yard circle. She runs past umpire Julia Jarvis. Bowls, strong action, and I don't know whether she got she trials for the cut shot again there. I don't know whether she got a little nick on it, but it didn't. By the looks of Eddie Farrell, she looks disappointed, like that was a missed catching opportunity. That might be a missed chance from the Thunder. Southby dropped on 7 by Threlkeld. And again then, Yorker this time dug out well by Southby. Good from Graham, she's bowling well here, putting the pressure on the new batter. 133 for 5 here at Wormsley. The Vipers 6 above the DLS score, which I feel like is probably null and void now as this rain sort of just faded away from us.
Yeah, it almost feels like we're going to get the whole game in now.
Yeah, well, we didn't look like we were going to earlier. Graham in again, slower delivery this time, driving nicely this time as Southby with a straight bat to mid-off. It's a better looking shot.
Yeah, it looks less threatening. It looks threatening, but less so. I think you're right. What have we got? We got after this 29. Still got 21 more overs to go after this. That's still an hour and a bit, isn't it? Sometimes.
Interesting to see if light comes into play. Graham in again, good length delivery on the pads of Southby. Didn't quite know where it went. Came out into the offside and no run is taken. So a good few dots strung together there for the Thunder. 133 for 5 with 3:29 here.
So Georgia Adams here, very much playing a captain's role and needs to keep going from a Vipers point of view because the big guns have gone. Ella McGuckin out in the first over, no score. Charlie Knott just for 7, first time she's fouled in a Vipers shirt. Georgia Elwes 43, she's gone. Emily Windsor gone first ball. This partnership crucial.
Does feel that way, doesn't it?
Datani is coming on with her left arm seamer. She's switching in. 4 overs, none for 17 from the Dibley end. She's going to be bowling from the Deer Park end. That's on the left hand side as we look. Yes.
Yet to pick up a wicket so far.
128 at the end of this over, the Duckworth-Lewis total. 133 the Vipers have, but they've lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, really can't afford to lose any more. They just need to build a partnership again to these two.
Here's Datani then comes in, left arm over and bowls, and Adams gets a good ball straight up. Just prods it out on the onside, and there's no run. Good game in prospect here. It's been a good game.
For the neutral.
Yeah, it has.
I can imagine if you're a fan of one of the two teams, you're probably quite stressed at the moment.
Yeah.
Not knowing which way it's going to go. But for the neutral, a very good game.
Yeah, neither one's really got ahead, have they? Yes. Tani again, it's worked on the onside. We'll take a quick single here, thrown by Seren Smale to Threlcold the keeper. And Adams moves on to 51.
You can imagine if it was like a rowing boat race, that one just sticks its nose out in front, another one then takes over, and it's just constantly changing, and has been throughout the entire game.
Agreed. But never more than a nose, really.
No.
Even that partnership of 76, Adams, Georgia Elwes, the Vipers needed that. Only just got them ahead. Down the leg side, that should be called a wide, it is. Tatani can't believe it.
What she thought?
No, Mr. Umpire, no, Ben. No, Ben Peveril. I thought she didn't say that.
Probably not. But she must have just thought it clipped a thigh pad or something. I don't think they were pinning for a call behind. It's more just clip something. A thigh pad or a...
Ball's skidding through a bit, isn't it?
It is a little bit now with the dew.
Yeah. It's Tatani bowls and driving. This is going down to third by Rihanna Southby. Moves on to 8. 136 for 5. Every run crucial here for both sides. And the longer that Southby can stay in with Georgia Adams, who's very much the key now, then so much the better for the home side.
Yeah, you just feel, well, you just had the Thunder players there. If you heard that on RFX mic, just one more wicket.
That's right.
That's all they need.
Tatani bowls. Oh, it's flicked away, it's in the air, and it's going to be caught. Threlcold's underneath it, and that is Georgia Adams gone, and there's the celebrations from the fielders. They're all running towards Threlcold. They know that's important. Adams goes for 51, and it's 136 now for 5. 6.
Tatani with the wicket on that occasion. It was good batting from Georgia Adams. She was the glue that was holding it together, but just tried to shovel it round the corner, got a leading edge, went straight up in the air. Eddie Threlcold did well, steadied herself, got underneath it and took the catch cleanly. And it just puts another twist on things here at Wormsley. As they've got to build another partnership. New batter Nancy Harmon will join wicketkeeper Rihanna Southby out in the middle. And they've just got to see if they can knuckle down a little bit now. 70 away still from the total, or 71 to win. 206 the total that they're chasing down, 207 for the win. And yeah, you just feel now that DLS jumps to 145. Thunder have definitely got their, maybe even more than a nose out in front now.
Yeah, that's a big one. A big one in lots of ways, and you could tell the reaction of a lot of the fielders when that ball went up in the air and Threlcold hold on to it. They were absolutely delighted. Tall order now for the Vipers. I think the Thunder will feel that they're pretty close to being winners in this game for the first time in this competition against the Vipers. So Tatani to new batter Nancy Harmon comes in and bowls. Harmon, oh, is that left? Oh, it's a wide down the leg side. It's difficult because we're square on. I was thinking, how she left that one? And it's down the leg side.
Yeah, very watchful. I'll tell you one thing about Nancy Harmon. If there's one player that can take a game away from you, she hits the ball harder than most. So if she gets going, she could definitely take the game away from the Thunders. They do need to be careful not to give any freebies to it.
Tatani in bowls to Harmon. Harmon's playing a missing outside the off stump. Bit of skid off this surface, which are getting the fielders excited. I remember Harmon, it was at Headingley last year. Was it last year against the Diamonds? Hit some big shots at the end.
Yeah, well, she played in a warm-up game for us against the Sparks last year as well at the Edgbaston Foundation Ground in Birmingham, and I've never seen someone hit a ball so cleanly. The netting goes around the outside of the ground, and she was hitting it 3/4 of the way up, and it's, you know, a very big net.
Tiny bowl, she cuts that one, but straight to Katie Mack at backward a point.
She hit a ball over long on, and it sailed over the boundary by about 3 or 4 metres back. It was ridiculous hitting. And she's in now to join Rihanna Southby. 137 for 6 after 30?
Yeah.
Is it going to tick over?
I think it should tick over.
Perfect.
Thank you, Charlotte. Charlotte Taylor's back later, and it'll be Phil Green from the cricket manager at Hursley Park Ladies to come and join me, Kevin James. With 30 overs gone, the Vipers are 137 for 6. The Duckworth-Lewis total at the end of this over needs to be, for the Vipers, plus 146. So if they get 146 and we come off, it needs to be 147. It's they're behind again here, Phil, which is not ideal. Thunder happy with the way things are at the moment. As Graham comes in, that's cut away by Southby. Out into the deep on the offside, 138 for 6.
I must say, firstly, when I passed over the headset half an hour ago, I didn't think I'd be coming back because I thought the weather would take over in that time, but it just held off, hasn't it? And it's been a good half hour for the Thunder.
Certainly has.
It was looking so much in control with Elwes and Adams at the crease, and all of a sudden we've got a totally different game now. Phoebe Graham.
Vipers playing catch up again.
Into Harman.
It's worked away on the. Is it me or you? Sorry.
I don't know.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah.
It's worked away on the onside for a single. Gone for the Yorker there, Phoebe Graham. And Rihanna Southby is on 9, and that's the first run to Nancy Harman.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to bear in mind is that they've used a lot of their seam attack so far. They haven't got many seam overs left, and the spinners struggled a bit with the wet ball. If it goes to 50 overs, the spinners have got to bowl quite a few of them, the remaining ones.
Here's Phoebe Graham then with her right arm pace, and that's cut away by Rihanna Southby. That's the area she likes it in. It's gone out to deeper point. They're going to run 2. Throw comes in. Tara Norris can't get it in quick enough, and that's good running for a second. And Southby moves on to 11, and it's 141 for 6. Yeah, Phoebe Graham is into her 8th over here. Norris has bowled 9,
Yeah.
and Tatani has bowled 5. But you're right, Hannah Jones has got 5 left. Olivia Bell has got 8 left if they need it, and Fee Morris has also got 8 left. So they're going to need to get some overs out of those spinners. There's Phoebe Graham. Bowls, and it's full outside the off stump, and that's well worked by Southby to backward of point, and she moves on to 12, 142 for 6. But the Vipers at the moment, as things stand, just behind on the Duckworth-Lewis. But the good news from the Vipers' point of view is that whilst the weather doesn't look great, if it is raining, it's not very much.
No, it hasn't really changed in the last half hour, has it?
No. It's just sort of hanging in the air more than anything, and they've been playing through that, so we'll certainly continue to do so. Harman gets one on the pads as it goes down towards fine leg. Pie runs in quickly, and that should be signalled leg pie by Julia Jarvis, the umpire, which she does. 143 for 6. Good game though, Phil, isn't it here? There's a game within a game with the Duckworth-Lewis, and of course the overall game as well.
I think probably say the Vipers are closer there in the Duckworth-Lewis calculation than they are in the overall match right at the minute, if I could analyse it like that.
Yeah.
But you only need these two to put 30 or 40 together and the game changes again.
60-something the Vipers need overall. That's driven out on the offside by Southby. That's a theatrical diving stop by Tara Norris, which actually allows the batters to come through for a second. Again, Norris probably had to make sure that she picked it up cleanly, but with the 2 or 3 rolls that subsequently happened, it gave them time to turn for 2.
She's rolling like a Premier League footballer there, wasn't she?
Oh, certain penalty that, ref. 31 overs gone, 145 for 6. In the overall game, at this stage, Thunder only had 111. So, I mean, the Vipers are so far ahead there, but on Duckworth-Lewis, they're actually just behind.
Which is the one that matters, of course. Yeah, it's a very interestingly poised game. We always say the Vipers bat all the way down, of course, don't we? With Mary Taylor batting at 11, who opens for Sussex, but it's all right saying they bat all the way down. They don't often have the chance to have to prove it, do they? Titani in round the wicket. Harman's watchful there. He just plays it back down the wicket. Yeah, I mean, I would think if you were the Vipers now, you'd be thinking, let's see the seamers off, as I say. And we've got all those overs of spin with it, you know, the spinners struggling to hold the wet ball, etc. And they didn't bowl great early on, so that's what I'd be looking to do. Wait for that time. Titani in again. Harman just turns that away, calmly on the leg side for a single.
Yeah, it's interesting. Thunder are just going all seam here, which backs up your theory there, Phil. Norris and Phoebe Graham have got 3 more overs between them to bowl. Titani has 5, including this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they're probably their thought process was this game's not going to go the distance, so let's get the seamers in now. But of course, it could go the distance, weather-wise, I mean. This one's just played out on the leg side by Southby, got a bit big on her. Only quite a short player, of course, and that got up a bit high on her, so she just played it on the leg side, no run. Important innings for both of these two girls at the crease at the moment. They're both trying to establish themselves certainly in the batting lineup of Vipers. That's a short ball from Titani, and it's a bit too quick for the keeper. It's a wide down the leg side, and it's eluded Threlcold behind the stumps, and it allows them to come through for a second wide, or doubling up the wide into 2. Yeah, I mean, Southby obviously established as the keeper at the moment, but hasn't really had a great record with, well, she hasn't had many opportunities with the bat for the Vipers. Nancy Harmon, another one of those players that's come in to replace one of the England girls, so you know, we'll be looking to stamp her mark on this game. Titani round the wicket, and Harmon tries to turn that on the leg side, but she's struck on the pad.
Well, Southby this is her 18th match. She averages 9 with the bat for the Vipers. She averaged 15 when she was at the South East Stars before that. So her average has actually come down since she's been at the Vipers in this competition.
And to be honest, she's batted below this number. Most of the time at Vipers, she's been like 9 or 10, so she's got very few opportunities. Up at 7 today, so a chance to establish herself a little bit. And Harton's edged that one through, and she's going to get 4. That's a very fortuitous 4 for Nancy Harmon. It's just gone fine of the keeper, or just wide of the keeper, and just past the sight screen down to our right. It's raced away for 4 very welcome runs for Nancy Harmon and for the Vipers. 152 now. Yeah, it's hard to see where this game's going. Almost every over you sort of change your mind who's on top here. You know, these two already building a little bit of a partnership. Southby on 14, Harmon now on 6.
16 they've put on.
Yeah, so you know, if they can put another 16 here, 168, you start saying they were on top. I don't know. It's a fascinating situation. Titani round the wicket, and this time Harmon's chopped it in the air past Gully. Gully got close to it on the dive but couldn't get there, and she's going to get a single as third comes round. So up to 153 now, Vipers, and Harmon onto 7, and that's going to be quite close on the, well, they're ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis.
Well, it's going to change, isn't it?
Yeah, but this will be a change for what it should be at the end of the next over.
Yeah.
It's funny, it didn't change then, actually. It stayed exactly the same.
Surely. Well, yeah, they pulled it in to change and then shoved the same score out.
Yeah. I'm not sure, as I said to Charlotte earlier, I don't know if the people over there are calculating it in the scoreboard or the scorers behind us are radioing it through. I'm not sure. But
listen, at the end of the day, as long as it's right, that's all that matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Vipers are ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis at the moment. 153 for 6 they are. 32 overs gone, potentially 18 overs left in this game. The Duckworth-Lewis at the end of this over, they need to be 147, so they're ahead. But Tom Spinner, here she is, she's switching ends as well. Bowls and wrapped on the pad, that looks a little high. Oh gosh, she's halfway down the wicket, has to dive back in. Does Nancy Harmon, sent back by Rhianna Southby, seemed to just take a little while to turn. That again, that's the greasy nature of the pitch.
Yeah, you don't want to be turning quickly at the moment, do you?
You don't need to do that. We've seen 1 or 2. I think Georgia Adams a couple of times stumbled when she was looking for another run, turning. Hannah Jones bowls, flighted, full, driven back to her by Nancy Harmon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously nowadays you get different weather forecasts throughout the day, but I think that we had ones earlier on saying rain's going to come in about 3, but not be enough to come off, and that's been a pretty accurate prediction. Yeah.
Harmon works that away behind square on the leg side. She'll only get 1 though, 154 for 5. She moves on to 8. And also my app says about 5 o'clock we are going to get some more rain in, which again I think was forecast. So the rain will be a bit heavier this time. So we've got potentially 50 minutes left before maybe we need to start thinking about termination. Weather-wise, we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure we'll get all 18 overs if that's the case. Rhianna Southby gets hit on the pad trying to turn that on the leg side. Nobody's really shouting for an LBW. I think it's more the fact that it's a dot ball.
Yeah. Quite often the shout is to sort of stop them running anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. coming towards the end of this 33rd over here at Wormsley. Anna Jones just wiping the ball to make sure that it stays in her hands. It's driven to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think you're right, Kev. It's
That's
definitely
the end of the over, 154 for 6.
it is brighter now than it was half an hour ago, for sure. Slightly. It's all relative, of course. It's not bright sunshine, but it's brighter.
So 17 overs potentially left. The Duckworth Lewis has jumped by 2 runs at the end of that over, but the Vipers are still ahead, 154 for 6.
And Tani going to continue from the Deer Park end. Yes, the batting to come as on paper is pretty strong for a tail. Lindsay Smith's got quite a few runs, important runs over the years. Alice Monaghan and Mary Taylor can all bat. Tani in. Harmon turned that away on the leg side. They're going to come through for a single again. Might be off the pad, but it is off the pad, leg by, but 1 on the total. That's the important thing. Keep the board ticking. 155 for 6.
I'm just wondering who would want this win more than the other. I think Thunder, having lost 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's an important game for both, but you're right. You don't want to be losing 3 out of 4 to start off with. If you've got aspirations to be in the top 3, they've never got in the playoffs. The Thunder, of course,
No.
never made it in this competition, so they'd be keen to do that in the last year of it. This is a short ball, banged in from Titani, and Southby's pulled it very well. A lot of authority in that pull shot. She's played it in front of square. There was a deep square, but it's gone well in front of her and gone for 4. That's a real sort of positive message shot from Southby.
Front of square as
yeah,
well.
like don't try and bounce me. You know, it's that sort of response.
Yeah, Thunder have never finished higher than 7th in the last 3 years. Of course, the first year of this competition was split into 2 groups.
Yeah. Tiny again, and this time Southby just very respectful on the back foot. Yeah, so they'll be in the last year of this format as Thunder. They'll be looking to make the playoffs for the first time. So, as you say, Kev, they'd want 2 wins out of 4 rather than 1 for their first 4 games. But similarly, the Vipers won't want to be falling too far behind the top. Titani in again, and Southby's turned that nice looking shot. It's going to be 1 down to long leg. Phoebe Graham's the fielder. Throws in on the half volley, but Threlcock collects it. Okay. Threlcock with the helmet behind her, and just in the Vipers fielding innings, rather than leave the helmet on the pitch every over, the sub was running on and swapping helmet on and off, but Threlcock's put it on the ground behind her, risking those 5 penalty runs if it should go past her. Titani in round the wicket again, and that's down the leg side and will be a wide, signalled by umpire Peveril. So an extra ball, but also the extra run for the Vipers. And just edging back in their favour a little bit, the Vipers' favour a bit here, I think. Titani in again. Harmon drives nicely here through the offside. This could go all the way, going away from us. I think it's going to beat the field. It is. That's a very good shot from Nancy Harmon. Again, just lent on it really, and it flew away through the extra cover region for 4.
That's a great shot.
It is, isn't it?
That's also, again, the ball just skidding off the surface a little bit. Sort of helps the batter, doesn't it? Come on, and comes on nicer.
Just a check drive really, wasn't it? But raced away. So Harmon up to 12. 165. Titani past the umpire, and this time Harmon turns away on the leg side. Comfortable single. Phoebe Graham doesn't pick it up cleanly, but they don't come back for the second, and that's the end of another over, the 34th, and Vipers on 166.
Well, again, we got that strange anomaly where in the overall game Vipers again are well ahead at 166. At this stage,
Yeah.
Thunder had 119. But
Yeah.
they're only just ahead,
And the
although there's a
Duckworth
bit of a gap. 150 it's showing they need to be at the end of this over. They're 166, so they've opened up a gap. But that will be swallowed up the minute a wicket falls.
It will, but I think the other way of looking at it is, from the Vipers' point of view, they're not going to. It's stating the obvious, really. But if they don't lose if they're not all out, they're going to win the game, aren't they?
Yep.
I mean, they only need 40 off 16 overs or something. The run rate is not the problem. They've just got to keep the wickets, really.
Hannah Jones with a left-arm spin starts a new over. It's short. It's turned away on the leg side by Harman. That's going out for a single, and she moves on to 14. 167 for 6 now. Again, this is a useful partnership. 31 these two are put on for the 7th wicket.
And as I said just now, it's great to have a batting lineup that looks really good on paper, but they haven't often had to do it over the years, the Vipers' lower orders. So it's good if they can come to the party when needed.
Southby to face Jones. It's full. Southby drives off the bottom of the bat. It squeezes out on the leg side. Pye is up on the circle, and there is no run. Well flighted and very full. Every time now the ball goes back to the bowler, it's having a wipe. It's getting very damp over this outfield, which is seeing light rain now for at least a good hour, maybe an hour and a half. Jones bowls. Again, it's full. That's driven by Southby out to mid-wicket. No run again. She's keeping it very full here is Hannah Jones, who's into her 7th over. Picked up the wicket of Abby Norgrove, bowled earlier. Again, it's very full bowled, yorked. And that is the end of Rhianna Southby for 19, and that's 7 wickets down, 167.
Quicker ball there, fired in, and as you say, yorked, and that's put the game right back in the balance again. It's an intriguing game, this, isn't it? It has been throughout this second innings. If the weather was really nice, we'd be sitting here really enjoying this cricket, haven't we? But sat out in the open as we are, it could be better, but from a cricketing point of view, excellent game of cricket all round, I think.
Hannah Jones picks up her 2nd wicket now, and just every time the Vipers get their noses in front, they lose a wicket, and it's right back to square one, and they are now just 1 ahead of Duckworth Lewis. That's just changed as I looked up, and the new batter is Alice Monaghan.
Yeah, I think as the game is going on, it's making Seren Smale's innings look better and better, actually, isn't it? You know, we were maybe a little bit critical of it early on for not really pushing on, but as we said at the time, if it wins the game, it's a match-winning knock, and it's certainly going to be the highest individual score today by some distance.
51 Georgia Adams, 43 Georgia Elwes, the next highest to Smale's innings.
So we've got Alice Monaghan now at the crease. Another one who, not a regular in the starting 11 for the Vipers, but always called upon when a couple of the England girls are away. She's now facing up to Hannah Jones, and she's first ball's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide, so that's a sighter for Monaghan.
She does have a high score of 34 not out in this competition, Alice Monaghan, so
she can bat. They can all bat, we know that, but pressure situations make it a little bit harder, don't they, these sort of match situations. Monaghan very sort of pronounced lean forward when she stands at the crease and just defends that back down wicket. So yeah, it's wouldn't really want to call this game right now. Jones in again, and Monaghan just turns that on the leg side to Tiny Fields. What you wouldn't want, I would say, from a cricketing point of view, is for this game to be decided on the weather now. You'd want it really to be decided on the field, wouldn't you? Not by calculation.
Well, if I'm honest, Phil, every time the Vipers got in front of Duckworth Lewis, I wanted it to be decided by the weather, but
but we are, of course, neutral on the commentary.
Of course we are. So who are we going at the far end now? Looks like we got some
Bell.
Olivia Bell back.
Yeah.
We have with her off breaks. She bowled 2 overs, none for 16 earlier. And I think it's interesting now, they could have an over of Tara Norris, they could have 2 overs from Phoebe Graham right now, they could have 3 more from Naomi Zatani, but they've now decided all spin. And here she is, bowls, and the first ball to Harman is smashed back at her, and that's half stopped. That's a good stop. Harman clubbed that away.
I think it hit the batter, actually.
Oh, did it?
I think it hit Monaghan at the other end.
Oh
yeah.
dear, she couldn't get her feet out of the way in
We
time.
know what a good fielder she is, but she normally does it for the Vipers, not for the...
Bell bowling left to right as we look. Flighted, and that's driven up towards... Oh, it's wider mid-on. Nice little bit of placement. Phoebe Graham is running after that. They'll pick up 2. They're going to settle for 2. That's a nice piece of timing, that. It was just worked into the gap, and the ball just kept running. And Harman moves on to 16 now. And the Vipers up to 170. Remember, 206 for 9 is the overall target.
If it goes the distance, they've got to find 6 overs between Bell and Morris, or another bowler, haven't they?
Morris has only bowled 2. She went for 14 with her off spin. Bell bowls again to Harman, and Harman's faint of missing outside the off stump. Every time that ball goes past the outside edge, you wonder, has it caught it, has it not? Threlkeld standing up there.
She's kept well.
She has, very tidy. As Bell bowls short and off the back foot. Oh no, she's running. Oh, fortunately there's a misfield at extra cover. Otherwise, I think Harman was a goner there. Tatani couldn't pick it up cleanly.
Yeah, it was a strange run, wasn't it? She hit it straight at her.
Yeah, that wasn't a good run if we're really honest about that. But she got away with it. And that brings Alice Monaghan on strike. So 171 for 7. We're in the 36th over. We're going to certainly have a good period of play yet before this rain starts to get really serious. And we've done well to keep playing through the constant light rain that we've had this afternoon. Here's Bell, bowls on the back foot, misses. Does Monaghan. There's a big gap between extra cover and backward of point. That's where she was aiming.
I think, yeah, the umpire's worst point now, as you just said, Kev. The umpire's done well to keep them out there.
They have.
The easy option is to come off, isn't it?
It was borderline, wasn't it, for a long time. Flighted. Monaghan drives. She's found the gap this time. Out to deep point. And Monaghan off the mark. And that is 172 for 7. And at the end of that over, Duckworth-Lewis again will increase, but it's showing 167 at the moment. My guess is, Phil, it'll be somewhere around where we are at the moment at 172. No, it's staying at 167. The door opens and you think, oh, it's going to change, and then it closes again. It stays at the same score. So we've got to get Hannah Jones to continue.
Sorry, just distracted there. Hannah Jones bowling from the Dibley end. That ball's turned around by Nancy Harman, but no run.
That ball's getting really rubbed dry, isn't it, every time?
Yeah.
Can't be easy for the bowlers.
Sorry, it's Monaghan on strike, not Harman. But this Jones, and that's all Yorker, the sort of delivery that got behind the Southby a couple of overs back, but this time Monaghan's dug it out.
It's well played and well bowled.
Yeah. Hannah Jones having a good season for Thunder. That one's on the leg side, turned away from by Monaghan, but perhaps could have got a single. Was Pye misfielded, but they didn't run on the misfield, as they've probably went back in their memory bank and remember being told by that when they started playing cricket, don't ever run on a misfield, and they didn't. So Jones in again, and that's another Yorker, attempted Yorker, dug out by Monaghan. So certainly going the full option here.
Ooh, well, it's working well.
Yeah. That's turned away by Monaghan, but straight to Pye on the 45. No run, so good over this from Hannah Jones, good tight over. And Monaghan this time drives it pleasantly, but straight to Smale at extra cover, and that's end of a maiden over. So well bowled, Hannah Jones. Score remains on 172, and Duckworth Lewis creeps up by 1 to 168. So Vipers still ahead.
They need 35 overall to win this game, but they have lost 7 wickets. But there are still 13 overs left. So
yeah,
that's not a factor at all.
Time is not the issue, really, is it? No.
35 needed. That's what they've got to focus on here, because there's a good chance we're going to get the full game in now. So here's Olivia Bell with her off spin. Oh, flighted, driven, nicely driven. Pye picks it up, but it's hit too well for Pye to really be in a position to recover and throw the ball in. And Harmon now moves on to 18. My word, that's an important 18 here. Somebody needs to stick around with her as well. Can it be Monaghan? She's on 173 for 7. They're 5 ahead currently of the Duckworth Lewis score. Olivia Bell again in and bowls, and Monaghan drives pleasantly but straight to Titani. Extra cover, horrible throw, well recovered. Ellie Threlgold threw out her right hand to take it. Well, that would have been horrible if that had gone for overthrows.
Yeah, there was someone behind, but I don't know if she'd have got round in time.
You've got to be careful throwing the ball in as well, because that can slip out of the hand. Monaghan gets one that gets turned around a little bit, leading edge, but it's gone out on the offside for a single. She turns blind there, Monaghan. Fortunately, she doesn't go for 2. She's doubled her score, and it's 174 for 7 in the 38th.
Yeah, just going back to your previous comment about got to watch the throw back into the keeper. We had the incident last week, of course, where there was 5 penalty runs for someone. It was Charlie Dean not thrown in accurately and hit the batter. You really don't want 5 penalty runs right now, do they?
No, that's for sure. It's driven up to Pye again. Ball bobbles a little bit, but she's got a body in behind that, and there's no run. No, you certainly don't want that at this stage. 206 the target, 206 for 9. They're 174 for 7. We're in the 38th over here at Wormsley. The weather's holding. Could be in for a cracking finish here as Harmon drives again. It's half stopped by Bell. No need to panic in terms of a couple of quiet overs.
No, they don't. The one thing I think we can safely say is there's not going to be a bonus point for Vipers. They'd have to get them in the next 3 overs to do that.
I think both sides would just be happy with a win
Absolutely,
here now. As Harmon drives, she's going to take a single up to deep mid on. That's okay. A couple near us are applauding that single. Keeps Harmon on strike, which is not a bad thing from a Vipers point of view, even though it was a quiet over. 38 overs gone here, 175 for 7. So they need 25, 31, 32 to win. We have 12 overs maximum left in the game. 7 wickets down they are. Harmon's on 19, 2 to Alice Monaghan, and Duckworth Lewis is showing 169. So the Vipers again in that little period where they're just ahead, but
just ahead, but a wicket will change it.
Certainly, and always has done throughout the 7 wickets that they've lost.
Yep. So Jones in, and that's played by Harmon. She even sort of punches her defensive shots, doesn't she? She doesn't really dead bat anything. She hits it fairly hard, but there's no run off that. That one is a bit more circumspect. Defensive shot, back down the wicket. Good accurate spell here from Hannah Jones since she's come back on. This change of ends. This time Harmon drives it, and she's beaten the field at mid-on. He's got across to it, but let it slip a few yards behind her, lets them come through for a single.
Olivia Bell.
Yeah, so Harmon up to 20. 176 for 7. And Monaghan on strike.
Oh.
Again, she tries that Yorker, which nearly squeezed through.
That's been a deadly ball, wasn't it? It did for Rihanna Southby, and it's you can't score off it.
Jones in again. This time Monaghan goes for a big shot as he gets it away for 4. That's really useful, valuable runs for Vipers. again got through mid-on more rather than past her, I think.
What a shot that was. Where did that come from?
But
That's a powerful shot, that, isn't it?
it's actually gone a long way. The fielder's got to go a long way over the boundary to retrieve it.
Oh, blimey, that was a powerfully hit shot. I'm not sure she really wanted to be behind that, Olivia Bell.
No, I mean, it sort of went through her, didn't it, really? But very valuable runs indeed for Vipers and for Alice Monaghan. Takes the score up to 180. But yeah, the fielder, she's now going back to long on to protect that shot. Jones in again. And Monaghan just plays that one on the offside. Well fielded by Smale coming across from extra cover. And it's 180, and we're going to hand over, Kev's handing over to Charlotte Taylor for what could be, in her half-hour stint, the conclusion of this game. So Charlotte Taylor coming back in. Probably like me, Charlotte, thought when you came off air last time that you wouldn't be coming back with the weather closing in, but it's actually a bit better now than it was, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually cleared quite nicely.
Yeah. So
Still cold,
I think
but the rain has disappeared.
I think we're going to get through this game.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
In sense of going through the full game without the interruption, I mean. We're definitely going to get a result either way, but and we got Phoebe Graham coming back on.
27 the equation then. It's actually 39 overs, Phil. Can't see that from here.
Yeah,
yeah,
it is.
So 11 overs left. 27 the equation, so runs and run rate isn't the issue, it's the wickets. They're 7 down, the Southern Vipers, 180 for 7.
They're going with one of their premier bowlers, opening bowlers. They got to at this stage.
Graham in then from the Deer Park end, just clipped off the hip of Harmon. Works it for 1. Misfield means that they come back for a second. Good running. Turns quickly and gets back for 2.
I think that was a case of putting pressure on the fielder. They were looking for 2 and the fielder just took her eye off it, Hannah Jones. They got in.
2 more to the total, 182 for 7.
They've got to bowl out Phoebe Graham, and Tara Norris has got 1 to go as well, haven't they? They've got to, if it goes the distance, they've got to find 4 overs from Fee Morris and Bell, but
yeah,
they've got to gamble on bowling the Vipers out in 46 overs, really, or thereabouts, I think.
Yeah. Graham in again, then bowling to Harmon, who finds the outside edge of her bat, and it goes to point.
Good contribution this from Nancy Harmon, coming in at number 8.
Yeah.
22 not out. As you were saying earlier about a couple of other players, Charlotte, these are the girls that come in for these occasional games, shall we say, and really need to make a mark, don't they? If they're going to retain their place.
Absolutely. Graham in again, and good length delivery. Harmon works it leg side, and a half stop by Mack. And they're slipping and sliding all over the place.
Half stop by someone else as
yeah,
well.
Half stop by Mack to her left, and parries it round the corner, and half stop by Bell to her right at mid-on.
I suppose 2 half stops make a stop, don't
well,
they?
Yeah, I suppose so. 2 halves make a hole and all that.
Yeah.
So Harmon on strike, high back lift. Waits for Phoebe Graham. And she just flicks that off her legs. Full delivery. Hannah Jones does the fielding cleanly this time, so it'll only be 1. 183 on the score now. 207 the target. 23 for Nancy Harmon. This is her highest score in a Vipers shirt. So it could be a very convincing and a very necessary one for the Vipers. Monaghan in that forward press position is forward in defence this time and can only find the fielder at point, which is Tara Norris. Does the fielding there, no run collected.
Must admit, because we don't normally watch from side on, I've never noticed before the sort of exaggerated forward press of Alice Monaghan, because you would have seen it obviously in training and in matches and whatever, but normally we're sort of behind the bowler's arm and you don't see that, but it's very pronounced, isn't it, that lean?
It is. Leans into the ball.
What a great bit of work.
Down the leg side, it's going to be called a wide, but brilliant hands by Ellie Threlkeld, got the bells off quickly, and Monaghan was unmoved, and so was umpire Julia Jarvis at square. But she whips the bells off in a flash.
That's very impressive.
It's a Yorker length delivery, wasn't it? And she had to get down and get up and
at good pace. I mean,
Yeah.
Phoebe Graham's not slow.
no, brilliant take there.
Two very good keepers on show today. It's always nice to see.
A Yorker length delivery this time from Graham, dug out by Harmon. It's the end of the 40th, 184 for 7. Harmon, she's on 23, as I said just previously, her highest score in a Vipers shirt. And Monaghan's with her on 6.
And they need 23 from 10 overs. So the run rate not really a problem, as we keep saying, or shouldn't be. And I was saying to Kev earlier, we always say about the Vipers batting down to 11, but they don't often get the chance to have to prove that, do they? And it's easy to say it, but it's not quite so easy when you're coming
When
in.
you're in it.
You haven't batted for the last 6 games, and suddenly you've got to get the runs at the end.
Well, these two haven't played a constant part in this side, so they've got big jobs and big shoes to fill.
Yeah. So Jones in again, and Harmon on the back foot, and she's got it past that fielder, past Ditani at mid wicket. That's another single, another one ticked off the target. Harmon up to 24.
Well, this is a very exciting game here at Wormsley. 185 for
Yeah, it's just their fielding that's letting them down at times, isn't
a little
it?
bit,
They're just
as
a bit
it's got
sloppy.
yeah, it's got a bit slippery out there, and a few mistakes creeping in. Jones coming in, and Monaghan just plays that forward. I think Olivia Bell particularly has had a bit of a tough time in the field, hasn't she? A couple of balls have gone through her. But,
Yeah, it's not easy out there, that's
no,
for
it's
sure.
difficult. It's very difficult. Jones in again. This time Monaghan trying to force it, but again it's that Yorker length almost that she keeps consistently hitting under Jones, and the ball just bobbles out on the offside. So Monaghan resets. Jones in quickly in again. This time someone like that's a big shout for LBW here. Oh, they seem very disappointed, the Thunder fielders. Big shout. Keeper, Captain Threlcold has sort of got her head in her hands.
I can sort of understand why. She's come a long way across as Alice Monaghan, onto off stump, and it hits her full. If anything, maybe striking her outside the line of off stump. Just watch it on the live picture feed.
That's all it could have been. But other than that, as you say, it looks, yeah, I'd be up for that one, that's for sure. There's another shout this time, but that's not so convincing. Ball just jiggles out on the leg side. Yeah, looking at that one again, I'm not quite sure what saved her. It could only be that she got outside the line of off stump, as you say, and was playing a shot.
But she needs to play the ball straighter than that.
Yeah, it's disappointing that for the Thunder. That's a great shot from Monaghan. She's hit that for 4 through the offside. That's going to go runaway extra cover, just to rub salt into the wounds to the Thunder, who still look very disappointed about that call. Non-call before. So that's 4 to Monaghan to finish the over very possibly for the Vipers. And the score now up to 189, and the target down under 20, just 18 needed. Monaghan up
Great
to
maths,
10.
Phil, great maths. Let's see how much this partnership's worth. Last wicket fell, that's the wrong innings, doesn't help me, 167. So it's worth 22 now. So a good little partnership for these two. Coming into the side today in replace of, you would have thought, Kemp and Boucher, no. Kemp and Dean, I suppose.
Dean, yeah. And Davis has been,
Yep.
because Alice Monaghan's replaced Davis, really. But whoever they've replaced, they've come in and are doing a good job right at the moment.
Definitely.
And we're going to have Phoebe Graham again.
Yep, she's going to bowl her final over. She bowled 9 overs so far, 1 for 33.
Bowled well.
She has bowled well.
Yeah.
She's at the top of her mark now. Nancy Harmon waits for her. That almost vertical backlift. And Graham's in again. Good length delivery, turned into the leg side by Nancy Harmon. Can only find Katie Mack at mid-wicket, no run. So lots of space out there, especially behind the bat.
Yeah, I was just thinking, you know,
Maybe bring up one more now,
Yeah,
just
but
to chance your arm a little
you
bit.
can't just give them a singular ball, can you, at the moment? They cruise home at 1 a ball, so they've got to make something happen here, the Thunder. Got to take wickets.
Graham in again. On the back foot is Harmon. They get through for 1. Monaghan's quick and she gets home. Harmon, it was almost like a hit and run. Hit it
Yeah,
to Detani's preferred left side, who got the throw away, but luckily both Monaghan and Harmon were along the same sort of lines and saying, yeah, we're going. And they get through comfortably in the end, 190 for 7.
Didn't look like there was a single there, did there? But Monaghan got in very quickly. I mean, Detani threw it in, you know, over the top. And
I think if you both go straight away, if you're quick, you can get home. It's just you have to be on the same page, don't you?
You do.
Otherwise it won't work. But one more to the total, 190 for 7. Monaghan waits for Graham now, who's in. It's a low full toss on the pads of Monaghan. A big appeal again to umpire Ben Peverell, but the answer's no once again. By the way that she tried to play that through the leg side, you'd like to think that it was going to be going down leg as I watch it once more.
Hit her on the full toss, hasn't it?
Gosh, that's close again, maybe
Yeah.
leg stump.
Yeah.
But again, not enough in it for Ben Peverell to give it out. Monaghan survives again.
So I think Thunder probably feeling a little bit aggrieved the last couple of overs with a couple of decisions that they thought they might have got.
Another full toss on the legs of Monaghan. Gets it into the leg side. Fee Morris is quick. She'll run round to her left. They'll come back for 2 at least. And 2 it is. Slightly over-pitched delivery from Phoebe Graham allows a little bit of a release. Another 2 to the total. Monaghan moves to 12, 192 for 7 now as the Vipers do inch closer to this total. 207 they need.
15 required.
No change of field. Still the 4 out. Deep
Yeah,
square,
I'm a bit
deep
surprised
cover,
at that.
3rd and fine. Graham is in a better length delivery. Monaghan flashes at that one through the covers. It's a lovely shot. It's going all the way for 4. Beats Danny Collins to her right-hand side. It's a real powerful shot from Alice Monaghan.
That's arguably the shot of the day, that, isn't it? I mean, that is a great off-drive. It wasn't more than about 10 yards wide of that fielder on the cover boundary, but she had no chance.
No, offered a little bit of width, and Alice Monaghan has cashed in here.
That's a terrific shot.
We watch it again, yeah, brilliant connection. And like you say, Phil, the fielder only had to go sort of 10 or so metres to her right-hand side. But it was cut off with ease. Or wasn't cut off with ease, sorry, it passed her with ease. 196 for 7. Monaghan in again then, lays a bat on this one, gently into the offside, and it's half stopped by Norris, but they will get through for another single, so good strike rotation as well from Monaghan. Again, one more to the total, 197 for 7.
Yeah, that was again a misfield really, wasn't it? They weren't going to run, and actually Harmon had her hand up in the air to say no, and then Norris didn't pick it up cleanly and they came through. So a few little mistakes have crept in the last half hour or so, but understandable with the weather conditions.
It's a good partnership, this one.
Yeah, it's absolutely key.
Now worth 30.
I only worked with Fletch for the first time 2 years ago. We never used to play double. So we played with
You're going to see what you wanted to see, Phil, I think.
Norris come back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a bowler last over. She's taken 3 wickets. They need wickets, and she's the most likely person to get them. There's no point in saving her last over for later on, because that probably won't happen. We're not going to get to 50 overs, that's for sure. So,
Got to bowl them out.
doing the right thing, but running out of time. You'd think the Thunder now, they've got to take, well, you'd think they've got to take a wicket or 2 in this over, really, realistically, to have a chance. Just 10 required. The Vipers, this partnership, been very influential.
I like this from the Thunder, though. Their body language still says that they can do this. They have not once looked like, you know, they've given up on the game. There's still high fives going round. Apologies if you can hear that low-flying aircraft again. It's quite loud.
Yeah.
But again, the Thunder just feel like they can still, you know, do this. They've got 2 catches in at mid-wicket now, which is an aggressive move from captain and wicketkeeper Ellie Threlkeld. The strike bowler's back.
Yeah.
This is their, for me, this is the over, Phil. They need to strike in this over.
They've got to get at least one, you'd think, this over. So Norris round the wicket. And that's turned away from Monaghan, but no run. Fielded by one of those 2 mid-wickets that Charlotte mentioned. Yeah, I thought, could even put a slip in, couldn't they? You've got to attack, you've got to do something here. Vipers might be thinking if she only got one to bowl, I'll just play it out. And again, and Monaghan does just play that carefully.
I wonder whether they'd be having a discussion between batters here going, probably don't need to take any risks against Norris.
You'd think so. You'd hope so.
Just play her out and just score off the other end. Both Graham and Norris would have bowled out after this over, so you've got to then find overs from elsewhere.
It's game management, isn't it? And they should be having that conversation. Experienced cricketers, both of them. Norris in again, that's a full toss, and Monaghan, she's taken full toll of that, and that's 6, I think. It is, in fact, the first 6 of the day. That's a full toss from Norris, and Monaghan just swatted it over deep mid-wicket. And that's a long way down there, isn't it? That's not one of these short boundaries that we sometimes see in ladies cricket. That is a long way.
And that takes the Vipers within 4. They're 1 hit away now from this total. Monaghan moves to 23. It's been a brilliant innings from these two. Brilliant partnership. Just really accelerated things. And like you say, Phil, it's a long hit out there. She got every piece of it. Went all the way for 6. First 6 of the day.
Yeah.
We've had to wait 4.5 hours, or however long it's been.
I don't think there was one on Saturday either, from memory, because there was some big boundaries.
No, there wasn't.
On there, so we've waited a lot of hours for a 6 actual playing time. But over there, that is a big hit.
They've brought a fielder up now. They've had to. The game dictates it now. So deep cover's come up.
Just one more boundary will do it for the Vipers. Norris in again. Monaghan waits, and she went aggressively at that one as well and played it to mid-wicket with no run. So we were just talking about that ball about was the tactic to play out the over, and Monaghan's tactic was, well, she might be looking to play out the over, but if you're going to bowl me a full toss, I'm hitting it out of the ground.
That's exactly what she did.
Yeah. Norris in again. Monaghan's cutting that away, but she's not going to get past point fielder, which is Smale. There's no run.
It just feels like a matter of moments, doesn't it?
Oh, it's one boundary away. And the best part of, well, 7 and a bit overs to do it. So you'd have to say, if I was a betting man,
Which of course you're not.
I would favour the Vipers at this moment. This time, Monaghan hits it hard, but straight to mid-off. Can't get past Phoebe Graham there, so the end of that over. And the Vipers have moved on to 203 for 7, with Monaghan on 23 and Nancy Harman on 25.
It just feels like a matter of moments now for the Vipers. Now, I said a couple of overs ago that the Thunder did sound like they felt like they were still in it. There was still a bit of buzz about them. They were still making positive field changes, and that 6 off the last over just completely silenced all hope, really.
Yes.
And now it's very quiet out there. They're going to have to find overs now. Their top 3, or their main 3 bowlers, Norris, Graham and Jones, have all bowled out. So they've got to find these final, if it goes the distance, which I don't think it will, but they've got to find the next few overs between Datani, Bell and Morris.
Been an interesting game if it does go the distance now, with sort of 6 maidens. and that would make it an interesting game.
And I'll be very cold by the end of it, so I can tell you that for free. Olivia Bell then, to replace the bowled out Phoebe Graham. She comes over the wicket with her off spin to Harman, who's driving through the offside, driving past. Oh no, Sachi Pai does a brilliant stop at mid-off. I thought it was going to go all the way to the boundary. I thought that was going to be it, but she gets one more. Does Nancy Harman? Brilliant stop by Sachi Pai. Keeps her team in the game a little bit longer. 204 the score. 3 required now for the Vipers. Alice Monaghan waits a shorter delivery, and it beats the bat of Monaghan and goes through to the gloves of Threlkeld. She tries to carve that one onto the offside. Just replays her shot with a straighter bat. Bell in again. Fuller driving Monaghan through the covers. That'll be it. That'll be the winning runs for the Southern Vipers. They hug each other in the middle. Nancy Harman and Alice Monaghan, brilliant partnership. It was worth it was worth 46, I think, in total. No, it must have been. No, it must have been worth 50.
Was it 162, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, 167.
Oh, it's 41.
So, brilliant partnership between the two. 207 was chased down in 43 overs, so not quite got the bonus point, did the Vipers, just stretched over that, but the most important thing was getting the win.
Absolutely.
Winning the game, and they didn't look like they were going to do it for a while. They were under the pump.
Well, it toed and froed the game, didn't it, in the second innings? You know, we kept changing our mind about where it was going, and then the weather came in as a factor, and we thought that was going to influence it, and the Duckworth-Lewis, but in the end, we had no interruptions. Credit to the umpires for that, for keeping them out there.
Yeah, they got a result, didn't they?
And a good win for the Vipers. And the score we were talking about right at the start, they needed like 250. They didn't need that many.
No.
You know, 220 or something would have made it really interesting, but yeah, good win for the Vipers, and two very relieved batters there, Lindsay Smith and Mary Taylor, walking out there now.
Yeah.
Probably pleased they didn't have to go out and do their bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both did their bit with the ball, of course.
Yeah, they would be pleased they wouldn't have to bat. So a win here for the Southern Vipers over the Thunder. Thunder still yet to get a win over the Vipers in this competition. They put up a good fight, but they came up short, unfortunately, on this occasion at Wormsley. The next game for the Vipers is on Saturday. That'll be down in the West Country at Bristol against the Western Storm. And let me just see for you the next game for the Thunder. They are playing the... Hold on, Phil, let me just find that out for you.
I'm guessing they're away because they had 3 home games to start off with, didn't they?
They are away. Let me just look on here instead. So the Thunder coming up short here today, and all teams back in action on Saturday. So as I said, the Vipers are down at the West Country at Bristol, and they're playing on Sunday. Are they playing on Sunday? They don't have a game, the Thunder.
Oh yeah, that's right. One of the matches is on Sunday rather than Saturday. Yeah. Sunday or Monday even. It's
Is
bank
it
holiday
Monday?
Monday, isn't it?
No, I'm just making everyone wait. Yeah, they play the Blaze on Bank Holiday Monday at Trent Bridge. So those are the next 2 games in this competition. Thank you all for joining us on this broadcast, and we'll be back with you in Bristol, yes, on Saturday. Thank you.